Futures a little change here this morning, trying to hold on to positive territory currently for the NASDAQ. The S&P back to the downside. Just got the weekly initial jobless claims there out 251,000, which is a little bit higher on a week over week basis versus 240 expected. So better on the expected number, but 251 again, higher on a week over week basis for the weekly jobless claims. But the bigger story this morning, 15 minutes ago, the ECB raising interest rates 50 basis points higher than the expected quarter point hike. That caused quite the move in the futures to the downside initially, but then right back higher. We're back to break even at the moment, coming off another tech-led rally yesterday. It was the NASDAQ ending the day up 1.6%. NASDAQ up nearly 4% now on the week so far, with still 2 sessions left to go here. We're watching some of the travel stocks this morning. UAL, AAL, both missing with their earnings report, both to the downside. CCL, the big one though, Carnival, with $1 billion offering. Big time downside for CCL after a huge move throughout the beginning part of this week. Tesla, obviously the big story. Decent report for Tesla, holding on to gains here in the pre-market as well. A ton to get through. Let's get into it. It's Thursday, July 21st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, back to basically flat at this point for the S&P. The NASDAQ, however, trying to hold on to positive territory here, 0.1. Back to the upside. The Dow slightly negative as well. Big move for energy markets so far this morning. You can see here 4.4% to the downside for crude oil. More data suggesting demand is slowing and production continues to increase. So crude, big time move to the downside. Bitcoin, Ethereum back in the red as well after a pretty positive start to the week for crypto markets. We'll have a look at those coming up here. Good morning, guys. Yeah, so a move for the ECB back to the upside, or 50 basis points bigger than the quarter point that was expected. That caused a bit of a spike there for the futures, but I mean, overall, needed to be done.
Yeah, I mean, taking serious action there. And then it's weird because the ECB, you have so many different countries that having different effects in their economy. So you have Italy under tremendous pressure. I don't want to get too much into it, but they're actually having to start some bond buying, a new bond buying type program to help curb some of the issues they're having with rates and disparities amongst the different nations, which, you know, that's just a lot of headaches there. But worth noting, and I saw, I think it was Frank Jones in the chat pointing this one out, and it's true. And I was sort of looking at the same thing on that spike that we got. It was like an initial move down, and then we started rallying in the overall market. We got right to yesterday's high in the NASDAQ, and then just kind of held there for a little bit, pulling back, and the ES kind of tried to do the same thing, trying to get towards the top, and then a slight little bit of a pullback. So, I mean, a lot of the stock charts are going to reflect this today, where you've got these nice breakout levels. AMC's breaking out, sort of. Well, I actually had there was a conversation that was going on in the pre-market chat about the lack of volume on the high break from AMC yesterday, and then the 18 even break got to like the quarter so far, and the volume's been tepid here, but it is still on the run to the upside. And I'm not going to forget to look at GameStop today, because the split goes into effect tomorrow, the 4-to-1 stock split for GameStop. So both those names are going to be in play. Yeah, the CCL, I know Sean's already short that. AAL, UAL, the travel names under pressure. I still think the Chinese names, some of them are weak, but the EV space is relatively strong with Tesla here and Ford making power moves right now, Sean.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been loving Ford. I've been loving Ford for a while. But yeah, that 11 bottom was pretty sweet on Ford. Yeah, CCL there offering, not good. I mean, we've already heard Morgan Stanley come out and talk negatively about Carnival Cruise Lines, and then they had to raise that $1 billion. So that's not going to be a good little sign for them here moving forward. So we're going to start the show and the day short on Morgan Stanley. Yeah, I just kind of chuckled about AMC because it was like $11 5 days ago. So I feel like it is breaking out. Yeah, for sure. And we talked about that. And I've been sort of on the AMC bull run for a while, talking about that I think it's a respectable business at this point. They've done cost cuttings. You know, we're going to wait to see, obviously, when they report and different things like that coming through for AMC. But what a big moment for Top Gun. What a big moment for the theaters right now. So it is nice to see AMC starting to get back up to the upside, and then the S3 partners releasing more short percentages coming through there. Look, will it eventually, you know, fall back down? Yeah, of course. I mean, all these stocks, you know, ebbs and flows back and forth. But right now, AMC's on one, and it's nice to see. The sticky note today, CCL, Microsoft, Apple, Ford, AMC, all on there. And look, guys, as expected, I mentioned yesterday that Tesla has been a nothing burger. I feel like the last couple earnings reports, it's so overly criticized and watched that it's hard to make it one way or the other. And I don't think much was said there other than the fact that he dumped 75% of his BTC. So your boy Elon rug pulling all of you as well one more time. So that's not going to be good for Bitcoin. You can see it did have a little bit, I have to refresh this. It did have a little bit of a move down there off of that report yesterday. So here's Bitcoin right now. You can see 16, today's the 20th, so we got to go down here. I mean, it's an hourly chart here, so that should be pretty good. Right into here, we did have a 25, almost 25, 24.2 handle there, and then a nice drop down. We've sort of been retracing ever since we got that news. I don't think it's the end of the world that they trimmed. It was only $1 billion, like they said, net proceeds of about $996 million, still holding 25% of their Bitcoin position. But if the thing is, I always thought that they were holding Bitcoin because they were going to start to transact in Bitcoin and do things like that. I guess that's not happening as much as they thought, or if at all. So yeah, Tesla, Bitcoin, that still continues to go. The biggest worry for me on Tesla, and I'm going to tell you this to you right now, which is why I'll probably sell today and then just get out of it and put the money right into Google, is because what happens when he loses in Delaware and has to pay $5 billion, something like that? How do you think he's going to raise that capital? So I'll leave that thought with you guys. And, you know, remember the last time when he had to raise some capital, what did he do? He sold Tesla shares, and we saw that just crater the stock for a bit, right? So I wonder where some of these price targets are, how close we are to that anyways. And I just think that there's a lot of risk associated with this stock right now, especially when you get a stock like Ford coming through with 600,000 more batteries today, or the deal to get 600,000 vehicles on the road in the EV space. And the thing is, too, you have compressed margins right now in Tesla as well. So I don't know. Let's wait to see what happens. But for me, I'll probably be pretty bearish on them today, but the market's up 0.3, so hopefully, you know, Tesla and everything can rally today.
Yeah, going to be interesting for the rest of the EV group as well. Very active in the pre-market for Lucid, for Fisker as well. I saw FSR doing some volume this morning. Just saw a note on Amazon, guys. They're buying One Medical. We'll get to these in a second, but One Medical for $3.5 billion. So Amazon picking up, I believe it's a private company. I'll jump into that, but One Medical for $3.5 billion for Amazon there. Yeah, you saw a couple of other interesting notes here. This one, AT&T, I was actually just watching this make a new low, down 3.8%. They reported pre-market, not good for AT&T. And yeah, Palantir, Raymond James starting with a strong buy on growth prospects for PLTR, back to life yesterday.
We traded a filing for the first time yesterday at that $10 level, so it is really nice to see that coming through for Palantir. And again, big data. We've seen Snowflake and other stocks like that start to make the move. I didn't even realize that today for these guys. I mean, I'm back. I first started buying this thing $9.50 when we first IPO'd it, or it was direct listing, and you can see it's been quite a wild ride here for Palantir. And I mean, it's just very similar to a lot of these high growth names that came public in the last 2 years, right? I mean, here's where we opened up the stock down here at $9.50, rode it all the way $38, $40. I mean, some of this is during the meme craziness, obviously, of 2021, where it started to go nuts. And then it just fell back in. And then just like a lot of these names, the difference with Palantir is I believe they're actually a legitimate business, which have a lot of growth potential to it. So I've been really liking Palantir. I haven't sold anything. And, you know, I was picking some up, but my pickups are like 12, 13, 14, 15 in there. I think it's between 13 and 14 is the last time I bought it. So it's not like I have any hero buys down here. Although now I'll have to double check if we bought anything down here. I don't think we did. But it's a nice move back up to the upside. And then for Palantir, You know, it's about breaking this 11 area here. We're bouncing off of 1050 right now, but it's a nice swoop action here, bouncing off that 9, now well above the 50 period, and this is why we were in it yesterday. I was buying the 10 longs, right, and that worked out. We made money. Shout out to Henry Z on the chat there today. But it's nice to see Palantir get going, and look at this level. 1050 goes all the way back, baby. So yeah, if they're going to start to strong buy this thing, look, I don't know if the economy is through. There's still a lot to have to happen here to get these stocks back going. You've seen stocks like ARK, well, I guess ETFs like ARK just continue to make the moves down, but you've seen nice moves back up in DraftKings. Unity was starting to go before they made that Iron Source deal. Roku back to $96 off of an 80 bottom. Stocks like Netflix, like things that have just gotten killed. Netflix is not like a Palantir, as I think Netflix is more of a value stock, but you know, there have been names, even like an AMC that we've already talked about, whereby if traders, you know, look at these names that they're low enough value, $10, and they get the street on them as well. I like Palantir here, and I think that now that I'm seeing this, I really like that 1050 break. I mean, why not take a shot here at this breaking 1050, 1051, and then we see where we go. So we'll let it open up. We didn't do this yesterday. We didn't even check the imbalance locator until it was too late. But look what's happening today. Absolutely nothing. Palantir here, 56,000 shares. Okay. Ford, 120,000. That's not bad. But if you look, there's a few B's, a few S's here, but at the top, NRZ, no idea what even that is, HL, and then it's like a bunch of nothing burgers here. So I don't know. There's QS, QuantumScape. Where are they? QuantumScape. I don't know if Ford announced who they got batteries with, but this is another one of those beat down names that I remember I was in this at 40 when it was bouncing around at $40, and then we had that short seller report come out, and I got out of it live here on the show, which I'm not sure we're supposed to do, but when it was right into here, 40, right this little bump up. So we were playing off, or was it, I think it might have been back in, no, it wasn't back in here. It was somewhere, because I feel like it wasn't back in November. It was much before then. But you had some, I think it was, yeah, right here where we dumped it at $40. That's what it was. We were buying at this level 40, then it dumped down on a short seller report and has never come back. But there it is, QuantumScape. You know, if Ford's gonna be buying batteries, remember they're doing solid state. So this could be another play here to get excited about as you are breaking above the 50 period on QuantumScape as well. So yeah, lots of stuff happening. I also like it. Yeah, there's a few different names there. BAT, a few different names here. I think it was ASML maybe as well on the pink sheets possibly for a battery name. But QS, Palantir, Ford, I think they're all going to be pretty good names today.
Also keep in mind lithium names. Like Elon, he literally called lithium like a license to print money. He's being tongue-in-cheek. We talked about the exaggerations that he likes to say. But some of those stocks have been pretty depressed as well. It might provide some opportunities going forward on that strength. I mean, Ford super strong. Watch out, AMD just got to 90 up here, so big levels there. You mentioned Amazon news there, buying one medical there. Amazon 2,500 pre-split was a pretty big monster level. It was the last big resistance level pre-split, so that corresponds obviously with 125, which is looming here for Amazon. That's a pretty significant line in the sand. I'm back to the well with Li Auto. You'll see I'm short it again below this 36 potential breakdown price. So you know, as long as we're here, I'm going to be shorting that name. You've already seen UAL. Now that AMC break doesn't look so bad. I mean, it's the break at the high yesterday would have been like 1780 or so. Didn't take that. It actually pulled back off of it and then took the 18 break. That's now working. This time I've taken some out in front of the quarters. The 17 break only gave you the open yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago. So you know you really had to get out of that one quick. It was a much more sustained move when you were buying off of support yesterday. So with the breakout, if they try to pull a rug at 19, I will be all out of that one and not thinking about a reload on AMC.
So here's that note. One Medical is a tech-based medical company. So they do online and in-person, I guess, appointments. Down here it actually says $18 per share, all cash transaction. I can't seem to find the ticker yet on this thing, but again, Amazon picking up One Medical for $3.9 billion, all cash. Let's bring in Luis Barbados from Barcelona, Spain, the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona. Great to see you as always, Luis. Busy week as far as earnings are concerned, heading into the heart of really tech earnings. So the rest of the market, the rest of the high-flying, low-float type of stocks that we typically talk about have kind of taken a little bit of a backseat once again as we head into the summer months as well. How has your week been, first of all? What have you been focusing on?
Well, it's a little bit slower, small cap, but we still having 2 or 3 small cap running up every day. We had CDU last week. Yesterday we have SDIG. We have today and yesterday TVLT. So we have some options to trade this small float or low float or micro float in some cases like today. Tech stocks are very active. As you say, yesterday we had Netflix, very nice movement in the opening down to 200 to pop on $10, $15 easy rebound. So it's going to be active today. We have Amazon and NVIDIA keep pushing higher, surprising after a couple of days, very strong. Today, pre-market, Amazon almost $1 up, NVIDIA as well. So it's going to be interesting on those 2 tickers in the technical stocks today.
Yeah, a couple of notes. We were just talking about that deal for Amazon there, $3.9 billion for One Medical. So picking up more online medical assets for Amazon. I want to mention this ADXN, one that's moving around here in the pre-market, higher on a positive note for them, up 53% on decent volume. Now, this is a very low price stock. So we're talking $1.40, $1.30 kind of range. Typically, when you get below $2, $3, it starts to become more of a range type of trade because there is a lot more liquidity involved. How do you approach something that's between that $1 and $3 range?
Well, it is lower movement if you think about cents, but talking about percentage is crazy. I mean, this stock is coming from $8, $9 going down every day, so it's a small pop in the huge downtrend that it's having. We're going to be active today on this stock. I didn't check locate. I think it's around $2 per share, if I don't remember wrong. Let's see if it breaks 145, 150. That would be in a bull market if it breaks there. We were going to look for shorts in this stock. We believe 50% up. No such a huge news. It's coming from below $1. So many of these stocks popping up a little bit and then they go to lose the dollar again. They go sub-dollar after 1 or 2 days again. So
when we to earnings today, obviously Tesla going to be the main focus, but I want to get your opinion on some of the other EV type stocks because Tesla obviously the bigger one, but that doesn't mean to say there won't be trades in the rest of the names. I noticed, Lucid is active this morning, Fisker is active this morning, some of the Chinese names as well, NIO, Li, LI also moving around here off this Tesla report. Are you going to focus primarily on Tesla or maybe some of the secondary plays that might give you a little bit easier trade with less eyeballs?
It also depends about your stop loss for the day. I mean, if you're a small trader with a tight daily stop loss, you cannot go on Tesla because you don't have an edge. Any strong movement is going to kick you out for the day. So we always recommend in the room for the traders, for the pupils, if you have below 300, 400 daily stop loss, it is better to go on other names like you say NIO, Li, XPEF, some of these names. Checking out Tesla, the movement on Tesla to see rebounds or some resistance or supports on the other names. So for the big traders who are trading about $500, $1,000 limit per day, we can go on Tesla. But you have to be very careful on earnings on Tesla. Movement can be very sharp. And if you don't react fast and disciplined, it's not worth it. You don't have an edge there.
Tesla, obviously, all kinds of volume, all kinds of liquidity available as well. So when the biggest one is moving, it's, as you said, if you can handle it, it's worth having a look at it. I want to talk about Tough Belt. TBLT has been a crazy one all week long, including this pretty impressive move up to $5 again yesterday, up again here in the pre-market, trying to test this 5.20 area. Give me your thoughts on this one from yesterday and how we approach it today.
Very strong ticker. You're right. We're waiting to break these 520s, 530s. Locates are not very expensive, but to take into account, it's around $4 per 100 shares. So 4 or 5 cents of movement. Not very expensive, but you have to be at least 10, 15, 20 cents in the price to pay the locates. Otherwise, this is not worth it. It's a micro float also to take into account. So if it breaks 520s, there's going to be a lot of people stuck on the short side. And I had one question for you on this ticker because I couldn't find, or there's some strange figures on the internet saying it's 100% short float. So with all the data you and the programs you have, please confirm this and check. I think it might be a mistake, of course. It cannot be 100% short float. So we are trying to find out what's going on with the short float in this micro float. It's around 2 million shares float.
Yeah, this one's had a ton of, wow, I actually see, I can show you this. Here it is right here. It's tough to see, but that actually says 120% on the short interest for the Icon terminal anyway. So floatchecker.com, also a good website to kind of.
Float checker said 120%,
Yeah.
which is hard to believe.
which explains a lot of the action over the past couple of weeks in this name. Anything else you're keeping your eye on this morning, Luis?
Yeah, we're gonna check today SDIG for a second day. We had yesterday a runner. I'm gonna share your screen here for a second to share what we did yesterday. I think is a nice stock for a second day today. You see, we were trying to look for this pop on the short side, looking for resistance here, shorting big time here on the 340. Today is moving down. So let's see if we can catch some shorts on the bleeding down to fill the gap that left yesterday in the opening.
Yeah, some of those little crypto-based small caps moving around yesterday with the run-up in Bitcoin as well. Luis Barbados from the Day Trade the World floor in Barcelona, Spain. We appreciate your input as always.
Thank you very much. Have a nice trading day.
You too.
Thank you very much as always, Luis. And look, that tough belt, I think everyone's going to be looking at something like this 520 with the, you get the big short interest, you get the lower floats, and you get double tops like this. It's not dissimilar. I mean, AMC's got a double top that I took the long in, and tough belt's kind of a similar setup there. When you pull up the daily, I mean, there's room to like those. We call it the bag holding levels, like $6 where you had consolidation. Like that's the kind of thing where people bouncing off $5 here might have had some longs to try to pick it up as it's trying to break 6, and then it gets back to that price and you're thinking get out, break even. So, I think this one has some room on a 520 break. Got to show you UAL because I mean the market's strong right here. Like AMD breaking that 90 for a bit, 12.5 going on the NASDAQ. So got into UAL. It just ticked up. My stop is just above 39.50 here, so I'm not giving it past that level. I'd almost rather have it retest the open at a 40 level where I'd probably just try to re-engage. So hopefully, if that stops out, there's a chance to get it a little bit higher as opposed to holding it all the way through. But UAL starting to spike, still down 5.5%. On the earnings miss there, but starting to spike up with the rest of the market. Got some profit on AMC, so that's working. And of course, even with the market going up, that doesn't seem, Li Auto just doesn't seem to care. It is still below that shelf on the daily chart, so I'm still going to be shorting it. It's got a bottom of 35.18, so it has yet to break 35 even. I think the day it takes that out, if we get any kind of weakness in the space or the market or the Chinese names, it's got the biggest gap to be filled. So it's like the third day I think we're trying the shorts off this level break below 36 even. And until it absolutely blasts to the upside, I'm going to keep going back to this well.
Actually, now that I see Li Auto, yeah, that's an absolute no-brainer play there for me too. Breaking through that $35 mark. I mean, look at the daily chart. I mean, it's just once this thing breaks. I mean, whatever. There's this candle here. What is up with this candle? Why don't I see that really on e-signal? It should have been a gap candle there. But anyways, a breakthrough of 35 brings this thing to 33. You see, this is what it looks like here on
Pull it down.
On e-signal right here on 35. Right here. See, that's 35.
See, it's
and then
even
it
better
gaps down to 34 there.
I like it even more now.
That's what I'm saying. So you have that gap of $1 there. But anyways, let's just wait to see. There's the break there of 35. I like it, and then you have some of those tops as well. Let's just go over to NEO quickly. I know Brendan's over there at the big screen with upgrades and downgrades, but let me just check out NEO because first of all, CCL is starting to go back to the downside, so that's going to be a good trade hopefully for us right there on CCL. But here's NEO looking to break through 19 as well to the downside, so that could be something interesting there. I don't think we're nowhere near that. And then here comes Ford. We just got Ford in now at 13 flat. So you know, some of these stocks, we can put up the minute chart here. Again, good news for Ford today. We talked about the battery. We will probably get to that even more, but a nice move down to 13, giving us the fill. This is going to be a funny one because I'm not even sure I wanted this if I got it. I was hoping to get this closer to market open. It's only 8.55 right now. Like this 12.80 is really going to be the area that I was thinking about. And then if I have to hold it all the way down to 12.50, but like, can they really go down to yesterday's low on what I think is a good report? Good news here for them on their 600,000 on acquiring new batteries. So a deal for new batteries. Let's just wait to see. But like this 12.50, I don't know, man. I guess the next time I'll have to average in is going to have to be 12.80, and then we'll see what happens down here at 12.50. I'm just really surprised I got this fill. It's not. Look, it's flat. We're long at 13.01 here. Obviously, I'm going to go long in front of 13. Not significant amount of size, but let's see if it can float back up to 13.10 or so. We'll take out like 10% if we can, just like we did on CCL, and then we'll range higher. Just on that CCL fill, we got it really early. Like we got the short when it was breaking that level there on the pre-market of 66, 68. We're short 67, and then we got a 61 fill almost immediately. That was only for 5%. I still like the CCL short. I am a little worried about Ford because I didn't think it would pull in like this right now, especially with the market still up that 0.5%, even though the ES is only up 0.2%. Ford coming in there is a little worrisome. Let me just check quickly here. The imbalance locator still a bit. Okay, so this is just pure coincidence. This has nothing to do with my positions. But Ford, well, I mean, I guess it does because they're news-based. But Ford and CCL, the two positions I'm in, of course, and the two positions that have
and now you have to punch
that
short
have
Neo.
the imbalances. And now I have to punch short Neo, and I have to go long Palantir because it's right there as well. So I'm just going to be, you know, that robot trader that just trades what he sees on the imbalances today. But I do like Palantir breaking that 1050 mark as well. We did talk about that. But I think the market sells off a bit today, even though we're up 0.4% now. I just feel like, I mean, Microsoft's on here for that hiring. We had Google come out. We had Apple come out. There's going to be hiring freezes across big tech right now, but the market doesn't seem to care, Brendan. We're up again today. What a nice rally for the last 3-4 days.
Yeah, huge. Christine Lagarde is speaking right now, guys, just saying that on inflation in Europe, they expect it to be undesirably high for the foreseeable future was the term she used. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here we go. Upgrades on this side. LVS back to the upside again this morning. We talked about the Macau story yesterday. Coming this Saturday, you can go back to casinos in Macau. DocuSign, not really active in the pre-market, but downside today on a Piper Sandler downgrade. They keep picking on Traeger. I don't know why, because they make great barbecues, but to the downside again today for Traeger. Nothing else too exciting though, guys, to the downside.
I don't even know. What is Traeger's symbol anyways?
I don't know their symbol, but I remember Weber was under pressure before.
Yeah,
like,
so
I don't know what's up with that in particular, but yeah, we saw Weber under pressure the last little bit. I haven't checked that chart in a while, but DocuSign was among those names yesterday. There was like Peloton. Netflix had Netflix this week. Obviously having earnings, but then you had a lot of these pandemic names and beaten down names that had big, strong pushes. DocuSign was one of them. Got up to 69 and now pulling all the way back there. There is one of those, and I'm only bringing this up as a segue to Peloton, because Peloton's got this interesting double top here. One of the strongest moves out of the beat-up names that I've seen. It broke 11 barely at the end of the day, got to 11.13. You also see the 50 period looming here at 11.40 or so. Look, I'm not saying this is too much too far. Like, I'm not going to be able to sit here and put a value on the company. Maybe someone does want to pick them up. I have no idea. All I can tell you is you fail this break at the open, Peloton has a lot of room to the downside. This is definitely a candidate for that whole pop and fade. Anything around 11 off the highs where it might be. If it doesn't get through that top, doesn't get through the 50, there's a heck of a lot more room to the downside on Peloton. So I'm looking at this one as a potential fade. I got to double check. I think we usually have this one free to short. Locates are usually free on Peloton, but I'd pay for it even if we didn't have them.
Yeah, I mean, DocuSign, another one of those, reopen names to go with Peloton. But yeah, shout out to everybody out there, and thanks for the chat there. Am I going after Google today? Hold my bear. Yeah, I'm going after everything. Ford right now, a nice little move to the upside. We are now, blasting a little bit. Anyways, my offer is at 13.09. We'll see if we can get that. It just went there and stopped. So hopefully we can get that. A nice little win for us to start the day there. And then I just want to go over Cook. And this is why I was going to thank everybody in the chat there. This is Traeger. And Brett, Brendan, you said like, what do people have against this stock? Well, I mean, how about this? This is all the way down to $4. And remember, if you came public any time in the last 2 to 3 years, you're dead. You're dead to me. You're dead to the market. And I think there's going to be great opportunities to buy some of these names, man. But they're not making money, and it's not a great environment for them. They don't even have any cash on hand. It's 0.1 per share. That's bad. You're not doing too much here with Traeger here. But the Traeger grills, you're right, man. Get that smoked meat ready to rock and roll because, yeah, that's a nice little downside move there for Traeger. But 380, like, how much more do you have to pile? I want to know who that was because they're really piling on this name right now. Just absorbed the 50 period all the way down, had no issues taking it out, didn't even really come close to doing that. And now it's all the way back down to these bottoms. So, at some point, like people that bring these stocks to market up here at $21, $22, it's really a shame that there's not, things that should happen to some of these underwriters and I guess basically stock pumpers that brought a lot of these companies to market and then really bloated them out and then gave investors a thought that, hey, maybe this is something that's going to work, and then all of a sudden you're stuck really truly holding the bag. And I don't think a lot of people put a lot of money into stocks like this, but when you look at $4 and then even if you just think where it was, cut in half, like how many more down moves do you have? There's probably traders that are out like 80, 90% on this name alone, and that really sucks. And the other one was WEBR.
I say, if you had to pick one, it's an easy choice to pick.
Believe is Weber. I mean, I don't know.
They're 1-to-1 to sales,
yeah.
And their 4P is like 20 or something. But
the 4P of Traeger is like way lower, but I mean, they're not making any money, none of these companies.
Well, this is the thing. Weber's also got the better reputation, and I got to check back in this because I remember we were talking about Weber like a few weeks ago because it had that spike up. So I'm trying to break my memory to try to remember what happened.
I think it has a lot of short interest.
Yeah, I think it does have a high short interest. When this is why it's a little bit more appealing. It's made its bottom. It's back over the 50 period, and I want to check that short.
Yeah, it's only 21.
It's a 21% short float, which I don't know if Traeger is, and I think that's why it got that meme or whatever short spike break, which gives you a little bit more cover. And sometimes when you're looking for trading momentum, it's just a better catalyst.
All right, and Brendan, ONEM here, the One Medical from Amazon is open. Yeah, it's open right now at $17. So here you go. This is the buyout. Apparently a cash deal. So the cash deal is at 18, but right now it is at 17. So there it is, a nice little bump up. This sucks for Teladoc in my opinion because apparently they're very, very similar businesses. And I shouldn't say it sucks for Teladoc because it's a nice bump up. I mean, look where Teladoc is. I guess it's a revalue for their business. I'm guessing, but look like. There's only so many buyouts candidates that could possibly happen, right? And so, if people thought that Amazon was swimming with the sharks here and looking to pick up, circling the wagon around some of these names, it's no surprise to me that Teladoc is right down here. As soon as Brendan said the story, I said it out. I don't know if I said it out loud, but I said it. I don't know if anyone heard me. I said you got to watch out for Teladoc right now on this move down. So I didn't even realize that Teladoc was down 8%. I just saw ONEM open up, and I was like, let's go over and see what Teladoc's doing. But yeah, not great for them if Amazon and some of these other guys are getting into the business. Amazon just for example just basically said the big FU to Uber and all these guys because they're just like, hey, we're going to take a stake with Grubhub and we're just going to offer the service for free. So how about that? So, where does that leave a company like Teladoc right now that if Amazon's going to get into a business similar to Teladoc's with this One Medical, and they already have Prime. They already have, I don't even know how many subscribers there's at Prime, millions, obviously, of subscribers that they can just sort of bring into this realm. Like if all of a sudden, like I'm a Prime member, if all of a sudden I got an email, and again, here in Canada, it's a completely different system. I don't know if this would work here, but, if all of a sudden it was like, oh, for only $10 extra a month or whatever, we can provide you with these services where you can, get a doctor on the phone and get prescribed medical, over the web or however these companies work. And you guys could probably tell me a little bit better, but not great, man. Not great when Amazon steps into your business. And we've seen them get into pharmacy and prescriptions and things like that and what that's done for Walgreens and Rite Aid and different stocks like that. So, watch out for Teladoc. I really fear the worst, especially after a beautiful bump for Teladoc, man. I mean, Kathy Wood's probably going to come out and say something about this, but Teladoc got absolutely destroyed recently on their last earnings report, and I guess we can wait for it, but that bottom at 27 was looking pretty good. I bet you we test somewhere near there again. Some nice triple-double tops here at $45. Now they come out with the bad news and look to break. What is that shelf right here? 37.50. So what are we at for Teladoc right now? Yeah, so watch out for that 37.50 marker.
Right now, there's a 200,000 share offer on this one EM there. It's at 17 even. The deal price being 18. Keep in mind a few things. Anytime big tech is buying anything, it's going to face more scrutiny since the new administration came in. So deal times are going to take a heck of a lot longer. You get bigger spreads. I think it's a fade if it gets anywhere near that $18 price. Like if it breaks its order and hits 17.50, I would be shorting it into 18. Remember, it's not likely to have ridiculous ranges here, and it doesn't mean it cannot trade above the 18 price because there will be short sellers in front of there. So we can always do like one of those squeezes on day traders. But big sell order at 17 even, I'd expect there to be a decent spread on this. I don't think it trades up to 18 anytime soon.
Pretty weak so far for One Medical. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. Back to the downside ever so slightly here for the S&P. Basically break even after the ECB goes half a point this morning to the upside. Arun, Christine Lagarde is still hearing in my ear, speaking at this point. So got to be careful of some comments here. But I mean, it was a little volatile there when that first came out.
Yeah, normally they start at 8:30, a little late today, 8:45 start, and 0.5%, bringing it back down to 0. Now they're back to flat. So there's some movement across the board. I mean, the U.S. Fed is next week, so there's obviously a lot of interest rate changes being made globally, and definitely one to keep an eye on. This is going to be the first one that's going to be international. That's going to really make a big difference. So keep an eye on this one, especially going to the open. Comments matter, especially coming from these Fed leaders, right? So definitely pay attention. By the time we get to 9:30, most of this should be settled in, but we'll see how this one goes. And this market is, as you mentioned, Brendan, we took off. Now we're coming back in. Something about the comments that the market doesn't like. So here we are going to the downside. If you are looking at European futures, I would take a look at that as well, DAX and the Euro Stoxx 50 if you have. But for the U.S. side of things, equity side, NASDAQ up 0.4%. And the NASDAQ and the S&P pretty much flat, 0.05, right? And as the market comes back into flat, it doesn't help the situation for the trade, because my expectation was coming into today after Tesla's release yesterday was, hey, we can maybe get some bids long into the 50s against that 35. 35 was kind of developed after the initial push north of 70 yesterday. So around 39, 35 would have been the support level. Anything around the 50s could have been worked into that 35 as a long. But as this market now has gone into the 70s, close to 80, topped out, and is coming back in, we're sitting at 62. So it's fallen quite a bit here. And this is starting to put in a top as well. So we're kind of boxing in a little bit, which makes the trade going into the open a little bit tougher. So now what we're going to have to do is keep an eye on the 80s, 39.80 potentially. If that breaks to the upside, there's the long to the downside. The one against the 35 is going to have to be a little bit more delicate. So you're going to have to see how this market wants to trade below 39.50. If it's willing to stabilize and you get a decent risk reward, then you go for it against the 39.35. And then the major one that would be ideal to work with is going to be into the 20s. So 39.20, 39.15, going all the way down to 38.85. That's going to be the big range that I'd rather play with instead of the smaller one. So if this market's going to come off, let's just come off, put in the top, and actually work below yesterday's, midday range, even yesterday's entire range, actually, because yesterday's low was only about 39.25 or so. So if we can get underneath there, it should open up some activity, should be decent to work with, down to 38.85 for potential longs.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. I just saw a note, guys, suggesting the marijuana cannabis bill in Washington has been filed. So maybe that means it's now on the docket. So we saw some of the cannabis stocks pop up yesterday. Tilray just popping up on volume scanner there. Let's get into everything else you need to know. Let's get going here. We got under 20 minutes or so to go before we get the market open for a Thursday. Tesla, top of the list this morning, obviously off of earnings. The EPS beating for Tesla. Revenue was light, $16.9 billion versus $17.1 expected. They also said they have capabilities or should have capabilities this year for it to be a record year for production.
Well, they're probably going to need that. Ooh, position board went off. I'll have to take a fill somewhere to get that rectified for you guys there. But like it's realistically, it's like Sean said, it's a bit of a nothing burger for a trade today. I'll be interested in looking at it because I think being short like a Li Auto, and there's some levels I like on Lucid as well. Maybe we'll talk about that one when we get into the EVs. So Tesla could definitely move those markets. It's not trading at a price either that I'm in love with. We liked 750 was a good level, but then that got trashed back and forth in the aftermarket. So I have a lot less confidence in that. I'm looking back at like 735 as support, and then it's like 800 up top on the daily, maybe an 85 level. And ultimately, I think this is a little bit of a nothing burger report. It would have been more interesting had they actually missed on, because they always beat, right? Their EPS, they're just known for beating. Had they missed, I think that's where you would have seen a much better trading opportunity here. So when you get the mixed report, it might be a bit of a nothing burger. And I always say you can't trade Tesla every single day. And this might be a day that I'm not involved in. If we get a scream to the upside somehow, and we're looking at maybe that 85 for a turn or that 800, yeah, sure. I think that's going to be a big actionable level there for them. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot that I like with Tesla, except for if it's super strong, it might blow out some of those shorts. And I like what Li Auto is doing in terms of the daily chart. It's going to be one that has a chance at a bit of a breakout here. Sorry, not Li Auto. Li Auto, I'm short. Lucid, I mean. This one has a chance for a bit of a breakout. It's been on a run above 21 for the last little bit, and it has a shot to break with a big gap to the upside. And it hasn't really, like, it hasn't had one of those big, crazy days on this glide up from the 50 period. Holds above 21. I think at some point that could be incoming for Lucid here. Yeah, I think the next couple of reports will be interesting for Tesla. They're probably going to have to take an impairment. I don't know what price they sold their Bitcoin, but I'm assuming there's an impairment coming for that because they couldn't have actually sold it for a win. It had to be for a loss at 75%.
Yeah, I don't know. They took. They said they made I think they must have made money on it because they said they made $900 million, and I only thought they bought $1 billion worth.
Okay.
That's what I thought. I mean, who knows when they sold it? I mean, and I didn't read the story. So, like, I read the story, but I didn't look into.
I don't think it said when they sold.
No, that's the thing. I don't think it did either. Okay. So I'm not 100% sure about that. Look, Tesla. I mean, I was going to look at Rivian quickly. If this is basically a very similar thing to what we're talking about here with with Lucid breaking some tops here. We talked about Rivian before and how I actually like this company because there is some, backing behind it. We still have Amazon and Ford still somewhat in there with Rivian, and I think that whenever you're, like we just saw what happened with One Medical, I think whenever you're partnered up a little bit with Amazon, the sky is sort of the limit here, especially when you're talking about electric vehicles and deliveries and things like that. So, this break here of 33.50 could be something for Rivian, and we got a little bit of work to get there, but on the daily chart, it looks pretty sweet, man. 33.50 break for Rivian is nice. I mean, it's technically it's even like a 35 would be right here and right up here on the daily, but 33.50 if it gets going for Rivian. But the thing about it is, I was just looking at Tesla, and it looks the same thing for Tesla. I mean, all these names are bumping up to levels here. I mean, Tesla would be 780, and I don't think that you worry about this. We talked about the implied move yesterday of that 6%. It didn't do that. I mean, well, I guess it came close enough when we went to 775 there, but even then you're still not there. And I sort of thought that this would be a kind of a nothing burger report for Tesla here, and you're up 3%. So it's a nice move. I mean, you have 760 here as a possible bottom. If it breaks that, then yeah, I think we do look at 750, which is yesterday's little peak high there in the morning. I guess it didn't even get higher than that. So 750, 760 are good levels here. It looks like we're going to try to test that 760 level, but remember, if we break it, I do think we go back to where we were yesterday at this 750 mark. So, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that good. I kind of feel like this is like a relief report again to say that for traders like me that are wondering what to do with their Tesla today, you don't have any answers. So I think you're still up that 3%, which is real nice. If you want some dry powder because you think there's better names and maybe a little bit too much risk here in Tesla, then go for it. But hey, they're pumping out the cars. Their margins, like I said, used to be around 30%. They came in depressed a little bit at 26.2%, I believe. So if those margins continue to compress heading into Q3, Q4 next year, then obviously that's going to be an area of concern, because that's really the reason why you buy Tesla. Is there's no way Ford and GM and some of these other names are talking about like either single-digit margins on their EV names right now, or a little higher than that, 10 to 12%. And you got Tesla busting out 30, 25 to 30%. So as long as, exactly, so as long as they can stay high for now, then I think, you want to stay in this name. It's going to continue to work, man. I mean, if you're going to buy an EV name, you're probably buying Tesla right now. So I would stick with the winners. Tesla should be one of those, but you still got to break above that 800.
Just having a look at Beyond Meat, there was a note there suggesting they are not currently able to keep up with capacity in that Yum Brands deal that they signed going back a month or so ago. Wasn't much of a reaction there, but downside move anyways on that. Very low volume otherwise. CCL, on the other hand, big time to the downside this morning. 11, almost 12% right now off of this note. $1 billion stock deal or offering for CCL, guys.
Well, on top of that, there's another, I think it was another 150 million that's eligible in the next little bit. I mean, it might have been like a couple of months, might have been 3 months. That can be, but the underwriter can add to that. So if you look at the amount of the dilution, it's kind of moved. It's moved that far. So I don't know if efficient market theory, whatever you want to call it. It looks like it's moved about the right amount. I just see it like it was a good breakout at 10. In the last couple of sessions there, and that 10 level was a pretty good price area. Had a pivot back and forth, but it ran away that 10%. Now you're coming back in. I just want to short it to 10. I've been waiting a little bit, so I'm sitting pretty much in front of that 995 for a pop and fade, kind of what I wanted to do with Peloton. But I mean, I've seen it before where like if you get into it before, sometimes you miss the move if you're not sitting in this. But I'm already sitting in a couple of shorts, and I really do like that Peloton as well. I feel like sitting in 4 or 5 could be a bit dangerous. But I like it in front of that 10. I think I'm sitting at like 988 or 989 on the offer in front of that in front of that $10 level.
What's up to PKD? What's up? Love you too, my man or woman there. And just asking, like, noticing the kind of trades that I'm putting on and saying, why do I continue to have a day job? Well, I mean, I do feel loyal to the company, and I'm going to stay here. I've been with Day Trade the World since I graduated university, which is 21 years ago, excuse me, for that one. I don't know, I just had something stuck in my throat there. I really do like TrueLeave. That's one of the names that I own. They're rolling records. So I don't know, what is it? It's TN, hold on a second, TN, I own it, TNFFQ, TNFFQ maybe? I don't know, I can't remember what it is there, TrueLeave, the symbol in the United States, but in Canada it's TRUL because I do own this name, and this is again, when you're talking about marijuana and possibly some of these bills going through, the multi-state operators, the MSOs, is really something that you want to look for. I mean, a lot of these names have been absolutely decimated, right? I mean, but I don't really know if I like the producers of cannabis in this space. I mean, when you can literally plant a seed and grow a weed, I mean, it's not... and I think that's sort of what's happened with a lot of these names like CGC, which was Canopy, of course. But I do like TrueLeave here. I think that could win. And then the other name that I was in a bunch and then got out off of, and thanks Kamala Harris for starting the rally up there when she started talking about marijuana, and now sits on her hands and does absolutely nothing. Is she still even alive? When's the last time anyone's even heard from Kamala Harris, to be completely honest with you? Okay, let's just move on that one. What was the maker? There was the Home Depot of cannabis. I just can't, I'm drawing a blank right now. We'll get that in a minute, but the weed game is a messed up game. You're 100% right there, Eddie. I don't really think that it's worth investing in. If you just look here, let's go to cgc.nq right now and just look to see what's happened with this one. I guess if you did light your stocks on fire, you did miss out on this little bit of a bump upside, but still, you're coming up to it. It's 350. I think you got to take out that 4. A stock that it's Grow Generation Brands before I look at the chat. That's the name that just came to me right now. But $4 for Tilray. This one might be the winner. Remember, they bought Afria, which was another company that I was in, so I am now a shareholder of Tilray. That's breaking a little bit higher, so this one could be, again, in front of all the producers, could be the winner here, as they have gobbled up a few different names and trying to become a big conglomerate. But I still like CGC. I thought Canopy would be the one to go as well, but Grow Generation Brands could be a name on the supply side.
We're just having a look at that ADXN, I guess it was, that broke to the upside. We were talking with Luis about ADXN, a little one higher this morning through 150 now. Airlines on the docket as well, because they reported, a couple of them reported. UAL here, the worst off, 6.8% to the downside, struggling at 39, but both UAL and AAL missing with their reports, guys.
Yeah, the UAL report was worse. And it's down further. That's the one I'm favoring. It's always going to be about the price action in the chart. And you can kind of see here, this broke out at 39 and then held support at 39.40, made the top, you get the report, and now you're holding below that price. We tanked right into the 39 area, and so that's the area that I'm shorting. It's 39 into 39.50. Those are the entries I like. If we break 50, I'm out of the trade. If we can't break the low, I'll scalp some out just to make sure we pay something, and then I'm looking for about 36.5 to 37 for that bottom, and just looking at the previous lows that we put in the last couple of weeks. I favor UAL to AAL for the trade, simply because when I look at where it is, I'm not really seeing much of a trade or any price action that I like on AAL. Maybe there's that $15 area. That could be something to fade into, but I'm just not really seeing as cleanly of a move. And on top of that, the UAL report was a little bit worse. This was an opportunity for the airlines, if the numbers were good, to maybe extend the rally a little bit with oil prices coming down. But you know what? That didn't happen. So I'm coming in. I'm thinking shorts here today. It probably does not hurt the fact that you have the CCL offering, right? Like the fact that you're actually to the downside in something like a CCL and the other cruise lines are going down only hurts the travel space, which can help for any downward action in some of the airlines as well as a sentiment play in the overall larger sector. But yeah, I'm taking AAL today. We're already in it, and I'm going to be shorting if we get any pop at the open. 39.50, that's my stop area.
Yeah, I'm in the same two positions I've been in all day here, CCL and Ford, but I do want to look at Microsoft right now as it's coming back down. Watch out for the NASDAQ. Look, when the NASDAQ was up 0.5%, I said I think this is going to be a sell day. It's now giving back half of that move already to the upside. So, yeah, I don't know. Damn it. Okay, so it's Growth Generation Brands at $5. Wow, unbelievable how low that price has gotten. I think that's something that you guys could buy for sure. Is this, I don't want to pin this today because I keep pinning it and forgetting to unpin it, but Microsoft, if you're looking short here, I'm looking short for Microsoft as well. Yesterday's afternoon high, also hiring an issue as they slow. Be patient and wait for 263. The problem is, I've only had 2 bad trades the last 2 days, and they were both off earnings, IBM and then Netflix. And IBM wasn't that bad. It just sucks that I didn't listen to my own rules on that one. But here goes Microsoft right now. Just let's have a quick look at it, because this 260 bottom is going to break, and it's going to break right at the open. So when that does happen, what's the next play, right? I mean, I don't want to go long off this level, because if the market crashes like I'm sort of expecting it to, which isn't great for my forward long, but we'll massage that. We have a plan for that back down to 12.50. Now, I'm not going to take any longs until 12.60, 12.70 on that name. But there it is. If Microsoft takes down this 260 level, which I'm sure it is, then you are going to have a move probably to 258 there, which could be a spot that we could buy. Let's see 258 doesn't even really look that great, because after you break remember that day on Microsoft, which was, it wasn't this day, but this is kind of what happened, where we just kept falling. So I'm wondering if this might be a repeat today. We started back on July 19th, which is just 2 days ago. Microsoft opened up at 258 and then just tanked and didn't even stop until 254. So that's $4 straight down. So let's just remember that here. If you break 260, the first area to look at is going to be 258. Don't let me buy 259s or anything like that. Like, if I get excited to buy it, I don't think I'm going to do that. We're going to have to wait for 258. So with that being said, I am going to put a little bit of stink bid down here at 258.25, maybe 258.30, something like that, in case we do get that flush off the open like I'm expecting. I think people sell Tesla. They take profit in that name. The quarter wasn't amazing. I just think Tesla's a profitable spot there to take. And then when that does happen, Microsoft and the NASDAQ come crashing down to the bottom, including what I think is going to be a great long at 152 here for Apple. Apple's yesterday's bottom was that 152. And I think, other than, This is probably the best long for big cap tech. I mean, the way this stock has moved off that bottom of 130 is just so damn impressive. It's unbelievable the way Apple's been moving. And I am obviously a shareholder, and I could talk up my book about all these stocks, so that's not at all what I'm doing, because literally I don't own CCL, but I own Ford, I own Tilray, I own Apple, I own Microsoft, all these names. I don't short anything really in any account. So there we go, 150, 152. It's been super strong right here. So I feel like any dip back into 150 needs to be bought. And after that, ooh, nice little wick there. But look at Apple from that bottom end, 130, almost in a straight line up to 154. So let's see, any dip downs, 152 buy for Apple, and what did I say, 258 for Softy. So let's sit down there with a couple stink bids.
Yeah, I remember we had that note on Google as well yesterday, guys, for I mean, they've all come out now and said they're going to slow hiring, cut back on costs a little bit. So big tech, definitely important today. TBLT, shout out to Lewis bringing this to our attention today. I had no idea it was 120% on the short side. So the top, as he was saying, 520, which was the top yesterday, gets above that, worth a shot on the long side. See what happens from there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I got the break set for the tough built. I don't really have, I mean, outside of, we're in AMC right now. I'll go over that in a quick second. Outside of that, don't have many long ideas right off the open for breakout style trades, but the pop and fade, it's all over the place, man. Netflix as well, like Netflix 217. If you throw out what happened on the actual like earnings release in the aftermarket, it got to 20, and that's a good level, I think, if it gets there. But 217, like a triple top of the day of, and then we're rejecting that pretty much already at the pre-market. I think that's your line in the sand for Netflix here today, kind of like that Amazon 125 level that we've been it's been trying to get to. A little bit stronger here for Amazon. Still sustaining the break of yesterday's high at this point. So you might like Peloton a little bit better for the short, just given how far the thing moved yesterday. For the chips in particular, I'm going to show you AMD with a bit of a rejection of the 90 break here. So it's been on a strong rally. And the problem with this is, and I'll show you, is you're basically hugging the 50 period on the daily and yesterday's top. So that 90, and then it's about 88, 90, or 89 even. So something in that middle where we're sitting right now. You're just hugging back and forth. And that's why you're bouncing within this dollar range. I just want to see this make a decision above or below, and then you just start thinking trend all the way through in either direction. I feel you break that 89, hold below. That's a dark pool wick. Ignore it. Then you just got to think trend all the way below. The last long I was in, the only long I was in actually, is AMC. That breakout now failed through 18 just now. It did get up to 1825. If it can end up holding like a 1750 or 1760, fair enough. We can always think about getting back into it. GameStop, which trades on the split tomorrow, so it's don't be shocked when this is like $40. Well, if it here, but it could be, if it goes down, it could be like $30-something, whatever it is. It's going to be a split of 4-1. It's much, much stronger overall in terms of the trend in some ways than AMC has been, but it never broke the top here today. I can see there being a chance at some selling going into that. We were saying yesterday maybe take some profits, but it's been on an absolute tear here. I think it's still AMC, give me a break. It's still got some room. If it were to break this 160, it's got room to 170 if it does take it to the upside. I pay for shorts on both AMC and GameStop. If we see 170 today, I'm likely to be a seller of GameStop.
GameStop in the building right now for us. So yeah, that should be a good trade for sure today, GameStop. We will look at that. So with the market almost open right now, let's just see where we go from now, guys. I mean, Ford is a nice little call out here down to that 1280. That's a possible level of concern there for me here for Ford. So we'll wait to see what that wants to do right now. Down to $11. We have that 1280. I mean, I just looked at somebody on my sticky note there asking me about what's the plan for Ford. So let's just go over that real quick because I know that there's a lot of people looking at it. What about this level here? 1275, 1280 to start again, and then watch out for 1250. So that's going to be the bottom there, 1250. We don't want that to break or that's going to be a problem. So we will average into that. Let's just check out what's happening with the imbalances now. AT&T, Zila, there's Zila. Everyone loves Zila. And then there's CCL. We're already into that. There's our Tilray. So we'll shout out some of the marijuana stocks today on that one. And yeah, let's get that off. There we go. Gold, Micron there as a sell. The only chip names I'm buying ever is going to be AMD and Nvidia. So Micron right now, not really anything there, but still a sell. Hexo, another weed name there. Yeah. So hey, Let's go. Not too much on here for today as far as big cap tech is concerned, but there are the weed names. There is CCL, Zila. Everyone looks at that, but again, 383,000 shares is nothing for that penny stock. And then I like Palantir as a possible runner here through that 1050. But as you could see, like, I mean, I did say, like I mentioned, when the NASDAQ was up, that 0.5% that we'd probably get into a fade day here. And it looks like that is happening temporarily. So we do have a couple shorts that we do like on board here, CCL. And I'm looking at Microsoft. I like Liato breaking that 35 as well.
Yeah, I don't mind speaking on this. I think it was DK England. Shout out if you're across the pond there, and stay cool because it's getting hot everywhere and you don't have air conditioning in a lot of places in London. Danaher did beat on the top, pretty significant beat on their EPS, DHR. They are up. It's not much of a trade, the stock. It's, you know, I like the company. It's still a little bit expensive on a P, but it's definitely getting better as they have always been a growth stock. And when you get acquisitions, these guys are great at making acquisitions. It's starting to break back out to the upside. It's got this 75 resistance level. I think you wait a couple of days here, but if it continues to hold the 250, I like the healthcare sector. I own shares of Danaher. You guys know, I probably said that a couple of times. My price is about like a 258 or 260, something in and around there. So it was a good earnings beat. It's still a little bit pricey to be like absolutely digging into this one hardcore, you know, especially in a raising rate environment. But yeah, they did beat here today. I know UNH got beaten up a little bit yesterday, but the healthcare sector could be strong, both with the that deal with Amazon, and then throw on top of that Danaher with a very, very strong print here today. Just watch out for that 75 area. It didn't hold the 50 period last time. Now it's running away from it, and it tends not to get too far away from that 50 period, like 10%, and then it usually pulls back away from it. So it's getting pretty close to that and trying to top that now. I could see some selling at that 75 today.
All right, here we go. It is only 15 seconds until we get going here. Palantir, Ford, all that on our radar, and it looks like we've got, who's on the bell here? Yeah, it's the Tony man again. So what's up to Tony? Here is we only have 6 seconds to go, and we are getting ready to lock and load some of these names. 2 and 1. Let's go, Tony. Let's go. Okay, here we go. We are now open. Ford does dip down to this 1280 level, so we got to watch out for that one. Coming back in for Ford, so a nice little dip down. Kind of expected that. Like we said, we're waiting for a 1280 reload here on Ford.
Yeah, I just got in for the first time on that one on Ford. Li Auto's still working in the money. UAL started to work down. Peloton, which we did get into right before the open there when I was talking about Danaher. Peloton got that 11 trade, and it just popped back up to get some more shares right at 11. Look at the whipsaw action. This is what happens to you at 9:30. Crazy move downside. We're about 15 cents in the money, and then right back up to 11 even. I just saw UAL make another leg to the downside there, so that just hit the low of the day on UAL. We'll ring the register a little bit on that one as we are starting to head southbound. I saw AMD head to the south side as well. What is even working long except for the bounce on Ford in front of that 1280 level, at least for now. I better take something because this market is going the other way right now.
Yeah, we don't have much on board right now, to be honest with you. I mean, look at Microsoft. We talked about that level there at 260. Wow, that didn't last very long, did it, man? I mean, that was a big move to the downside here for Microsoft. We wanted that level, but unfortunately, we weren't able to get it. So right now, let's see where we go with Ford. Trying to make that move, like we just said, with Microsoft back down to the downside. We missed that Ford trade, though, right? So Ford, we were waiting there for it. It just didn't happen for us. So Ford, missed opportunity, but we'll get back in on this name, man, for Ford. So let's not worry about it. Hopefully it does come back down and we're able to do something with it. But right now, Ford back down in on the downside here to 1290. I like that reload. CCL, unfortunately, Neil, not really doing anything either for me yet. So not much happening. We could check out the biggest, baddest boy today, Tesla, up to 771 and marching right here.
For Netflix. I was going to say, watch out Netflix. Netflix made a little bit of a dump down. Now it's starting to pop into the upside. I'm watching that 217 level. Tough built TBLT. Luis, thank you for mentioning that one. That just broke out the high of the day a little bit. So tough built starting to go. This is the one with a ridiculous short interest. So it is a double top that it's breaking here. Let's see if it can't get to 550 into that upside. I think I just heard a shout on Tesla. There. Was that Tesla do something?
Yeah, Tesla's up to 775.
Okay.
Tesla is rocking and rolling right now. So Tesla got everyone's attention right here, Tesla today. Rivian, let's check out Rivian, what that's doing right now, 33. So it did not touch that 33.50 level that we were somewhat concerned about. Okay, Microsoft, we got it. So we just got a short there on Microsoft. Let's take a piece out in the 60s if we can. There it is. Yes, sir. Ring the Reggie on Microsoft off that 260 bottom, 260 top there. We wanted to go short on Microsoft. Microsoft. So we are short 259.90 right now. If this market continues to fail to the downside, then all is well. As we take another piece out there on Microsoft in the 50s we got actually, and now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So a couple outs there on Softy. Now let's try to be patient and see what happens if it continues to climb to that upside. Ford, man, back down to 285. Where am I bidding? 81s right now on Ford.
And he's going to come back over to one. I always talk about Li Auto, and I always forget to mention Alibaba. So Alibaba, the lower high yesterday was 105.50. We're playing off of 7s the last couple of days, 3s, and then 5s. Yesterday, the top ended up being 105.50. So I am in the short as usual in Alibaba. The last few days we've been doing this. 105.50 is the only change. So I'm going to throw my stop in there. Tough Belt is trying to continue that push. It's having some trouble getting to 550. So I would watch out for that one. I mean, anytime you take a breakout trade, the time horizon on it's a little bit lower than normal for me. Like I'm always thinking with the first few minutes, it needs to start going. Otherwise, I might have to give it up. So watch out for that tough bill. It is a good breakout for now, but that can always change. Alibaba starting to work into the downside. UAL is almost $1 in the money, but it's Li Auto, the only short that is not working for me. Brendan, this 36 area going to get tested on Li Auto. Brendo?
Casino strong here, guys. LVS reporting as well, better than expected. To the upside we go for LVS after a bit of a flush. Also, Palantir taking out the highs in a big way on huge volume, guys. 5.5% here for PLTR.
No, I forgot about that. I wanted to look at that through that 1050 level. So yeah, Palantir is starting to break out there. A nice little long right there on Palantir. Get out of here. We don't need this imbalance locator anymore. Here it is on the 20-minute. There's that 1030 level. Ugh, that held 1030 real nice there on Palantir. But down goes Microsoft. We just got another bid on this name, guys. Nice little move there for Palantir. But look what Microsoft's doing. Nice damage done right here to the downside, shorting that 260. We are now $1 in the money on Softy, and that's just coming in right now. So good trade here for Microsoft. Yeah, Ford is the one that I'm not worried about it, but it is standing into the downside here and not really getting to the upside. So Ford on my mind now. CCL, a nice little win, of course, here for us on CCL. So let's wait to see if we can capture some more profit on that name. Nice little downside move here for CCL, as I'll go back over to the minute chart when I can find it.
Yeah, going to ring some more registers over there. Had decent idea, and want to shout out to Luis, and I know Brennan also mentioning this one as well, that tough build. Look, I don't know what the short interest exactly is, but either way, you're seeing it try to squeeze to the upside here. It did get to 550. My best out, I tried to hold some through the 550 break, and on the way back down, got some 52s in, as it looks like it's trying to sustain that move. Alibaba, I just took a leg out for one, but as you said, Ford starting to fail a little bit. So two things are concerning me. One, with the market coming down, Ford is looking like it wants to test that low. I got my stop in place. That's not working. And then Li Auto, the short not working in Li Auto. So those two things, not great, but everything else working. UAL is just now gone, by the way. Broke 38 even here. It's an absolute flush city on UAL. This market's coming down here. I mean, the longs are probably going to have to get given up. At least Tough Built's a small cap, so I can lean on the fact that it shouldn't care what the market does here.
No, we may wind up getting spanked pretty badly here on Ford as this market is coming back in. So we do have long at 95 right now. We said that we'd try to be patient and wait for that 50 level, but yeah, we weren't so patient after all. So I don't know. Ford coming back into the downside, so that's not a great trade there. Microsoft, what? Oh no, our bid got hit there. Oh, we should still be short. We don't mean to be long. Now that's okay. It just basically took us out and left us a little bit short, a little bit long here on Softy. So let's get out of some of this. We don't want this long. It's not a big position. But remember I said we had a 258 bid sitting there? Yuck. We did have that sitting there. So we got to watch out. We did have a lower bid also on Apple. That's not there. 152 is what we were looking at for AAPL. So that name's not really working out for us there. But I do got to get out of this. Microsoft, this is not a big position. We were short initially. Wish we still were, because that's be a $3 winner now for Microsoft if we still had it on. But wow, this Softy is definitely getting to the downside.
And there it is. Sometimes you put you have a target in there, and it goes right to that price. We're talking about UAL and looking at this chop zone 37 to 37.50. We just took that one out. If there's any bounce, I'll probably still be fading this. I like the shorts, don't get me wrong, but the other thing that just happened, simultaneous to that, is you just had the ES bounce off of this support at 39.80. When I see that happen and I'm at a target zone on one of my stocks, usually I'm going to take the profit, so we'll take the profit and run there. Alibaba just made a little Alibaba. Yeah, Alibaba just made a little bit of a bounce back to the upside. I did get a fill at 104.50. Now it's retesting testing that 105.50 back in topside. Li Auto is managing to hold off and not stop me out, but I feel like that's just for the time being. And then Peloton, I'll get over to Peloton for you guys. I was able to get more shares at 11 on the short, so the pop and fade for now, it's in play. We've hit 1070, but that's about it. We haven't really tested down to 1050. That was afternoon support, was 1050. So I want to get some bids out in front of that. I should probably be a little bit more aggressive in the 60s. This is an $11 stop. Like, give me a break. I should be taking 25 to 30 cents a little bit more aggressively, Brennan.
Big day yesterday for Shopify, guys. Back to the upside. Continuation here through that high. 39 ended up being the top yesterday, but huge volume on Shop today.
Shopify, yeah, another good name there to look at there.
Yeah.
Microsoft came all the way back up, so now we can finally get out at that 250. Like, look at that 257. We got out of a little bit. It's going to look bad, but hey, we're still up pretty good in the year, obviously on Microsoft off that 257 bid. So, you know, we were wondering about 258. Obviously, 258 didn't hold, but it held enough that on this rally back up, it can get spicy again here for Microsoft. But another one that just made a nice bottom was also Meta. I mean, Meta went down all the way down there to 179 before completely stopping on a dime and then reverting back up $2. So a nice little move there. Ford, we did get something out at 80 there, and then we just got another piece out at 85. So Ford, not great. We're long at 95, but again, you know, we don't want to. We've got some great trades on, man. So let's just, you know, continue to do that here. CCL with our one-time daily goal met. Part of that due to CCL here as that's come down. It's only down 10 cents, but again, this is a name that we like to the short side. We've taken a couple outs here down at 54s. So, you know, it's not like we're resting on this. There's some outs right there on CCL for that short off the raise, right? So they had that share offering, not a great one. Wow, Palantir. Shout out to Henry Z, man. We missed that Palantir trade for sure. I mean, that's kind of obvious to say we missed it because it's all the way up to 1072, but we did like that 1050 break, just weren't on it, man, and we should have been. So nice little take there for anybody that's long on PLTR.
Yeah, it's one of those like win one, lose one, like UEL works and then Li Auto stops out there. So far, Peloton's been a good one, but then BABA just stopped out through the high. I still have that tough built. It's still in the money, but it's really starting to fail at that. It can't get past that 550, but Netflix, ignore this wick, Netflix did do a little move at the open trying to get to that high. It flushed all the way to 211, so again, Netflix dumps on the open and is trying to recover. I think the market's a little bit weaker today than it was yesterday, and as long as we're below that 217, I'm going to favor the short side of the trade. So this could be a chance to try to work into a Netflix off of that 217 area. Still in play for 3 days in a row now, and then going back over to AMD. I don't want to ignore these. I don't want to ignore. Are you going to talk about AMD?
No, go ahead. I was going to look at it, but you are. Don't
yeah, I was going to say, like, AMD, it did break the high in the pre-market, by the way, and then failed here. So as it comes back to this top at 90 even, if it doesn't get through the high again, you have another situation where some of the longs might start taking out some of their profit here if we fail to get through the significant high. It couldn't break 89. That was the 50 period on the daily chart, so it looks like the channel is still valid. We haven't decided above that 90 and holding or below that 89 and trending. As far as I'm concerned, you haven't decided one way or the other. AMC there, we did have the break. It did work, but then we stopped out, and then it tried to reclaim the high. It also failed. You're just getting whipped around everywhere, right? So if you have levels that are still valid for your opening trades, fine, that's fair enough. But at this point, there's too many things just whipsawing you. If you're not playing inside of these ranges, like I'm trying to do with, like, say, a Peloton, where my stop is still valid, then you don't want to be rushing into trades. Something doing this, I'll play this range all day because it hasn't broken out of that high, so I don't have to worry about it just yet. But if it's valid, if it's invalidated your stop area, you want to have it settle down and establish a bit of a trend.
Okay, here we go, man. We are now in to something pretty serious here. We are into Amazon. And by the way, bing bong, let's go hit the sirens alert here because look what we're doing on CCL. If you guys want to talk about a name that is really driving my net today, CCL with a monster winner to the downside, man. We talked about this. This is all over the sticky notes. So CCL continues to be one of those names here for me. Nice little move to the downside, but there it is. Let's go Amazon a little bit. The market is retracing back up, so we are a little nervous about Amazon into the short, but we have it here at 53s, so that's where we're short at, right at this price. We're going to give it up to 123.50 or so here for Amazon. Let's just keep riding that short and see where we go. What's up, Brand?
Early mover, Visionary Education Technology, which is VEDU, picking up this Greg's International Academy, Chinese education company. So VEDU, huge volume to the upside here.
Yo, shout out to
moves.
Greg, man. What's up, Greg?
Greg, our trading floor manager here on the floor. That's why we shout out the name every now and then. VDU making some moves there. I wanted to go back over to, we haven't talked any crypto names at all today.
Amazon.
By the way, I did get into Netflix. That's starting to curl. But Coinbase, if you want to find some strength, Coinbase is still breaking out. 75, big level at 75 on Coinbase if you are in that long side of the trade. I still am favoring the short side. That's why I'm going to sit there and continue to get into them. We just got Netflix. I'll take some out if we cannot hold this 214 area and start rinsing and repeating the same way I'm trying to do in Peloton.
Guys, I mean, let's go. We just talked about this. We'll go WTF on Amazon. That seems like it was a decent idea for now. So we're cashing out a little bit this into the 30s. It's only 20 cents, but like I said, we will try to hold on to some of this into the downside, especially if this market does crack lower, which it's trying to. We're at 122.15 right now to take another bid on this name. And there it is. Bang, man. We are on one again today, man. Back-to-back jacks here for us. The only trade that we're going to lose on today is going to be Ford. And yeah, about that, Ford. Get going, buddy. You can do that. Get going back up to the upside. We may not average in too much to this trade, man. I don't need to lose on a long here when I've sort of called the market to the downside. But that's a good out for Amazon. And again, we're out of 40% of it. Who knows where it's going to go, but I feel like it's going to go to the downside here. It's got to break this 121.70. I mean, if it doesn't do that, let's just take out one more piece in the teens if we can. Low teens right now, and then we'll hold half. So we're still in 60%. We could take out another piece, try to hold half of this one. Back into the downside for Amazon. There it is. Let's go. Give me that low teen here. Come on, give me that. Yeah, buddy. There it is right there. It's a hot dog kind of day for us as we grab that trade again. CCL worked, man. We just got some out in the 40s on CCL. We're not, well, you know, we're still in about a third of this CCL trade.
And just so you guys realize, when the market is sitting there on these like lows or trying to bounce off the lows, Tesla up 5% and screaming towards 800. This is why the market's holding up as well as it is. It's actually being dragged up by Tesla here. If Tesla fails into these levels, gets back to VWAP and pulls back down, this is why I still like the short side of the trade. Anytime you have just one name pulling you up like this, I feel like if it gives it up even a little bit, we're going to get some big winners. And again, if you like to short in a name and it's still giving you your levels, just rinse and repeat. It's the third time, hopefully, I don't want to say third time a charm, but I got to get more aggressive on Peloton. I've been waiting for like 70s, 11 to 70. Like, that's ridiculous. I'm now taking some 85s in addition to 70s and then down to 50s for Peloton. Just have to be able to do that. Just rang the register on some Netflix as well, so we'll power that one as it starts to head to the downside. AMD just broke that 89 level, so the next few minutes, in like 15 minutes or so, or 5 minutes, critical for AMD if it can't hold up there. Watch out for Tesla, man. This market can still absolutely fail if Tesla starts to head to the downside. You are now breaking support on the ES. These shorts should start to come in rather nicely. Netflix, I will reload if I can get it anywhere from 15 to 16. I have a 16 offer from before, but I'll take 15s as well. I still believe in the shorts in this market.
Let's go. Look at Amazon right now, 75 cents in the money. Yeah, believe in the shorts for sure here today. And it's just too bad because we should still be short Microsoft. But Microsoft's at 260. So this is a name that we can reload on, man. But this Amazon short really printing for us now. So happy with the way this trade's working out for us. Obviously not happy with Ford. We can continue to talk about that one. Microsoft, let's have one more quick look at this. I think that you could fade this into that 260 one more time. It's bounced off there a couple times. That's where that 50 period is. So I am going to put an offer now around that 259.80 or so mark here for Microsoft. Or here it is. It's right here. We could take a few shares right now. Let's go. There we go. So we are now into the short, back into the short on Microsoft just to see where this wants to work. So I feel like we're going to have a good little trade here for Microsoft against that 260. Let's hold the short, but not too long, man. We have that look, we did this yesterday, and we're not going to continue to do it, right? So if Microsoft wants to go up to that 263, then we can dump this if we're going to be wrong. So let's keep that in mind. If anything goes sour here for Microsoft on this long, we're going to have to find an out. So I'm going to do that in a minute. But right now, Amazon just absolutely collapsing. The biggest win for me today. We hit the same thing again. I don't know why, but Amazon now $1 in the money. And there goes Softy. Your boy just put on Softy. There's 30 cents, Sharif. Hope you had that one as well. Let's go to the downside. Microsoft, Amazon. Your boy one more time, Brendan. We on one again. The carnival's open. The casino's open. And I should be banned. What's up, Brendan?
Just saw Blue Apron back to the upside, up 10% here this morning. Benchmark starting with a buy after market yesterday, but huge volume coming back in through 350 for APRN again.
All right, all right.
Oh, yeah, I remember you, Blue Apron. By the way, UAL, which we got out of, it looks like it's bounced pretty significantly. So there's going to be a chance for that fade to get back into this one to the short side. I'm looking for those pre-market lows here, like 38.60, 38.80, somewhere in that range where we're taking our first out. But paying yourself when it gets to support is always going to make a little bit of sense to me. And you're going to go back over. I said it'd be critical for Tesla and then AMD. So AMD holding that 879, and you're still holding the top end of the range for Tesla. So for now, you are still finding some support. For the longs, the only one I got is Ford. It still has not managed to break below these lows, which is crazy. It feels like it's absolutely inevitable that it's going to do so. When it does, I'll be out of it. Alibaba, this one I'm waiting for 107. I just said this in the chat. If you stop out that 105.50, I was able to get some out for profit. Once it stops that out, 107 is my next level up. It has been for the entire week. 107 is what I will wait for. Brendan, I believe again.
A few people circulating a note suggesting Bill Ackman, guys, could be eyeing this one. PayPal just popping up on a volume spike there.
Booyah, yeah, that's a good one, man. I like that. As a PayPal shareholder right now. Okay, Microsoft, we got out, but we're still in this one. If it can bounce, that's fine. But it is starting to break. Remember the 50 period here on the NASDAQ? If that's going to go to the upside, then yeah, we don't really want to be in any of these trades. So let's get it out another piece here in the 90s if we can for Softy, and then watch to see what happens next on this name. Because again, we're back above. We're starting to break higher. The name that I want to the long side is Apple. So if Apple wants to be the one to go, then let's see where that one wants to go now. Breaking off that 153.75 level. I don't know. Again, like this market is going to be a tricky one to trade. That's for sure. It seems like that's going to be like what it is today. We haven't looked at Tesla, but if there's going to be a long in this board, I really think that we have to look here at Apple. So 153, a nice move. It's double the market right now. But again, it's still bouncing around. So I'm not ready to commit to anything long right now. I mean, we still got the Amazon short. We've rang the register. I only have 20% left, 30% left of this name right now as well. So let's see if it can come through here. Again, I like Apple and I like CCL. I like all these names. It's just the market right now is a little tipsy-turvy here. I'm trying to figure out where it wants to go. So into that name, Amazon still short, and I like it up to that 123.50 area. So we are willing to reload this one for sure.
I got my Peloton stock 5 cents away from this high right now. So right now you're looking at 16s. It's at 21s. I just reloaded in front. I had that offer sitting at 11.10 or 11.09, sorry, pretty much the entire time. But my stop is just above by about 5 cents above that current high of the day. If we get stopped out, I don't really have a reload level for this because you're in the middle of air, right? Like this is not like Alibaba where I'm going back to 107. If we get through this price, I'm gone. Like that's it. Like it's actually almost I have to evaluate this for a breakout. The other direction, because when I look at this again, like that actually sets up a little bit for a breakout style trade through that level. And I hadn't been thinking breakout on Peloton, but if you look at this, it's a 50 period. That's a pretty significant price level as well. Netflix, I'm about 50 cents above that high of the day as well. And like I said, Bob, I'm going to be very, very patient waiting for that 107 level. But you got to keep watching out for Tesla here. Like this, the strength that we're getting off the bottom. Like to say this is all Tesla in the semis, it kind of is. Like you're holding the lows on AMD, which is basically flat, but Tesla refuses to break VWAP after it rejected 788. This looks like it's headed to 800, and I get, 800 is one of those levels where it's even. I'm probably going to try that 99 notion for the short side of the trade, but when that happens, it's a hard stop at 800 for me if it does get up to that price. I'm not trying to hold it through, Brennan.
Snapchat guys on deck tonight, obviously earnings aftermarket, but to the upside today. Deutsche Bank, though, price target cut coming through this morning, but just had a day high alert there for Snap.
All right, yeah, Snapchat. I mean, that's a pretty interesting name, man. I mean, we like Snapchat here for sure. So let's just see where that name wants to go now moving forward with Snapchat. I like that Bill Ackman news with PayPal. Let's go over and have a quick look at that one real quick here. I'm just getting out for losers here on Ford because.
Oh, guys, watch out watch out for tough builds here. I was still in a piece of this tough build. It just rejected the breakout. Huge wick off candle. Ooh, I hate when that happens. Sorry, I'm going to let me get out. Get out first and then do it. Sorry, guys. Why is this not filling? Gimme. There we go. So Tough Built just put this wick off candle again at 550 with a huge dump that just came in. I'm going to take this one out flat. If it does hold support here at 520, then there's going to be a chance to get back into the consolidation. But that was completely insane. Like anytime I see that, it usually gives me those feels like it's about to pull a dump back into 480 to 550. And I'd be short. If I was flat, I'd be shorting this at 550. So if I'm long a stock and it gives me a short setup, I'm getting out of my long in that situation. But that was kind of a crazy one for Tough Built. Netflix stopped out through the high of the day, so unfortunately we're able to get a little bit out for the win. I might have the top wick here in Netflix, but I'll let it settle down. It has to hold below 217 for me to like it. Peloton's managing to hold out, and I keep talking about AMD not breaking the channel. Look at this 89. It is just powering off of this level every single time. It cannot seem to break the 50 period on the daily, but it's not taking out the top yet. This is what I mean by I needed to trade below this price, reject this price, and get below, and to believe that the sellers have actually won on this stock. And again, part of the reason why this market is holding up as well as it is off these lows.
Yeah. Okay. Ford is actually starting to come back a little bit right now, so I think that we should probably have a quick look at this. We still are in that Microsoft short, which is working, but not so much. Amazon. Ooh, Amazon came back up here. Okay, just realizing that right now. Let's take on another piece on here for Amazon. But look at the market. The market's starting to scream a little bit higher here, so it's not. I'm not super surprised here if Amazon does test some of those levels. But again, we don't want to. Apple's bringing it back down a little bit here, this market, but Amazon has that 123 area that I really like. So I feel like this is going to be a good short. Let's take another piece here at 62 if we can get it there. There it is. We got that 62 level. So hopefully Amazon will fade back down for us. Where did it start bouncing around? Teens again, right? So like 122, 30s, 120. I'm just kind of layering some orders back down in here, as you can see here, putting some orders out. So let's see if it can come back and then try to respect this 123 flat level here. On Amazon. There goes Microsoft down in the money now, 25 cents. So this short's been pretty good for us all day here today. What's up, Bren?
Rivian moving, guys, on this note. Finally, some progress on this Amazon deal. 100 cities about to get electric delivery vehicles. They're saying by the end of this year. So that's Teladoc, but have a look at Rivian moving higher.
All right.
I was about to look at Lucid, but yeah, Rivian as well. Why not? Lucid is making a push back towards its high of the day. It's back above that $21 level, which is so key. Oh, we have Rivian's way stronger, obviously, off that news, and it's made its breakout. So yeah, it's back. This is actually above that 33.50 area. So watch out for that break. I think this could drag Lucid with it with the strength that Tesla's been showing. I'm going to look at that Lucid long. I did prefer Lucid on the chart, and certainly Rivian is just dragging it higher. I hate jumping into something that I wasn't planning on playing, but you see that strength in Rivian, you can't really ignore it. Lucid, this is a top break that I'm looking at right here. It did flush, but it manages to hold some support as the market tries to scream into the upside. I'm now back into UAL, by the way, on that pop, so I'm still shorting UAL, back into that move. It is one of those names that reported this was the AAL and UAL. UAL got the worst of it. Already made a $1.50 move to the downside. Now it's trying to play the retrace.
Yeah, the headline killer is here. What's up? Shout out to Brandon right there. As we just punched long Rivian because we wanted that 30. We talked about that 33.50 level, right? So there it is. There's the break, man. And yeah, we're making that bank again here on Rivian as that rips up into the money. Now 30 plus cents on RIVN here, starting to make that move back to the north side for Rivian. So let's see what happens at 34. We are long this name right now, Rivian. I like it. So let's see where we can go from here. Like we said on RIVN, hopefully to the upside we go on Rivian, breaking through 34. So another level to look at there on Rivian. But okay, just a quick little update. We did not get out of anything on Ford there because we were looking at Amazon. I think we probably should as Ford is starting to bounce back up. We could take piece. Oh, there we go. I mean, it just rips through 80 there as I put an offer out. Let's see if we can get some 82s. And again, just a name that we're going to test out here on Rivian. So on Ford. We already tested that bottom. It didn't really work out. Will be our loser here for today. Okay, here goes, whoops, that's CCL. Amazon. Amazon is taking out some of these levels back up to that 123 area. So I'm going to go short again here at 85 and see what we can do here on that. So we just punched that short. Now we'll see about it going to the bottom. What's up as we go on the socials right now? Shout out to Liz. Let's go to the downside here on this market. Rivian, a nice move upside. Amazon into the short now. Re-engage new position on Amazon.
Yeah, and re-engaged on a couple of things there. Well, I could re-engage UAL and now just got into Lucid on that bit of a break to the upside. Always going to check out Tesla just to make sure it's still strong. It's still TSLA, last I checked. I know what the symbol is. And it is still testing towards the high end. It hasn't gotten to that $800 level yet, but it does feel like it's getting a little bit inevitable. Lots of room to still go for Tesla as it runs. I'm going to check out NVIDIA to see if it's doing something other than what I'm seeing on AMD, because the more this coils, and I'm talking about AMD, the more I feel like it's going to make a monster move. And it's exactly the same thing. NVIDIA also holding inside of this trend. If we break either direction here, it almost doesn't matter which direction these two chip makers break. It's going to be absolute gold. Peloton, by the way, starting to work back into the downside. It does not take out that stop, but it's still above $11. So I got very greedy with this stock and wasn't very aggressive, taking shares in the 70 and 80 range. We break 11. I'll rectify that problem the next time around, guys. But this market starting to try to test back upside. Remember, we're still below those highs by quite a bit. So you still have some overhead resistance on both the ES and the NASDAQ.
Yeah, for sure. As we get some more out on Ford, Microsoft. Okay, so this is a name here that we have to now start to look at because it is starting to go back up to the high side. Look, a break of 261, we're going to get out of this short because then it's just going to be wrong. We don't have very many shares on this, so. But it's going to be, we're going to have enough by the time it gets up there. We're trying to be patient, so you're going to see my average price change quite a bit here as we go back up to the upside for this name, because I do want to, like I said, I do want to get an averaged in price here. We'll wait in the 70s in case this thing does rip up too much more than that, but that's going to be a good level for us coming through now on Amazon, on Microsoft. We already have the Amazon short, so I'm just like resting in these shorts. Rivian, definitely, man, that was a good one. We're on one on Rivian. This is going to be a #1 stock again. Off that news by Amazon and Rivian. Nice move to the upside. And it's funny because I said that. Remember, I was like, you got to always look at Rivian because they have that Amazon angle to it. So there it comes, like as stated, comes right out with that news, and it's a big one for us there on Rivian today. A pretty clean trade, and that's a one-in killer right there for you there on Rivian. CCL's come back to the upside right now. So this is a name that we could look at one more time for the short, but we've already taken a decent amount of profit out on this one. But you are coming back up to 975. So let's try a reshort into CCL. We'll be wrong if it takes down 980, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I never got my fills on CCL, and it's sometimes you have to ask yourself, are you even going to get the price you want? So I'm probably not going to get those 990s. It might just have to be shorting off the 85 area instead. Like I said, the reload in Peloton starting to work out. I took some shares out at VWAP this time. Lucid in the midst of a break, I should say, as well. It's trying to get through the upside. I'm giving this one back into that 21 area. I'm willing to reload off VWAP. I think you put a wipeout bottom. You have the entire space looking strong. So I have to at least give it back into that support level. Reestablished there a little bit at that 21 level for Lucid, being dragged by both Tesla and Rivian. Yeah. Brendan is at the big screen. Time to see what's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. There's a leading indicator number about to come out here at 10 o'clock. Hasn't yet, but we'll see if it does move the market a little bit. Basically flat right now for the S&P, ahead of that 0.04 to the upside, the Dow to the downside, 0.25%. You can see the Russell back to the downside today. The NASDAQ, 0.25% higher. Remember, the Russell 2000 has been the one providing a bit of strength overall this week, but 0.75 downside today. Let's have a look at AAL. Yeah, huge flush to the downside off of earnings at the open, not only off of the open, but off of that earnings report aftermarket yesterday. Lucid here as well, trying to test day highs, trying to test these Tesla earnings highs from aftermarket yesterday, guys.
Ooh, I like that term, Tesla earnings highs.
I like it too.
It matters, right? Like sometimes we talk about the Fed highs, Fed rate highs, but that matters as well. So those earnings highs going to be a big key, not just for Tesla, but for Lucid, for Rivian as well. Shopify, thank you guys, best community in the planet. Talking about Shop, missed this one, up 4%, breaking out. It just took $40, and it's a break since 39, but it just took 40 even. This is another one screaming to the upside. If we start getting through highs of the day, you could have another one of these crazy moves, because you put in wipeout bottoms on a lot of these stocks. That's like wiping out stops and then running to the top side. So when that happens, you can get jailbreaks. So watch out for these jailbreaks. Peloton could do that. I'm still in the Peloton short. I've rinsed and repeated it a few times. We get through that high, and there's so much room to run in either direction. We talked about that for AMD and the chips. That's very true of some of these beaten up stay-at-home names, or whatever you want to call them. overly expensive PE names, whatever you call these guys. They're all in that same group. Lucid finally starting to show some follow through in that move. But yeah, the Tesla aftermarket high has been a little bit of trouble for Lucid here, but it got dragged up and helped by Rivian. So thankfully, I was looking at this one, so I didn't punch into Rivian, but Sean's got that one for you guys. I got Lucid. It's trying to take out this 2170 top that it made yesterday. Let's see if we can't get through the upside on both Tesla and Rivian and Lucid. They all need to go here, and Tesla is now chewing toward that 800 level, guys. This is what we want to see have happen. It's been dragging the market to the upside. Let's see if it can actually follow through. Somehow, BABA has not filled.
Oh, Microsoft went up. That's what it was.
But okay. I was going to say, somehow BABA didn't get to 107 in all this frenzy, but that's the only price I want to short in Alibaba. It is at 107, so if it's not there, then I'm not taking this short. As much as it looks really appealing at these levels, you've had to wait pretty much for that 107 almost on a dime. In fact, sometimes even breaking it by a few pennies.
Yeah, wow, Microsoft, a big move to the upside. Meanwhile, I was just literally watching Amazon here because, wow, Amazon, what exactly is happening? I'm crushing Rivian. We just took we just got some out at 34.60 there. We're long 33.60, so $1 there. But what's been really interesting is what's been happening on Amazon. Amazon's just back and forth here. We just got a 40 fill there as it came back down, and then it rips right back up to these levels again. So, I don't really know. I'm going to keep reloading this around 123, but for right now, yeah, a very interesting name here for me anyways on this front as far as Amazon is concerned, because it's dancing around a little bit here. Ford did make a nice move back to the upside, so that's going to be a good one for us. What else to look at? AMC was a mistake. This trade, I don't know what happened. I got in and got out, but we do like Amazon or AMC down here at 60 or so. So this could be a name that I re-engage in pretty quickly here for you guys on for AMC. Win is moving to the upside here. Meta's down today, which is pretty interesting. We can look at that. That's that Shopify 4% move. That's really nice. Snapchat is at 16 again here today, so that's starting to move around a little bit here today. Brandon brought that to us up to $16, so that's always a pretty key level coming through for Snapchat. Let's see what it looks like on a daily chart. Yeah, it's starting to break up a little bit more here on Snapchat, so watch out. I remember these guys in Facebook. Facebook came out, got murdered, and then the very next day Snapchat was great, but Snapchat looking for earnings to come through. 1626 is that high today. I kind of like it if it breaks higher than that.
Oh, thank you, Wissam, for the super chat there. No problem talking about Zila there. Thank you for the super chat. Zila, look, it's done fantastic volume, 100 million shares. But what I love about this, you'll see a wick off top, and usually that's failed to break the high, and it's going to turn into a short. But look what happened when it made that move. It then did not even capitulate. It actually ends up holding a higher low and above the afternoon resistance level. So you're still in the midst of a bit of a breakout on the daily. Yes, you have that 50 period, and we talked about that the last time it got up here. You're setting up for, what was the long that I had back in the beginning of the week? It was a 16.5 long that could not take out 18. Well, it's setting back up for about the same thing. 16 and a half
Microsoft
into about that 18. It's about a 10% style move. That wick off top doesn't really matter when you then end up holding support.
Oh man, that Microsoft wick off top is brutal for me. It's not even a wick off top. I mean, it just got going for some reason. I don't know why. Now look where we're at, man. 259. We were short 260.80 or something like that here on Microsoft, and look where that name is right now. So yeah, not a great little look here for Softy as it's starting to come back down. But look what else is ringing the Reggie right now. Big time is Amazon. This has been the short call that I've been waiting for and been on this whole time. So far so good here on this one as we continue to the downside now with Amazon, man. 122 and change. Good call out on there. And look at this reload, guys, for you on CCL. A bunch of reloads up here at that 75. So now we start to get banked out right now as this market goes red, and we like it. We like it a lot now to the downside. 85 cents now in the money. Let's go. This is what happens. We said this over and over again. You have to believe, right? Microsoft, we tried to believe. It went $2 upside. But look at Amazon, man. Down here to 122 flat now. I was just saying, something's going on with Amazon up there. Here we go. Yes, sir. There's the dollar right there as Amazon failing to move higher here off that 123 level that we pegged for you early. So good trade there, and I think we can hold the rest and see if we're going to be right on this monster to the downside. And then again, another sticky note name coming through right now. Hey, let's just sit on the bid, baby. Why not? there it goes out to the upside. Maybe that's why not. I should have punched them out there. But here it comes. CCL up to 64 again. Nice little move to the downside. We're short 72. We're at our highest spot we've been at all day right now, guys.
And back to the well with what's working, right? Like, that's what you got to do. Like, some stops got run and they were invalid, those shorts again, but not in UAL, not in Peloton just yet. So I was just able to get a refill on UAL right up around where we're taking our initial entries, right in our pocket, guys, right in that 38.50 up into the low 39s. I just took some out a little bit low where we had our first out last time, which is 38.40s, and I'm sitting in front of the bid at 38, which I wasn't doing last time, and then 37.50. I'm going to maintain that as the overall target. Still looks relatively weak. Lucid did I have a trail out in Lucid? Yeah, I did. It looks like I got wicked out on Lucid a little bit there. Yeah, I threw a trail on Lucid as the market started to fail. Maybe a bit of a mistake, and it looks like it's still powering to that upside. I still feel like this market has not decided. We are basically now holding a lower high in the NASDAQ. So I'm still favoring some of these shorts because it feels like we're overall weak, with the exception of what's dragging us higher, and that's going to be Tesla. So I'm cautious with topside breaks. If you have a long off support or long at a really good price, fair enough. But if you're buying highs, I'm a little bit cautious. If Tesla were to start to turn here, we're in a little bit of trouble. And the other barometer I'm looking at, that AMD, still in the middle of the pocket. It's now 10 o'clock. We always say, hey, sometimes you calm down, wait to see after 10 o'clock what's still valid. What I'm looking for in AMD still hasn't happened. There is no chance we're above 90. We get there for like 3 seconds, then we reject it. We get below 89 for 3 seconds, then we reject that. Just need to pick a direction, AMD. You could be scalping this inside of the dollar, but that was never really part of my plan there, guys. Brendan?
Another earnings name, guys. Philip Morris moving around here this morning, having a pretty good day, up significantly after a beat and a full year profit forecast raise. So 5% here for PM today.
All right. Yeah, but Neil's talking about Shopify there. I haven't really looked at it, so...
It's back right now.
Yeah.
It's just back and forth at this 40 level. It does feel like it's gearing up for a bit of a move. Like, it's one of the stronger names here, but if this market takes out the low, that's exactly like if you get like a 39.90 short as the market's taking out the low, your risk is 30 to 40 cents, and the stock could be back at 38. Like, the risk reward gets really appealing. That's why I keep taking the shots at Peloton here, even though it's setting up like it wants to break out. And it's been pretty solid. I just haven't been very aggressive in taking out the shorts. And that's a mistake. I should have been more aggressive down in the 70s and 80s. It did feel like we were capitulating. It's not nearly as good as the UAL short or maybe the CCL short, but that travel space getting absolutely demolished, guys. And always going to keep an eye on Tesla. It is creeping higher. That 800 could be incoming. All it's going to take is one break of the high of the day, and then you're likely to see that 800 print. So I can't really get too far away from it if I want to be playing that 800 level on Tesla.
Yeah, so I'm really glad that we were able to dump out of a lot of our shares here on Ford, again, at that 80, 85 level. So we're just holding a little piece here so we can watch it go back, hopefully, to the upside now on Ford. But yeah, we're waiting for that 1250 like we talked about there. That bottom was 68. I know, Neil, you had a bottom. You had a good bottom on Ford, I think, right, at one point? But Ford's... you have 88. We're in the same. We're in the same boat. My bad. Yeah,
it hasn't run the stops.
Yeah, I thought one of us had that, but we don't. So that's okay. We're fine with it. No problem. We'll wait for Ford. We'll wait for that. That's obviously what both of us are doing now. Hopefully it can come back down into a level. Oh, Microsoft is really starting to bug me now because we did have that short. It is going to be a loser on my board today, which sucks because we had that at 261 and then we got out at 261. So that offers 260, 260.80, and then that out is at 261. So it's only a small hit. It's really no moss for us on that one. But like, honestly, damn, that should be $1 plus in the money, and that would have made my day single-handedly right there. No, I mean, it wouldn't have, but we would have really liked to have that trade on board. What is making it is, of course, Amazon. We have been getting lesser here on CCL as, you know, we did take advantage of that move down. And right now, because we're just short at 72, like, I'm really kind of in scalp mode now for this. We'll see if it takes out 81 high there is what I'm thinking where we could go on that, but still some more moves. Rivian back up to that dollar spot again off that reload down there. So, you know, too busy with Amazon reloading, looking at CCL, but Rivian has been really the king for today as that name just continues to march back up to the upside. That is Rivian. Check out Roblox right now. That was a great dip buy there. Anybody that was long Roblox, you know, back in the 20s, 30s, there's a few names like that, but this is the one name that continues to work, man, every day. My chart's not not loading for Roblox right now on the daily, but trust me when I tell you, this was a $25 name up to 42. I like the pressure in Roblox. I also like it, man, and pressure bust pipes, and right now, Amazon getting piped to the downside right now. There's that 123 level that we liked, and here it comes back in. So Amazon right now $1 in the money on this name, $1 in the money on Rivian, and CCL just kind of chilling. We need to find some more names.
You know what? I'm aborting the reverse long on Peloton. I'm going to tell you guys why. Like, I like that when the market was looking strong, but then it came back up. Adhere to my stop. I'm going to get out. Wasn't aggressive of taking profit, but you're getting higher lows. This is why I did favor the breakout. However, you're on the low of the day. When we're sitting on the lows, it's not a time I like to take a breakout. So I'm just going to get away from the stock, stick to what is still valid in terms of the levels and the setups that I like. There's no need to turn this into an absolute mess, right? Like the short was good until it was not. And maybe the long is a good breakout from here. I just rather not be taking it when the market's on the lows. If it breaks the lows, what am I going to be thinking? I'm going to be thinking about reestablishing below this price and shorting around 11.10 where we were before. So this is my analysis. You don't have to go by anything like that. Like, again, this is just my preference. It does set up on the chart. It does look like a long break on Peloton. When you look at the daily chart, when you look at the 15, when I see the market on the bottom and continually testing these lows, I still see that as a valid short, and I'm looking for a failed break. So I'm out of that long trade. I did reverse. I end up basically flat on that long, but I just don't like it. I still like UAL. The travel names had been relatively weak. They've been consistently working to the downside, so that reload is perfectly fine. Ford doesn't seem to want to stop out those bottoms for whatever reason. If that's just the way that it wants to play it, then that's all we can do is sit there and hold on to it. I ignored Tough Built for a little bit after it put out that wick off bottom. But maybe I panicked on this because I got out of it when it put in this huge sell candle, and then it's actually managed to hold up pretty well here. Not well enough that I'm going to jump back into that long, but it is, the longer it holds VWAP well above that 5 level, right around this 520, then that breakout is still looking pretty valid. I think it just shook a lot of people out here, myself included. It wasn't a losing trade in the long, but it only gave you the quarter into the 50 move. So it wasn't a huge move on Tough Built, and now it feels like it is trying to go again. And when you shake out a bunch of longs like that, that means there's less people on the offer if it goes up a second time, because a lot of people have given up on this. Maybe I did a little bit too early on Tough Built.
Guys, I mean, I called, if you remember, at 8:45, I called the short today. We were up 0.5%, so there's a percent in your blotter there for that move. If you had that move short, we should have just shorted the Qs and then channeled our inner Arun on that one, because we nailed that short call today for you guys. Definitely nailed that short call. Look what's happening to CCL to the downside right now. That's making a move here, so that's going to be a great one. And then Amazon, look what's happening right now. $1.23 now in the money as Amazon's taking back some of those lows. So, you know, we only have that 20% left, but we're going to try to hold it. We should have held the whole damn thing. I always say that and don't do it, but right now, here goes Amazon. Hopefully we can, watch out for this one to the upside now. I don't think so. So let's hold on to Amazon, see if we can get something going now with this name, AMZN, to the upside. It looks like not. We're going to hold on to this and see where we go on Amazon, guys.
Yeah, and it looks like it might have been, we'll see. Maybe we're right about not getting that long or not holding on to that long breakout. This is what I was sort of fearing on Peloton. Like, you get the wick off top, and then I'll just be looking to re-engage in the short because you have a failed breakout to the high side. And this is, and again, like, sometimes you don't want to get into that game of reversing your opinion on something, but when I look over, it's like I preferred the short on the stock when I came and sat down, and the market is breaking the lows or attempting to break the lows. So I just rather stick with that side of the trade. It could end up being wrong, and we could reestablish the high. I know where my stop is going to be. It's at that high of the day, so I'll work 15s to 20s and try to risk 10 to 15 cents. And if that ends up being a shakeout, then I'll end up having the top once again. So I'm going to stick with these. Somehow Ford is still not. Oh yeah, it's 65 is where my stop is. It still hasn't stopped out there over there in Ford. And as I look at this, I'm going to get to Brendan in a quick second. Top wick on Netflix, right? I adhere to my stop out, and then it looks like it's done that same thing. This is what I'm hoping to avoid here on Peloton. I'm jumping back into Peloton, which if I had done the same thing with Netflix in this weak market, that would have been a winning trade. So let's see if Peloton goes to the downside. Brendo, you got something for us.
Another one we mentioned with Luis this morning, guys. SIDU moving around here on this note this morning. More collab with NASA, it would look like, on the fabricating side of things. But SIDU just saw to the downside there on sell volume for that one.
get the rebates back in.
Sidhu.
Yeah, Sidhu, always a nice little name there. I'm really beside myself still because of some of these moves happening. Look at Apple. We called Apple down to 152. Now, this could be a level to look a little long. I just don't know if we like the long yet today, so that's why I kind of cautious this play here for me on that name. So Apple down here, let's just do a little bit more look at this because I liked it for a reason, and I don't want to like just abandon it. There it is right there. 152 was yesterday's bottom. Looks like that came in again today. So, I mean, we still are. We're 80 cents in the money. We're doing really well here on Amazon. We're doing really well on the CCL short. We had the Rivian banger long. We have Ford that's just stuck here doing absolutely nothing. So Ford might be a play, but Amazon to the short side. I'm looking at Apple long here, 152, just to test it. So let's put on some bids here for Apple just to see where we're going to go. Let's hold on to our Amazon because, and then put on an Apple long here around 152 and see where we can go from there. We're going to ignore the CCL. I mean, they had that raise, that debt offering there, and it's going to be a nice trade for us today, one of my top ones, and it's, of course, on the sticky note. So was that Microsoft short. I'm still beside myself on that one, that we don't have that. So we're going to go back to that well, but I am going to go long on, I missed that, man. We should have had that Apple 152. We talked about it and gave it to you, but didn't do much about it. So Apple down there at 152. I really looked at it and should have pushed a button, but we didn't. The market was cranking lower. So that's that play, but Amazon right now, a nice little move to the downside.
Yeah, it's going to happen sometimes. And by the way, watch out for Tesla here.
30.
Tesla is still, I'm going to do this because I was just about to make a move on UAL there. But Tesla's still testing to that high of the day. We just broke the low on the ES. The NASDAQ just held the low. Tesla's still dragging us up. And I think this is still going to be the valid way to approach this market. If Tesla is holding the top side of the range, if the chip names are still holding up, then what I see is a market which is not going to break in either direction. And you got to start playing range bound. So if you like it, if you like the long and it hasn't broken support, somehow Ford has managed to do that, then just continue to go with it. If you like the short, it's the same thing. If your resistance levels are valid, and as I say that, I go back to another one which has been good last couple of days. If I had just broken my rules and gotten into BABA early, it would have worked. But two things can happen here. One, you do that, it works for you. The next time you break your rules and it doesn't work for you, and you've been paid off for doing the wrong thing, you're just going to do it again, right? So don't pay yourself off for doing the wrong thing. I'm not going to make that mistake. But that 105 level could reestablish. It hasn't happened just yet, but if it reestablishes lower and the market takes lows, then I will still like to short at that price. For now, I'm going to wait for 107 Alibaba. Not going to force the action over there in BABA. Ford is just teetering. I mean, just absolutely teetering this whole time, and it's still on the New York. Last I checked, there we go. Still teetering. It just, you cannot seem to break below the 65er. If you look at this, it was kind of a pivot price. It's just bouncing off of this. I have like one entry and I've been sitting with a stop at 65 pretty much for the entire morning. That has felt like it was going to run the entire morning, and it just has not happened. UAL just got back down toward those lows. It's having some trouble getting through that bottom of the channel where we had our target. I'll just zoom out for you guys as well. I was going to try to show you. It has had some trouble. It gets to these chop levels, this 37.5 into 38, and it starts to snap back into the upside. So I have taken profit in front of 38. Feels like this is wanting to make a bottom in this range here. So it's getting a little bit more shallow, like you had much more follow through at 930 because you have more volatility at that time. But I'm going to hang on to a piece just to see if we can actually break those lows, because the market still feeling a little bit weak here. I want to be sitting in something that's relatively weak if I can. I don't have a good long that I love to be able to sit in case it goes to the upside, but I'm still hunting for one. Lucid was okay, but I gave it up a bit early.
Okay, so I was just looking here at Amazon, and honestly, that's Microsoft. We're getting shorter in Microsoft here as well at 260 as that bounces back. Look at the market hovering right now. What I want to talk about quickly, though, was Amazon, just real quick, because I'm going to take it one more time, but I'm going to take it with less shares. So if we do come up one more time here into the 80s, something like that, we'll take it, and then we're going to get out if it breaks through 123, but we got to be careful with it, right? So 123 break there on Amazon is what we're going to look for, but we are trying to get back into that short. And by the way, there it is, man. Thank you, Microsoft, for that gift, because we're going to get some out right there at 50. Bang, right there at 50 for Microsoft. We wanted that reload. It came through, and there it is. He shoots, he scores on that Microsoft reload down there for another 50-cent win there on Softy against that 260. We talked about why we like that. We think the market's going to be weak, and there goes Microsoft right now back down in. So let's see if we can hold this, man. We've got Amazon short. We've got CCL Intel short. We've got Microsoft short, Rivian, and Ford. Let me know if we're ready. I just saw Brendan maybe just got a fill. He ran back to his desk. So we are going to go for small cap recap. He said, yeah. So let's go over to Brendan at the big screen with our small cap recap.
Just wanted to confirm something, guys. Biden apparently positive for COVID, so that just came across. So Joe Biden has COVID. Yeah, small cap recap brought to you by Forex Tester, guys. Thanks so much to Forex Tester for coming on this week. Check them out. QR code at the bottom. They design and develop very intricate and intricated backtesting software so you can test your strategy very, very quickly. Check them out. QR code on the screen right now. ADXN, wanted to talk about two. This shows pre-market and aftermarket data, so that's why there's a candle there. But if you go to just a regular session, there's a huge gap level at 2 even. So just rejected very hard off of 2. So watch that for ADXN. Still keeping my eye on that. TBLT as well, coming back in. Unfortunately, I tried the long again, but going to give it to this support level from the pre-market. But we'll see. For TBLT, interest seems to be moving to other things at this point. But yeah, that's maybe market moving news there, guys. Biden with COVID.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like where the angle is on that.
I don't know how much
I mean, obviously, political uncertainty and stuff like that. I mean, you know, not to talk about, you know, age, because I'm not a spring chicken or anything like that. But you know, that's the problem.
comparatively though.
You know, but when you're talking, or comparatively, yeah, thanks. So hopefully about half the age of Joe Biden there. But no, I was just talking about it from a more of a medical standpoint. Obviously, the older you are, the higher the risk, I guess, to extreme.
Bad joke by me.
Yeah, exactly. But extreme. Well, I don't know if it's a bad joke or not, but yeah, very serious, obviously, for everybody. We wish Joe Biden the best moving forward with that, but I'm sure he'll be fine. The best doctors in the world, obviously, there in the U.S. So, okay, CC, I mean, I'm trying to do some more damage here. Microsoft is really the one. Ring the Reggie right now. Let's go. Let's
Tesla's
hit this.
Dropping. Watch
yeah,
out.
Tesla's dropping as well. So let's go over to that. Did that hit 800 yet?
No, it got to 7. Come on, Tesla. It got to 700 and then just pulled back. That's about the second time it's made a big significant sell move there off of 690. It did so like right away at about 935, 936, and just put another one in there. This is what I mean about this is holding the market to the upside. I'm watching AMD, and AMD's now starting to climb below that 89 price. Like it's been holding below for like the last like 30 seconds or so. Now it feels like we could be rolling over. So I'm likely to start a position in AMD. I want to be adding to it in front of VWAP, but this is what I wanted to see have happen. It's a real rejection of that bid at 89. It's also the 50-period moving average. If you're just tuning in right now, you also have been trying to break the 50-period on AMD. So a pretty significant price that it's been sitting at all morning long. And now finally holding below it, which could have us choosing a direction. But Tesla's still holding most of the market up on its own. It's been doing yeoman's work for most of this morning, shaking out a lot of trades.
It really
a lot
is.
of trades have been shaken out, and I feel like it's because people were sleeping on Tesla and it's managed to hold up, but it's showing some signs of cracking, as are the chip names, they're AMD. I'm only going to check out Intel because I've liked some Intel shorts at this price level. I just started in AMD. It's like the day I don't do it in Intel, I've been waiting for AMD to crack down, and then Intel rejects yesterday's high and just has been a short ever since. So if AMD stops me out at VWAP, I'll probably be shorting Intel at 40.60 like we were in the afternoon.
It's so funny because I was talking about where's Kamala Harris now, and I guess maybe now she'll be forced to actually say something on that one. So we'll see if she's coming through at any point right now as well. Miss Kamala Harris there speaking, hopefully for Joe Biden. I guess he won't be. But you know what? When Trudeau had our Prime Minister Trudeau had COVID, he was still
he's like 29
speaking
years old.
and yeah, exactly. He's a little different age there. Okay, let's move on. Did I miss something on oil today, Brendo? Because oil down 4% and XOM and a lot of these names cracking lower. So let's look at that. There's some very much excitement in the back. I don't know what are they trading. Brancos, what are you guys trading over there? So they've got that new buyout.
So that's the thing, like it's Amazon purchasing.
Yes, ONEM.
ONEM. I already forget the name of this company. I said if it got close to 18, I would short it. I've been waiting up here for any kind of a pop, but this is essentially all that's happening. It's just barcoding back and forth. Oh, you're the absolute man, Randy.
Yo, Randy.
I freaking love you,
Randy,
brother.
can I bother you to come and talk about Tesla at 2 p.m.? if you're free. Okay.
Obviously.
We will get Randy. It's Tesla earnings day.
Thanks, brother.
Randy has talked to me about Tesla numerous times. Let's see if he can go through the numbers a little bit, and we'll do autos with Randy, if that's okay, Brendan. I'm just sort of creating my own segments right now, but we love Randy, and why not do that? Autos with Randy coming up.
And by the way, guys,
go ahead. Yep.
We were talking about finally AMD is broken down. Now, I was 110 trillion% wrong about not just going back and shorting Intel. So let's get past that for a second. But AMD finally holds below that 89. We jump into the short when it does that move, and it's immediately down at 88.30. What's also happening? The ES is breaking the lows. We were waiting for this to happen.
Oh, hell
I thought
yeah.
we would at least do this by like 10 o'clock. Now we're breaking to the downside. This is what it's about. The shorts have started to come in. Well, the Ford's going to stop me out any second now. That was the last long I was holding on to. Tesla's starting to come into the downside. I got to revisit all of the shorts that I liked before, and any that are valid, we're going to jump back into. Peloton, which had just stopped me out. Look at this. Peloton, which I just was unwilling to sit in. I kept stopping out in the top in Peloton. It happens, and now it's starting to flush. Thankfully, we got into AMD here, which is falling like a little bit of a rock, but the market just gave up those bids. Eventually, you had to know what happened. How am I not? Ford is like...
Yeah, Ford is a nightmare.
65 is my stop. It's on the bid, and it's been sitting here on this bid. It's going to break any second, man.
I mean... What's up? I'm here, baby. Look at Amazon, $1.50 in the money on Amazon. Can anybody just give me a little quick price quote here on Microsoft? Oh yeah, it's bang o'clock right now because look at Microsoft, $2.50 now in the money as we continue to go to the downside here for Microsoft. This market is absolutely collapsing. I gave you guys the short about 1.5% ago to the downside right now, but whatever. That's why we hold the shorts, and we are once again having a banger of a day here. And I always get reminded because in my ear they're like, Sean, you have to spin this thing. So there it is right there. We'll go money because yeah, that's what we're doing, man. We're just dropping the bombs today for you guys. Look at this AMC trade. Hello, $1.50 in the money. We've been pounding the table. Like this is what you call pounding the table, guys. Like don't at me and say, oh, you were thinking long Apple. I ain't thinking long. This is what I'm thinking. Look at these shorts. Reload. 5 reloads right there on the short. And yeah, by the way, this is what I'm thinking. Look at the shorts here on Softy coming in right now. Down to 257 change right here. We might as well just take this out for 250 winner. So yeah, we're on one again today. We're super happy. I cannot believe I put a bid there when I called this up at 40 and just didn't punch out. Let's take a bid let's take a bid right now if we can get it on Amazon now. Just take that bid out and see where we go from here. But wow, what a killer this short's been today, Neil. Great trading. Oh, you know what's funny? Both you and I know it's not funny because you were in it. I thought you were just going to say Li Auto.
I got stopped out on Li Auto.
That's the funny part.
I don't even want to look
the
at that
short
chart.
I liked was 35, and that hasn't even tested that yet.
You know what? That's still not like. You know what? See, at least I'm not mad about this one. Like Peloton's more frustrating than Li Auto because it took the short, it couldn't hold that 36 level, and it's only back there now.
Yeah.
So. Like that one, I don't feel as bad about that one as I do about Peloton, which will probably haunt me a little bit. But the airline's still working to the downside. This one, UAL is a NASDAQ stock. UAL should be a New York stock. It's 3 letters.
We should write a petition.
It's in travel. It just should be. But it didn't break the low when the market just took out that bottom. So I'm a little bit concerned by that. But it still looks like it's valid, and we're going to hold on to it. It's going to be. I thought it did tick 10%, so it is short sell restricted last I checked. So you can't. It means if it takes out the low of the day, you can't remove liquidity on the bid unless there's an uptick. That's what the short sell restricted rule is. So I do think it hit that 10%. I see SSR yes on my chart, so it obviously did. We had a great segment coming up for you guys here today. Most of the social sentiment is red, but I don't think there'll be too much of a surprise what one of the few green names on that board would be, Brennan.
Hey guys, let's get a look at how things on social media are shaping up today as far as sentiment is concerned. We return to the negative, unfortunately. If you're seeing this for the first time, just a visual representation of what people are talking about stock related on social media. This covers Facebook, Twitter, StockTwits, all of them, puts it in one neat place for you. Back to the downside here, negative on AMC so far today. SPY in the corner there being talked about to the downside. Once again, obviously, big move down in the overall market. Not a big move down, but a decent move down in the overall market. Tesla, very positive off of the report aftermarket last night. Netflix, Q's here, Mullen, Mara, to name a few. Yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, it's struggling a little bit, not a huge move down either for Bitcoin, but struggling a little bit off that news that Elon sold 75% of their holding. NIO wanted to mention here, positive on the day. So trying to hold up the rest of the EV group is Tesla today. DWAC on here. There's Palantir, Ride even. Ride is on here today, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, so some of those EV names have been really strong, and Super SPAC Man asked me why I'm not in the shop trade, I think. And again, like, we can talk about things that we like and setups, but it's almost impossible to get every trade. I'll just get that one out of the way. So yes, when the market was taking out those lows, I certainly liked the notion of rejecting that 40 and the risk to reward of that shop trade. However, as the market headed to the downside, I was staring at a chart of AMD forever, essentially, for this move. They're just waiting for this entry point in AMD. So that's where my focus happened to be. I was also staring at Tesla to see if I was going to be able to catch a short off 800 when eventually we would take out some of those lows in the market. So it's just about being distracted. Like, unless you have an API trading for you or some kind of a robot, you're going to have to prioritize. And those are the two names I was looking at. I took AMD, didn't really get Tesla, and so I might have missed out on Shopify. That's just par for the course. There's an opportunity cost in life, and one of those things, you trade one thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You trade one thing, you're going to miss out on another. It finally happened. There's Ford. There's the bottom wick. That's me out. And there's it going 1 more cent and then holding. So sometimes that happens to you. If it reestablishes above this and consolidates and the market holds the lows, maybe I'll jump back into Ford. But for now, I'm just sitting with the shorts that I think can make some sense. I don't know if I'll ever get into the Intel short. I'm into this AMD. I do also like the Intel short, and it is below that $40 level. Let me zoom out a little bit further. It is below that $40 level, which was some decent support in the afternoon yesterday. Below this, it gets pretty weak. I don't want to be shorting lows here when I've already missed out on the bigger opportunity. But if we do get a significant enough pop, I would be fading any move up in Intel, Brennan.
Fisker, guys, the bear cave, apparently short Fisker. So big volume spike there, downside for FSR.
These guys put out the short report on TD Bank. I think that's who it was, Bear Cave.
How is TD Bank doing? We haven't even looked at the Canadian banks. I know they were I mean, all banks were wielding there from then, but obviously JP Morgan and
it was a bad.
Citigroup.
I read the TD report because, I mean, I own shares of TD.
Yeah.
Well, I don't bank with TD.
No, I mean, that's the bank that you talked about.
Yeah, that's the bank in Canada that I own the most in, but which is weird because I don't actually bank with them.
Isn't that funny that because, we have our boy is like pretty high up there in TD, and both of us.
He gives me grief that I don't bank with them.
Yeah,
but I've been with CIBC for a very, 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 very long time. That's pretty much.
I think one more very. I think
it's really long, and I've told you the stories about my CIBC and myself. But TD actually making a bit of a bottom here. Ooh, that's not a great looking chart. If TD rejects this,
but I think it's all
and
Canadian.
rolls over at 82. Yeah, I mean, but you're rejecting a support level. I'm just kind of going over one of the banks here, and it's just you start rejecting this curl, and it's a pretty significant level at 82. You're probably retesting some of those lows. So still a bit of a tough spot for those banks, unfortunately, as I look over. Tesla breaking 780 and heading lower. So to hold on to your shorts, man, it's just one of those markets. I could think about where I can think about where to re-enter or get into Shopify here, if only because it's still above or trying to be above its breakout. Not any longer at that 39 level. So there's still a chance it could make a bounce, retest VWAP, and then give you some short entries off that 80 level, or sorry, off that 39, 50 to 40 area. But I'm not going to chase it to the downside. There might be a bounce that I can play, but I'm definitely not chasing Shopify here. AMD still churning. I'm going to get on the bid in front of 88 and then hold on for dear life as the market heads lower. UAL. It's got to break the lows now, man. It's a buck in the money. I'm starting to think about 250 and how far can it go. As far as the ones that didn't work out, Li Auto, I'm not really thinking about getting back into this short just yet. It's holding out right around my exit price at 36 level. So I don't want to be chasing that either. I'd rather be selling into a pop. If the market heads lower or continues lower and I get a chance to play out some of those highs, much better way to do it. I'm contractually obligated to look at a firm at least once a day. I'm not, but then usually Pred says something if I haven't looked at a firm. This has been very, very strong the last couple of sessions. No different today. It's got a nice wick off top through 30 even. So what I'm looking at is a failed breakout at 30 into a weak market on a stock which has been churning the last couple of sessions. And I've been avoiding shorting this thing since it broke that 23. And when I look at this, you should always ask yourself this question. if I abort shorting every single day, I'm shorting every day this stock until this price, whatever has me stopping from shorting should be a long above that price. You should always ask yourself this question. What made me not like the shorts anymore, but I wasn't willing to go long off these same levels? Absolute gold. Sometimes, and maybe it's your spider sense, maybe it's your read on the stock, who cares what it is, but clearly there's something there, and you have to ask yourself, if I stopped liking the shorts at that price, why didn't I like the longs from there? Anyways, 30 is going to be my entry price for a short on a firm. Give it to those highs a day. I'm shorting pops in this name for sure.
Yeah, we just went, just a new position alert here. Obviously, it got hit down to the downside there, obviously, with that Fisker news, Rivian. We're going to play it off that 33. It's already going to be a number one. It's not my number one stock today. Obviously, Amazon is going to be my number one stock, hopefully followed by, we can get Microsoft going. CCL is going to be a good one for us as well. But Rivian, off that news, banging up there for $1. We got out of 80%. We averaged into the last 20%, and this is an averaged in price down here at 33.18. So when you're seeing me long 33.31, you know, hopefully we can get back into the 30s, take a piece out of Rivian, and then just watch it fly from there. So yeah, I like it. I like the stock here at this price, and we have that level, like we just mentioned to you guys a couple times there, of 33 to get out of this trade. So if Rivian does manage to go to the downside, we do have that 33 area to get out if and when that does happen. Just a little update there. We'll go Santa Claus on this one because the gift that keeps on giving was that Amazon short. We didn't get out enough. We didn't get out anything down here at 121.40 when we were all celebrating. But again, I didn't know the market was going to turn. So, you know, we'll take a piece out right here as it barcodes. Now we have 10% left on that name. But the market with a rally here, a nice little, a nice little tick to the upside. We are ignoring Tesla. We've talked about it. Well, ignoring it from a trade standpoint, I guess. You know, we haven't really traded it much or at all today. I'm still looking at that 800. We talked about it have to break through some of those ranges, and that's exactly what Tesla did today, man. It did break through. It's breaking through that 780 top right now. So let's see if it wants to keep going back up to the upside right now. So a nice little move back up to the upside. The boys are happy behind us. It's a great day trading here on the floor. So real happy. Yeah, give it to them, Brankles, baby. Let's go back up to the upside now. As you can see, is that Ric Flair in the building over there? So to beat the man, you got to be the man, right? So let's see if we can go back up to the upside. There's Rivian. So yeah, we did the other way around. There we go, Rivian. We'll spin it right now on that name as this one keeps going to the upside as well for us. Rivian, a nice little move backside here.
Yeah, now that you're bouncing to the upside, this is going to give you, if you're looking for entries and you still believe in the short, it's going to give you some chances. So I go right over to what I was just talking about, a firm in that $30 level, getting pretty close to that. So I might start getting into the offer around VWAP into those 80s if we can catch an offer. And look, what I was talking about, that sort of, you don't have to reverse. Like every short that you get out of, or a stop level or a key level you like, doesn't mean it's an automatic reverse, but your process can be a little bit more thoughtful. At least my process can be a little bit more thoughtful as to what stops it from being short at that level. And is it a strong enough market? What is the overall market doing? What is the related space doing? What are fintechs doing at that particular point? It's just a little bit more in-depth analysis on that firm when I stop taking that short. Could maybe find you long. It doesn't mean that if I had done a little bit more work on it, I would have ended up going into the long. It just means that I should have done a little more work, because you never know. Shopify, which is another one I was looking for a pop. Yeah, nowhere close to VWAP, nowhere close to those 50s. But AMD, however, back up to 89. Yeah, that's getting in there for a bit of a reload. We like that decision once it held below that 89 level. If it rejects 89 now, then I want to be getting back into some more shorts there on the south side of 89. I don't want to be selling above 89, but I want it holding below that level. As we send you to Brendan for sector watch, and there is one green sector that we talked about at the open, at least a little bit. I know what it is, but you guys are about to find out.
Yeah, big one front and center here to the downside as well. Energy stocks getting hit today on this move in crude oil. And again, if you missed the pre-market, it was more just about data suggesting lower demand and possible recession fears still coming. So big move down again today for crude. So 7.8%. VLO leading the way to the downside. Apache's here. All the producers here, obviously, between 3.5% and 7% to the downside for energy, offsetting the strength we're seeing in the market. It's worth noting banks also under pressure again today. Diversified financial and insurance companies leading today, where individual banks are actually showing a bit of strength. Yeah, healthcare Wow, big moves today for a number of them. DHR is here off earnings, Bio, TMO, MTD, all 4.8 through to 8% to the upside for the healthcare group back in positive territory. Travel names back to the downside. CCL, obviously the offering leading 12.25%. 9% for RCL, NCLH also 9% to the downside. LVS, the only one here standing out off earnings and off that Macau positivity. There's Tesla as well, still 5.4%, having a pretty good day off of their report. Over here, AT&T down 8.8% currently off of a missed earnings report. Their forecast not good as well for AT&T. About 0.45 right now for the S&P guys. Back to you.
Oh, shouldn't be sleeping on all earnings, man. Like, wow, AT&T. Yeah, I didn't even look at AT&T. It just broke support huge. But it's got a bit of a wick off bottom. As I look at the daily chart here, it took out this 1870. Anytime you see levels like that go, you're just like, wow, that's insane. But when you hold it, when you make a bottom like this with a big level on the daily and then settle back above support, sometimes you get these wipeout bottoms. Now, I'm not in love with the long or the notion of the long here today, so I'm probably not going to jump over to it just yet. But sometimes you get those wipeout bottoms. There's only one place for it to go if it can't take out that low. I just got into a firm off that 30 level. I just reloaded on AMD. Looks like it's still working the trend, but if it gets above 89.50, I think you've broken that trend a bit on AMD. A firm, my stop, and I'm gonna hold this for sure until that high of the day. If the market does continue to test lows, I'm not thinking a firm ends up at 29. I'm thinking a firm ends up at 28. That's where I think we can end up on this stock. So the market's still trying to test higher. Every time we bounce, without even looking, when the market bounces, I'm like, yeah, Tesla probably got back towards the high. That's exactly what happened. Tesla bounced off 780 and is testing back toward that high. This 800 could still be a bit of a play. I've been waiting all morning for 800 to play anything on Tesla. And if you just took the long off the open, great. But at this point, I'm just waiting for 800. I think that's going to be that big line in the sand. I'll likely be short at 99s. Or 99.5 or something in that 99, in that dollar worth of 99 for the short play with a stop at 800. It's one of those day trades that I just got to do.
Yeah, and I reloaded the same kind of thing here, just thinking like, where's the play going to be? What do we have to do with this one? So we did reload CCL here. Like Brandon said, this is down that 12% today on that share offering. So this is something that we're looking at now, CCL on that share offering and on that reload. That was a good out for me on Amazon down there in the 80s. Now it's coming back upside. Remember, we're only going to test this 23 one more time. It's got to get a little bit close to that. If it doesn't, then there's no point in being in this at all. I don't know, when are Twitter earnings? Are they tonight? TWTR. I don't know.
I've been ignoring them because
I was going to say, I don't know if earnings really mean anything.
Well,
there was a
question.
There was a question about, what do we think about Twitter earnings and where are they going from here and things like that. So, I don't know if. I guess if they have great earnings, Elon might be okay to buy it after all. I guess if you're going to try to play an angle, maybe that might be the one to look at. But I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go here, like I just saying with Twitter. But a nice little choppy day here for them, just flat on the day. There were people in the chat asking about it. And when you're looking at the chart, you're still back up here now. It's been a nice little bump up from that bottom since the court in Delaware expedited it. We're going to wait to see what comes through. I don't know where we're going to go. I haven't really heard too much. There's different opinions, like he's going to have to pay more than the billion if he wants it, if he has to get out, or I don't think they're going to force him to pay $54.20. That seems a little crazy to me, but they may. So we'll wait to see where Twitter goes. But I like the stock at these levels for $40. I feel like if you've been long down here, this isn't a horrible area to sell until sort of everything calms down here on Twitter. So it probably won't be big on our radar for a while until something settles down. Too much headline risk to put on a big position here for Twitter, but I like the fade off 40. I feel like there's going to be a lot of traders selling their positions around this level because it has dumped down to 32. So where is Twitter if he's not on this? I think Twitter has the biggest benefit now of this law case, of this court case, right? It's one of their biggest assets, because as soon as we heard that news, and again, I apologize, my chart's just not loading here, but once that Delaware court started to come through, they started talking about it, it's been a nice upside move back to that 40 level. So I don't necessarily hold out too much hope that Elon's going to have a successful run at this, but we'll wait to see what happens with Twitter. I like to sell here at 40 until news comes out.
Yeah, it does matter a little bit what the earnings are, certainly because people have to price in all the different likelihoods. lower price bid or the deal not happening at all. Deal not happening at all. All of a sudden, the earnings are going to matter a heck of a lot. So that's the degree to which they're going to matter. About to get stopped on AMD. They're at 89.55. But there's been a few times there's been a question about Walmart that I've seen, and I'm like, I start to talk about it, and then something else comes up, and I end up getting sidetracked, and I apologize for that. We get a lot of questions. We try to do our best for the community out there. Walmart looks fantastic on the chart. That's the first thing. It's breaking out after you had the disaster. They had disaster earnings for a few names to drag the entire sector to the downside, and this 130 has been a linchpin since that. 130 is breaking out. It's been a slow move and slow grind to the upside because you have recession concerns. And as long as you have that sort of weighing on the overall market in the U.S., then it's going to have some trouble having a really strong break from here, which I think it would have done were it not for the R word. But today is a rejection so far of that break. The good sign is you're holding above that 130, and this is the problem with what's going on with the market as I see it, is you have a lot of stocks which have failed to break, tended to get higher, and then rejected that breakout significantly. But support is still being held for Walmart. I think it looks pretty good. I own shares of Walmart myself. I'm not really adding to it at this particular point, but I'm starting to talk myself into it the more I look at it, Brendo.
Just having a look, guys, at Treasury yields coming off in a hurry here. Following this ECB decision this morning, we got up to 3.08 on the 10-year, but it has just been absolutely straight to the downside. Almost 10 basis points for the 10-year today, straight southbound on that ECB decision this morning.
All right. Yeah, crazy. I mean, the dollar, everything. You've seen oil go down here, now back up a little bit down, only now that 3 and a bit percentage points there for oil. But look at CCL, man. Again, just one of those trades, baby, that we have on board one more time for CCL. There's that short at 75, and here's the cash as we come back down into that 70 level. So we're just, we're ringing it in one more time here today. So let's keep this party started, and let's just keep on going with what's been working out for us today. That's the CCL short. Check out this Rivian long. Let's go, catapulting our net through the roof again here on the Rivian long side, man. I mean, there it is, 33 bucks. We take it once on the news. We take it again right there on that 33 reload. Look at that out, 70 there. So yeah, pretty happy to say the least here what's been happening with our friend Rivian as we go to the downside here. But we'll wait. I still think we could take out some of those highs. I mean, it's going to go with the market. We've seen Tesla dance a little bit now. Amazon comes back up to the upside. Not much happening. I'm still waiting for Ford to come back down into the 60s. I don't think we're going to get that happening anytime soon, but I don't mind it if it does get back into those 60s. It might have made that bottom. We were waiting for 61 to go long against 50 for Ford, but that didn't really come through yet. It's 10:48, man. I mean, it's been a great show. Please hit the like button. I mean, I don't even know how many likes we have, but this has been a good show for us. I mean, if you like the shorts, Amazon's been in the play. Microsoft's been in play. Like the longs, Rivian's been in there. CCL, another great short play, all off the sticky note today. So, there's been some good trades. I feel like this market, still, we called the short also when we were up 0.5%. So that's going to turn out to be a good little call there. So shout out to all my futures traders. I hope Arun's trading that as well. But it's been a nice little move there to the downside today. And yeah, we kind of expected it, but who knows where we're going to go from here on all that. So good day so far. Lots more to come, I feel. Ford down there would be real nice. CCL's trying to collapse a little bit here. If we can get some more 60s, that's good. We've just been emptying this out at 71, 72. We're stacking the cash up. That's what it's called over on this side when we do this. Especially we only have a lot of shares for little profits. Here we come. Let's go, CCL. Bring this back in. It's my favorite segment. I want to see what the U.S. dollar is doing against the CAD. So let's see what that is going on with Brendan over there.
Pretty good idea.
At you're short of firm. Do you want to talk about that quickly?
No, I got it from. I'm reloading AMD, and I'm going to get into Intel off the highs. The market's making some lower highs for the third time, so I want to go back to some of the chip shorts. But I have a pretty good idea what's going on with that U.S. dollar. The bigger moves are in crypto today.
Ooh.
Yeah, pretty wild. Once again, guys, both for the DXY, top of the list, the euro as well. Huge moves this morning off this ECB announcement. So initially higher, we get up to 102.75. Remember, we were below parity last week, but straight back down here, 101.5 or so, 101.8 right now for the euro, up 0.14 only. So it gives it all back. The dollar looks very similar. Initial spike to the upside comes right back down. So basically flat for the DXY right now as well. Canadian dollar kind of flat as well today, still struggling around that 77.5 level for the CAD, down 0.1. The pound about the same, back below 1.2 for the British pound. Bottom end of the board here, quickly, 22.5 for Bitcoin. So still holding above 22,000, off 3% today, but 2, 3, 4-day rally coming to a bit of an end, but we'll see if we can hold higher here for Bitcoin. Ethereum as well, down. Ethereum down, wow, 1.6% today, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, crypto's still moving around. Just going to show you Coinbase. I thought 75 was going to be a good level, but no matter how much the market pumped to the upside, it never really got to that price. I mean, there was a crazy wick there. Ignore the dark pool wick at like 924. Since the open, it's been a 74 top on Coinbase. So unfortunately, we've never been able to get into this one. Tesla's starting to go, man. This 800. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. It's like in 8 minutes, we got to go to the midday show.
And that's when it's going to break?
You know, that's exactly when they're going to get to show you guys the 800 level on Tesla, because it's inevitable, man. It's what always happens. Sometimes you get to this time of day, and we're just going to slowly stall out. It's going to be a midday push to that level at 800. That's fine. We're on all day long, because as long as the market is open, the U.S. markets are open, I should say, then Trader TV Live is going to be here. I just want to be able to show you guys and see that 800 level when it eventually gets there. But it's okay. Trader Pratt and Ian are going to have it for you, and I'll be glued to that for sure. Affirm, I haven't taken any shares out. I'm still fading off some of these highs. But it's going to be all about Tesla for me, I think, during lunchtime. And I don't want to ignore Tough Built, by the way. This stock, I thought maybe it was going to hold VWAP and be a bit of a long. But now what you have to consider for Tough Built is these pre-market levels, like really early at 7 o'clock when retail came in, holding 460 throughout all of lunchtime could give you one of those little long 65, 70 type plays with maybe a 450 stop, tight stop, and then a push back into VWAP for the play. I'm not ignoring it, but that was a wick off top that got me out of the long, and since then it's been a trending short. A short that I did not take, but now I'm just thinking about that lunchtime support level hold for the afternoon play long.
Great. Yeah, great calls there for the afternoon. Yeah, we like that call there on Tesla. I mean, it's going to move. It's going to go. It's going to go. Just going to need to wait for it. There on Tesla, Microsoft coming back in. And look, this is going to look a little, I mean, all I'm doing is just sitting here and collecting pennies here on CCL. I don't know how far it's going to go down. So what I'm doing is just every penny down, I'm just bidding a little bit. So we got 66s, 67s, 68s. And as it drips down, we have a little bit more sitting there. My next buy actually got 65. So my next bid to go, as I just see it there, is sitting there at 64. So I was just letting CCL kind of drip in. I don't really have a target for this name. I mean, I still think we should be going lower. So the last drip in I do have is 64. So and then we'll see about a 50, hopefully a 50 bid. Just trying to go over some things before we let you guys go here today. Netflix has faded off a little bit. So has Google. There's been a few good names today. What I'm debating doing actually, and I'll probably tweet it out if I do it though, is sell my Tesla now at 800 and buy some of these more depressed names. It's not going to be Netflix. I'm already into Netflix, but this has been a nice top there at 218. This is something that, again, like Neil and I missed. I don't think you're in Netflix, or what was in it today? Or maybe
I did. I tried Netflix off the open.
You took it off the open, okay. But this is the kind of stuff that I like for sure, is this little stuff here, right? Like when you start making these tops like that, you're like, okay, we have a trade, because it's telling you that it either breaks through this 218.50 or just starts to head to the southbound. Now, I would have never held it for this much. Like, I probably would have got out here at 216 for that $2 or $1, something like that. But it's a nice move to the downside, and I just want to bring it up because there's only 4 minutes until we throw it back over. You have this 218 top there on Netflix. So similar to Tesla, this is a tradable level, I think. So if you're looking at anything in the afternoon, watch out for this 218 short, possibly there on Netflix. And then we still are $1 in the money on Microsoft, because that's really fallen in here. But again, I'm looking to short this around this VWAP of 259.50. So we could get that very soon as well. So let's just be patient with it, see where we go. But I do like that level as well there for Microsoft. 259.50, another level to look at for me if it does come in. So that's a level there for Microsoft. Amazon, we've kind of gone over that. It is taking out VWAP rate now back up to the upside. So not super comfortable with the short, but we'll take one more short up near 123 and just get out if it breaks. Amazon's my #1 stock, and we're going to keep it that way. We're definitely not digging into this one, but I do like it for the long break through 123. Hopefully it can hold that level. We'll be short into it. We're going to get short right now. 122.87 or 90, whatever, for Amazon. Closer to 123. We'll hold the short. Breaks that 123 level. We'll get out of that. 123.15 is the high.
So I was just having a bit of a chat, a back and forth in the chat that I think it bears mentioning here, because I can't say that, I'm going to short Tesla at 799 and play off that 800 level. It feels like it's going to get there. We're getting there, and all that kind of talk that I'm saying. And the question becomes, why am I not long? And the reason for that is I don't have a place to get out. So you go long 789 here, and I think it's going to 800. That's $10 to $11 worth of upside. I get that. But where is my out going to be? If I'm taking a breakout trade through the high of the day at like 791, a lot of times I can say I'll give it back to 85, I'll give it back to the even, and that's how I would structure a breakout trade. But if I'm just randomly long here and looking for where support looks like on Tesla, well, right now it feels like it's at about 775 to 780. So if I think that's where the long is wrong on Tesla, then that's pretty whack to go long off of 789. I could talk myself into a 780 long. I just can't talk myself into a 790 long based on those same principles. So that's why I'm staying away from it here. The market is trying to break up, so the breakout trade feels pretty valid, but that's like an easy, quick in, $1.50 stop. You're in and out of it pretty quick. Just being randomly long, holding it for 800 without any of that, that's a little bit different, guys.
Yeah, that seems interesting here with this market. So we are going to get loaded up for Microsoft here at that 250. I mean, we're waiting at 50. We're literally waiting at 259.50. So hopefully that will come in, and then we'll be able to see what we want to do with it at that time. But I know I want to go short Microsoft against that 260 again. So let's do that. 259.50. It's a nice pullback upside now for this market as we go green on the market. So yeah, big time movement. Let's see if it can hold out. Hope here that we get a little green tick up for Microsoft and give us that short as, there's Tesla, Neil, right? Well, I know you're just talking about it, and it's not going to break for us in the next 5 minutes, I don't think. But Ray, or next 3 minutes.
It's about to right now, take the top.
Oh, it's going to take the top. Yeah, it's a great trade here, guys. Great trade for anybody that's on this name right now for Microsoft. So, for Tesla. Great little trade to the downside there. Let's go over to, here it is, 792, man. Watch out. That's the key. If you're going to go short now, don't hold this past 792, guys, for this name. But what's up, Brendan?
Double checking on Twitter, guys. Twitter before the market opens on Friday. So that'll be coming Friday. Here's what's to come for tomorrow.
Snapchat's certainly going to be a good one to watch there. We always know there's going to be some volatility there overall. Not a heck of a lot. I mean, Twitter certainly going to be interesting. Mattel, I don't really care too much about that. Verizon or Cliffs. The healthcare sector was good today. Danaher did make some power moves, but that's not very tradable overall. So American Express, I guess we'll care a little bit about that. It's really just all about big tech, following through with what has been booming today. I stopped out at AMD in the high of the day there. I think the EV space is going to be a place you'll want to continue to trend with and continue to trade with, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Lucid, whether it's Rivian, whether it's going to be like Li Auto or NIO. Those have been consistently good volume leaders. So when there's in-earning seasons, when you get a day where there's not a heck of a lot on the board that you like, go back to the well with what you have been trading well and what has worked for you, the levels that have set up. All I got on right now is continuing UAL, and after the stop out in AMD, Affirm, which is still holding below its high of the day, and of course Tesla, which is just cresting. The longer it holds up here, the tighter it holds up here, that just clean breakout through the high of the day for the quick scalp trade, it gets more and more valid. But we got 30 seconds, so as promised, I bet you it's not making that break till we throw it over.
That'd be kind of cool if it did make that break as we throw it over.
Though?
But with only 30 seconds left, a big thank you to everybody watching today. Hit that like button, man. We would be nothing without you guys there on the stream. So thank you for making Trader TV Live exactly what it is today, and that is the best trading show on YouTube. So we'd like to thank everybody for that one. We're back, man. We're back at 2 o'clock. So get ready for that. Set your alarms, but you don't have to go anywhere right now because we're getting ready to throw it over. And I'll just do it because I'm here right now. So again, for Neil, for Brendan, for Fahad, Lucas, everybody involved here with Trader TV Live, we thank you for watching the morning show. But right now, we got it going over to this side, to the big guys on the big desk. It's Trader Ian and Trader Prad. Let's go, Midday Madness.
Midday Madness. All right, now that's a new one. Haven't heard that one before. Welcome to the Market Movers Midday Show. It's time for Trader Pratt and the beautiful Trader Ian over here. We're gonna cover the market for you guys. Couple of the stocks that we are short. I guess the boards are gonna start updating already. It's still Sean and Neil's face, but yeah, once the board starts updating, you'll start seeing some of our positions. So we're short across the board. Every stock, you name it: Tesla, Netflix, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, AMD, Nvidia, and DHI. DHI is my most convicted short right now. This is your home builders. We know exactly what's going on with the housing market. Housing markets has been coming down on the prices, and at least that's what I've been hearing across the board with conversations with friends and families and so on. DHI coming out with negative earnings report and also guiding all of 2022 and I believe 2023 also to the downside, expecting a lot of losses coming in for this housing market. So I am currently short at the week high on DHI over here, as you see right here. This is the daily chart, sorry, and for the whole week looks like DHI could not get above really 75.50. So getting short in front of 75 over here, trying to take advantage, or above 75, trying to take advantage of a possible flush that might come on later in the day.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hope everyone's having a profitable day so far. Man, it's been super exciting today, I think. This 770 break on Tesla was amazing. I had that right at open. That was in the money very, very quickly, and that was a good trade. I also took 780 break, and I just kind of scalped that out when first time I saw sellers, and that was a good trade as well. Other than that, right now I am in a handful of shorts. CCL, I'm also short, just off of like the 975 area. If my chart loads there, yeah. So 975, it's kind of holding as this resistance right now. So just shorting in front of that name. It is SSR. I was actually struggling to get my fills here, having to like repost offers and whatnot. Eventually got a couple fills. I'm still trying to get more, but more so risking off of like the 980, 985 area. If it starts to go up there, then I think I'm going to be done with this name. But I like CCL to the short side for sure. It did hold up 950, 940, so might want to be starting to that's probably going to be my target area on that name. I'm also short PLTR, and I know it's kind of random, but PLTR, it gapped up over 1040, and if you look at 1040 on the daily, and I'll zoom in so you guys can see it a little bit easier, 1040 has been this resistance area pretty much since June. Since end of June there. Today, it gave almost like a wick off top above it here. So, it tested 1070, sure, and now it's right back below 1040 again. So I'm going off of the short there. I got a little bit of an anxious fill there around 1030, and I'm trying to get more. I just got filled more there, and I'm trying to get more short in front of this 1040, 1050 area as well on PLTR. I'm also long Ford, so the only name I'm long right now is Ford, and it does seem to be working for me. I wish I got these dips here closer to 1260. That's why you see me bidding, trying to get more long in front of this 1260 area. Ford did have positive news today, so I was just kind of waiting for it to base out a bit. 1260 held yesterday, or not really held, but there was a lot of action or consolidation around this 1260 price level yesterday, so that's what I'm kind of going off of here. Hopefully, holding this for a bigger move up to 13 as well on Ford.
Ford long, okay. Yeah, market clearly wants to go back to a little bit of a positive territory at least, but I'm a little bearish on this S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market today. Here's your S&P 500, still negative on the day, but getting back above VWAP over here and trying to push to the north side along with the rest of the market. NASDAQ really helping that side out. NASDAQ also above VWAP. The main key reason as to why I am bearish today compared to last 2 days is the fact that we could not get above this 3990s areas or even get to 4K anywhere yesterday or even today. And yesterday we saw how the Google's catalyst coming in to turn the day around. So multiple reasons why I'm bearish. I don't believe in the long moves today. So I'm just going to keep on loading the bags on my shorts over here as they are working against me, sadly. Tesla, man, what a move on Tesla today. Almost 800 coming into action. So I'm pretty sure every one of you is waiting for Tesla 800 when that opportunity comes, maybe for a short opportunity or even a breakout long. long scalp, and then we'll see where Tesla goes to, obviously.
Yeah, Tesla. Definitely waiting for this 800 level. It seems like the test is imminent here. Which way is it going to go? I'm betting for the breakout first, just because the breakout has been working so well so far today. Obviously, it's got to be scalp, so you got to manage your risk accordingly. The 790 break, it was tough because it's broken here like a handful of times today, and it was acting as this sort of resistance. Now there's clearly buying above, so it seems like, maybe it consolidates above 790. And then, that test of 800 comes shortly after. But for now, it seems like buyers are continue to step up. And, consolidations continue to happen higher and higher for Tesla. Tesla is the strongest name today, I think. Like, every time I was watching it this morning, every time the market was pulling back a bit more, Tesla wasn't really doing anything. Tesla just kept consolidating higher and higher. Maybe, a little bit of a test at the lower end of this this band here of 785. Eventually broke up, but held VWAP, right? And now the market is testing more of these high areas from earlier this morning.
We're going to Apple, $1.10 in the money. Let's go, buddy. Awesome. That we like to see those type of actions coming, those type of moves coming into play. Currently, DHI, whereas the DHI is actually still pushing to the north side. So it looks like the stock started off in the negative territories, wants to keep on pushing north, while the market might just come off here. So we'll give the stock $1 risk or so, like I'm giving with most of my shorts today, giving it a little bit more room. Market has been a little whippy. Get ready for this kangaroo market. I did mention that yesterday. If we're not able to break the bottoms, 3940s, and we're not able to break the highs of 4,000s or even get to 4,000, we're expecting most likely kangaroo chop action coming into play for a little bit longer before we actually see some fun, exciting moves coming in where we can take a lot of advantage off of in this market. At least that's my opinion. But never talking absolutes. Look for if and then statements in the market, and then trade off of those statements. Bids for the win ultimately this week and last. I guess you're talking about longs in general. So yeah, longs have been in play for so long, but today I'm very bearish. I don't believe in the longs at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's we tested this 3970 area yesterday as well and rejected it. And then today, same story. You do get a little bit of a bump here. I guess it was some movement off of the ECB rate decision here, but eventually cracked down below 3970 and then respecting that resistance again today. So not a bad spot to get short in front of that area right now. And that's why we're a little bit short heavy, except for Tesla, of course. Tesla is the king of the day, I think, and I'm going to be there. I'm watching this one on my side screen. I think it's just permanently on my side screen right now. I'm not changing off of it because if it breaks up to 800, I want to be there and I want to participate in it. But what have you guys been trading today? Let's take a look at what some of you guys have been trading, and let's talk about it. What happened to CCL? Yeah, they had a $1 billion. They sold $1 billion worth of stock and had an offering, right? So that's why it was down 12% today. Obviously getting hurt. It is SSR. We can take a look at it here. I was struggling to get fills, and it seems like I'm sitting right here on the offer at 74. Again, risking off of the 75.80 area, but very hard to get fills on this name. It is really liquid. Don't get me wrong. But not too much happening now. It seems like more action was happening in the morning off of these highs here around 75 to get short, which worked very, very nicely. Again, guys, this is probably going to be more of a scalp, so I'm going to work my short here, get short, get my fills, and then slowly scale it out as we dip into the 60s and hopefully into the 50s again.
Netflix over here popping right back to the high days, and looks like it might just reject from these high days if the market comes back down. Let's go look at how Netflix traded yesterday to get a better understanding. So it looks like we pushed up to 217, 218s or so on Netflix, exactly where we are right now. Positive on the day for NFLX, positive on the day for NASDAQ, negative on the day for S&P 500, sadly. So it looks like we're, as the market's going to be range bound, Netflix is going to keep on offering these beautiful ranges to keep on going short at the tops or go long at the bottoms. As long as the range doesn't break, I guess we can keep on taking advantage of said range on any stock across the tech sector. Your Apples, your AMDs, your Nvidias, and your Netflixes and so on. Going to try and keep on scalping that range as much as possible for me. But looking at some of the stocks that had actual catalysts along with not just the tech sector moving around, but actual catalysts such as earnings and so on. We talked about DHI, which is Dr. Horton, the house builder. American Airlines, another stock that had, I believe, earnings they matched their earnings overall, and this was their first quarter profitable since the pandemic. So American Airlines, looking to finally start making money here. Ever since COVID-19 has been a big disruption in the market. Sadly, though, they're still down on the day over here. I was expecting them to actually be they're up on they were down 1.4% in pre-market actually, and everything was in line and profits. But I guess overall, just the airline sector still taking a beating over here on the day. Let's quickly go over to Jets ETF on the Amex market. This is your ETF that holds all your airliners in general, and this gives you a good understanding of what's going on in the sector today.
Someone asked about NIO. NIO, I didn't really look at it today, but look at these moves off 20 and, the range on NIO, and I've talked about this before and, everyone's been kind of talking about it. There's a range on NIO between like 20 and 22, right? It's just trading this tight range for so long now, it seems. And then today you could have had a similar play long on off at 20, and I think it gave a similar move yesterday if I'm not mistaken. But, eventually, pulling back around this 21 area again, right? So now it seems like the range is even tighter. It is pushing less volume here these couple past days. So we'll see, like, if, maybe it needs a catalyst or something, kind of break out of this range, either, to the short side or out of the top there. But now it seems like 21.20 is going to be the top of this range on NIO here. Revlon, I haven't taken a look at Revlon, but we could take a quick look at that as well. It hasn't really been on our radar too much since these big pops here back in June. Just consolidating now between 5 and 6, not doing a whole heck of a lot, way less volume today. Nice move up today off this 550, but I'm not sure if there's any reason for us to be particularly day trading it right now. That's on Revlon. Prad touched a little bit on Netflix. Some people are still continuing to ask about Tesla, and obviously it's the biggest name in play today. Obviously, after their earnings here, what I noticed here is that the market is trying to pull back a bit. Tesla is rejecting 795, but still there's buyers in like 791, 792 when it dips there. There's more buyers and there's a lot of green on the tape. So clearly, people are still trying to buy this name, and I think it's just going to gravitate slowly towards 800 at some point or another during this day.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering what I need to do with DHI over here as it keeps on pushing to the north side. The trade does not look good for the short side, and I've been most convicted about it. Obviously, you look for what the market environment is. They did slightly beat the earnings, and they slightly lost the revenue side, and they did guide lower. So all things considered, it should go down, and we are watching the housing markets also come down overall. So not sure as to why and how DHI just keeps on launching the north side. We said we were going to give it $1 risk, so might just be time to take a loss on this trade, as we are sadly $1.25 out of the money on this one. But thankfully, we have other trades on board that are offsetting it, such as the Tesla short. My average price on Tesla short came down because we kept on adding on the short near $7.95. Now $1.70, $1.80 in the money on that. Netflix 40 cents in the money on that one, and other shorts are on the board that are also turning back around in the profit territory. So looks like being a bear today is the right direction. Maybe 76.23 will be the top here. Gonna have to read the stock a little bit more on my side screen. So maybe I'm gonna let Ian take over here.
Yeah, for sure. Some people are talking about AT&T. AT&T, let's not forget, guys, it actually had earnings. It was positive, but I think there was a little negativity around it there. And then it just gave this huge flush move off of 19. The 19 breakdown was massive here on AT&T. And it's funny because AT&T is a stock that will probably be on our radar a handful of times during the year, usually just around the earnings times, because it is more of a slow mover, but it's also a very good name to take some shots on, take some fills on to kind of practice momentum trading and respect levels and whatnot. But yeah, that flush in the morning on AT&T was huge. It just blasted through the support here. Obviously on the daily, 19 was big, right? And then just flush below 1850 as well. So you could have had numerous shots here on AT&T to the downside, and now it's just kind of consolidating, not doing too much. Volume has died down quite a bit after about 10 o'clock here, just trading a very tight range now. So if you're still trading this name, maybe holding your short from the early in the morning, obviously trail your stops, risk off like the 1880 high here maybe, and then you're for sure wrong on that one, but hopefully you took most of your profits on this flush. But now I think, I think the trade is probably done unless it gives more of like another leg down, so to speak, on AT&T. On that one. AMD pulling back. I haven't looked at AMD at all today. I was trading Nvidia a lot yesterday, and then got kind of smoked on it a bit. But today AMD, it is up 1%. But look at the daily, like it just continues to break out higher. 89 was that level, I think, this peak here, and that's now set and gone here, and we continue to break out a little bit higher here. But look at this ramp up since second week of July. It just continues to just rally to the upside here. So AMD, one of the strongest stocks in the market right now, I think, along with, I think, Amazon. I want to talk about Amazon a bit too, just because Amazon continues to break out resistance levels, and today it's it's respecting this 121. I think I don't want to really I guess you could short up here 124 on Amazon, but you got to respect the support. It held 121, 121.50 so well today after breaking out 118 and then 120 yesterday.
I know you already talked about CCL, right, and AT&T. So it looks like that's going to be, for the most part, all of the main stocks that I want to talk about from the watch list that I have going on over here. DHR, another stock that I believe had earnings, and they jumped up by 3.5% in pre-market. So let's go check out DHR, Medical and Industrial Products and Services Company, second quarter profit. Should be on New York. Okay, $277 stocks. What is the relative volume on this side? DHR relative volume 3.64, and just look at the trajectory straight to the north side, starting from pre-market, going into the opening market. A little bit of a sideways action into the open market, obviously, but looks like we're not going to go too much to the downside. We keep on holding VWAP over here, and we have a good $4 range almost that you can keep on scalping on DHR. Looks like that's going to be the story of the market today. Most stocks are just going to be ranging in a just up and down, absolute sideways action, unless you're looking at Tesla. Maybe Tesla today has been a little bit clean to the north side, and congratulations to Elon Musk over there. Although keep in mind that Tesla did sell about $900 million worth of their Bitcoin this quarter. So everyone who was wondering if Tesla was holding on to their Bitcoin or if they dumped their Bitcoin, they pretty much got rid of 90% or more of their Bitcoin over there. EA being mentioned in our work chat right now. So let's head over to EA Sports. It's not in the game. EA Sports currently apparently popping off a volume candle. Yeah, it looks like it is trying to go towards the high side. We did get a break of 130, only 38 cents break of 130. Not sure what the catalyst is for this break and what the news is. Gonna quickly pop my head over to see if by any chance they're being talked about on another show. They're not, so it's not the CNBC candle by any chance, but a nice little pump up on EA for sure.
Someone addressed a specific question to me. Can you please check KO for a swing? Obviously, guys, we don't do swing trades here. We're just solely day trading. We always have to close out our positions at 4 o'clock or have them closed by 4 o'clock. That being said, I don't mind talking about swing trades and swing ideas. Here's the daily chart on KO. So, clear downtrend since about July, the beginning of July, right? So this is a very steep downtrend here. If you're going to swing this long, I think you got to be more patient. You got to be more patient to see if it bounces off the 60, 59, 50 area, just because that's where it did last time. And, we are making lower lows here just overall. And, I guess you can count this as a lower high as well. So, clear downtrend for KO, and it is relatively weak here. In the market, so you got to be more patient, wait for to buy closer to these support areas. Otherwise, you got to hold through some pain and be willing to do that and be willing to risk a little bit more. So if you want to start your position here, just make sure you size appropriately. But I think you got to wait closer to the 60, 59 area if you are going to swing that one long. Let's see where else we can go. GME and AMC, let's quickly talk about those. GME is splitting tonight, and it's going to be trading at the split price tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow night, and it'll trade on the thing Monday.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's going to work like how Google did and like Amazon did. They will trade to Friday normally. They will split Friday night and open Monday morning.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay. If that's the case, then yeah. So we're going to be waiting for that. We're probably not going to trade it until after the split, and hopefully it becomes a little bit more liquid. It rejected this 160 area, very, very clean. So we're going to have to. It's doing a 4-to-1 split, I believe, right? Yeah. So doing a 4-to-1 split, so we're gonna have to divide these prices by 4. AMC gave some action today as well. Look at this 18 area though. This 18, it gave kind of like a wick off top of 18. It gapped up above, but then really couldn't hold above. And looking at the daily, like this is like back here as well, this consolidation area in April. So, you know, it's no surprise that it is kind of rejecting this area, and it's had such a long run up here. I wouldn't say it's like, okay, this is the end. You know, it's maybe like a little bit of a pullback or maybe the start of a pullback here for AMC. But regardless, you know, 18 held its resistance. Now, you know, held a couple times here from the past recently. And, you know, looking forward to pull back a little bit. I was more so waiting for if we can get a pop up to like 1760, 1770 area, then I'll jump in short on AMC, you know, for a further leg down to 17, I think.
Actually, I'm just verifying over here to make sure these dates are actually the way they set up. So it looks like you might be correct, because notice how it says 22nd. Today is 21st, and on Google, it'll say Google, I can't even type. Google will say 18th. Yeah, so what I remember is Amazon also said the same thing like Google did. So if it says 18th over here, that's the day that it will start trading at that split price. So for example, 18th was this Monday. So if this one says 22.
Here's an article.
If this one says 22, then yeah, we're actually going to be trading tomorrow at that 40. 36? I thought it was supposed to be 40.
Well, okay, so here we go, guys.
Well, clearly they dropped, so yeah.
Yeah. So the split is going to happen at market close today, so Thursday, July 21st, and then it's going to start trading at the split adjusted price when market opens Friday, July 22nd. So it is going to be tomorrow morning. Like I said, it's going to be trading at that split adjusted price. So we're going to have to chart some levels and be prepared for that one, I think. Like I said, hopefully it's a little bit more liquid than it is now, and there's a little bit more volume, and we can get some action on it.
GME, man, that's going to be some crazy action for sure. I'm watching that stock to go right back to $100, and I might just be involved into that stock this time around. Last time around, I was not involved on it. I still don't have any AMC shares on my board. I did say I might buy some when we go to this $10 area. Did not buy any. Did we even go to 10 recently? I remember it going close to 10, but not sure how close to 10 we got. Market's
it looks like it broke 10, but then, you know, it
bounced.
No, not anytime recently. That was like back in May.
Was that the original drop down to 10 maybe? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I did say I would buy some, and then I backed out on my deal of buying some. I guess I just back out on all my deals like Elon Musk over there. I wanted to buy GitLab at $30, missed out on that opportunity. Maybe this market can crumble down and take GitLab to 50s or 40s for me so I can buy some of this stock. And I know Console Wars makes enough fun of me for not buying this position all the time. Hopefully you did buy enough shares for both of us. So when I do meet you in Vegas or something, you can give me a cut to spend at the casino over there for me.
I wanted to address one comment here. Someone said splits are overrated. Now, okay, this would be the 4th split that we've seen in the past like few months, right? So there's Amazon, Shopify, Google, and now GME, right? So here's the thing, guys. Like splits are supposed to, I guess, create more added interest and, you know, help new buyers get into the name. They don't change anything fundamentally about the name, right? So literally you're just splitting it by 4 the price. It doesn't make it worth more or worth less, but it's just supposed to create a little bit more buzz, I guess. So naturally, I guess in a more positive market environment, the price would go up, right, on that day. You know, you did see it in Amazon. Amazon rallied those first couple days, and it was very exciting, but eventually just kind of faded. And, you know, you guys already saw what happened with Shopify and Google, not really the same sort of fireworks. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with GME. Obviously, there's a little bit more, I guess, retail interest in this name. So we'll see. You know, I'm not saying like I'm gonna, you know, try to base my whole day around it or something, my whole plan around, but I got a plan for it because it could be something, and you know, you want to be ready if it does happen.
Yeah, I'm just adding to my winners at the moment to the downside as the market is pushing down. So a bunch of my stocks that I'm already heavy on size on, I'm not even looking to take profits. We're just adding over here. Tesla, $3 per share. Netflix, $8, $1 in the money, sorry. NVIDIA, $5 in the money. And a couple stocks over here just hanging out by my average price. So we'll see as the market pushing to VWAP, can we take advantage of these moves to the downside that we're already short in. This watch list is done. done, so there's nothing to talk about from that side. Let's go take a look at I got you, Pride. Not make fun of you and good love anymore, reminding you. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying, it's always fun to see that I have people looking out for me in the chat and so on. So when you say, hey, Prad, go buy GitLab, it's at your desired price, and I just forget to, that's on me. That's not on you. I do enjoy you seeing your messages in the chat though. So don't stop making fun of me on that side at all. Short Netflix 217.25. I'm short Netflix 216. So it looks like you're $1 above me. So me being $2 in the money on Netflix or whatever, $1 in the money means you're $2 in the money. So congratulations on that short.
Someone here, I know we've been talking about Tesla quite a bit, but you guys keep asking questions about it, and obviously it's in play today. Someone asked why you guys are looking at 800 on Tesla as a key level. Just looking at the daily, always when in doubt, zoom out here. But just looking at the daily, it tested 800 here, eventually broke down and wasn't able to ever reclaim it. And then we haven't, really even tested it. So it's a fresh level, right? And, Tesla, obviously, if there's a positive catalyst or something like that, then, you can get bursts of momentum to the upside like you've seen today on Tesla. And, I've been talking about the 750 area, or everyone's been talking about the 750 area. And now finally there's proper buying above it and real breakout above it. So, you got to continue, or you got to have like more of a bullish momentum bias on Tesla here. And, thinking about that $800 level, it's a nice psychological level, nice round hole number as well. So it could be some fireworks up to that $800 level. But that's basically why, just charting a key level and trying to create a trade idea around it. UAL News Out CEO talking about risks. Let's take a quick look at UAL. They reported earnings today, I believe, right? I know that's the wrong. I know some of the travel names. Is it NQ? Okay, yeah. My bad, guys. Here we go. NQ, NASDAQ. So, down 9% today, getting hit hard. Right back into this channel now between 36 and 38. It seems like this little rally here, this little pop above 40 was extremely short-lived on UAL here. But a lot of the travel names getting hit hard today.
I'm going to keep harassing you about the F1 stock too. Heads up, it's barely moves though right now. Yeah, there's like no volume on that stock. Here's a stock that has volume today though. Big spike in volume, big spike in premium. Premium meaning the spike in percentage that it has gone up by 1M on NASDAQ. So Amazon coming in with a $18 per share bid, all cash buyout from Amazon for 1M. Is it the big Amazon or is it a different Amazon that's buying them out?
No, that's
the big Amazon. There was one time
there's
where
another Amazon.
No, I remember there was another stock that had a similar name to one of these big companies, and that was buying out a company. I was like, wait, this company's buying out? But
well, I mean, they use the ticker like
AMZN. When the report that I posted in the chat came out, it just said Amazon and 1M. So I was like, it could be Amazon Health Financials or something buying 1M. But yeah, looks like big boy Amazon over here coming in, buying out another health sector company, insurance company, I believe mostly.
There's decent size at 795. Oh man, we just missed it there. There was decent size at 795 on Tesla. There was a few hundred lots there, so that's going to be interesting to see. I'm waiting more so for that 800 break. You're short Tesla though.
I'm
in front
short
of that,
off
right?
that size. But
okay,
it's
it just broke
right
there,
now.
guys. You saw a quick glimpse of it, and it just broke out now, and already about 70, 80 cents in the money. But it's going to be interesting to see if it holds up above here now. Tesla, every time it's broken out of a key level today, it's actually held above, and it seems like this one is holding above as well. So very interesting to see. I think, that 800 test is coming for sure soon.
Yeah, for sure, without a doubt. I mean, Tesla coming out with decent earnings and then also dumping their Bitcoin looks pretty good on them, right? They pretty much dumped a good chunk of it. I think the number was over 900 million. And last that I know that they had about $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, or slightly above $1 billion. So clearly dumping that looks very good on their portfolio. Looks very good after cryptocurrency has absolutely destructed itself to the downside. Where is cryptocurrency today? Crypto cryptocurrencies are sadly in the red right now. Bitcoin down 2%, Ethereum down, Solana down, everything's down in general. And when we go take a look at cryptocurrencies, you know we love to take a look at Coinbase. What is Coinbase doing today? Coinbase is also down on the day, but it looks like a little bit of a market beta play. Real quick before we send it to Brendo at the big screen, I just want to mention that the UVXY looks like wants to take out the pre-market lows or head towards the $12 level. So it looks like the shorts might just be a little careful here as NASDAQ is now up a little bit more than previously, and SPY might just turn positive. Let's go to Brendo for the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, look at what's being talked about on social media so far today and how it is being mentioned. Worth noting, right off the bat, obviously, the SPY back to gray. Anytime you see something gray on this board, Netflix as well, just means there isn't a clear indication as to which direction it's being mentioned. So back to flat for the SPY, Netflix as well, as I mentioned. AMC downside today, Tesla very, very positive. Zila, you can't even tell there's a pullback in the market. If you look at the chart of Tesla having a great day off of that earnings report. There's Amazon, yeah, picking up that 1M today. Nice move for Amazon as well. AMD, NVIDIA, Apple as well, all among the positive names. All the little ones, on the other hand, that we've been dealing with, smaller cap names to the downside on this board today. Crypto-related stocks, Mara here. Mullen back to the downside. CCL, obviously, with the offering being mentioned on the negative side so far today. But pretty mixed as far as sentiment is concerned, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I'm just going short here on the NASDAQ futures right now in front of the... Why won't I go short? Hello? There we go. I was trying to go short and it just won't let me go short. Let's also go short on the S&P 500 futures over here while we can. So we're going to gut short NASDAQ already 4 points in the money. Market clearly wants to go down here. We don't believe in these market pushes to the north side today until the market clearly takes out that 39.80 level to the north side for the S&P 500, or even those highs from NASDAQ that we created yesterday at what I believe was around 12,500, right? Yeah, 12,520. So we did go a little bit higher than that, but we're still stuck in yesterday's ranges over here for NASDAQ. And we know how that Google 2-week halt came into a disruption for the overall market. We're just trying to lean on those catalysts, but we don't really see any good catalysts in the market. ECB also raised their interest rate for the first time in what, 4 decades or something?
Yeah, a long time. They raised a half, or I guess 50 basis points.
Yeah.
Some action to be had for sure. I did get more short into CCL. I think this is the last shot I'm going to give it here, just because now, you know, it was kind of doing nothing below 975 here. So I was thinking, okay, maybe it's just going to like grind slowly lower or something like that. Just be patient with it. It's giving this little pop up to 980 now, and it seems like there's just more green on the tape here. So I'm giving it one more opportunity here as short, but basically just risking off of these pre-market highs here, this pre-market level here. Just above 980. So give me one more chance here. If it doesn't work, then it is what it is. I gave it a shot here on CCL.
Ooh-wee, market really took off over there right now. It looks like we're
it looks like that Tesla trade is coming up very, very soon. You know, it did hold above the 795 area, and now it's testing 797 again. So continues to make new highs on the day. I want to get closer. My order's already in to take the 800 break, but I want to get closer there so I can see the size there, and you know, we can further assess this trade and see how I want to take it. You know, every breakout that has happened so far, it's held above it, right? So I'm expecting the same thing from here on Tesla, especially if the market continues to push up and break out of these resistance areas here.
So DHI shorts are thankfully working. We'll see if we can get this move right back to VWAP or so. But this market clearly wants to take off right now. If you're short anything, you might want to manage your positions. Thankfully, I don't have any size on my shorts over here, so I don't really care about these moves that I'm watching. If these moves get a little bit overextended to those highs that I'm talking about from yesterday on the S&P 500, then that's when I'm really starting to worry about my positions over here. Right now, let them just play around. We got that nice high at 30. 39.80 that we put in yesterday. We tickled that high today and we rejected off of that. So until that high gets taken out, I'm still holding on to my shorts over here. I'm going to give it that wiggle room in the overall stock. I might load up at the highs if I see NASDAQ, sorry, not NASDAQ, if I see S&P 500 push up to 39.80 and reject it, I will reload back onto my shorts with more size at the new highs or so. So just giving a wiggle room. Make sure you're trading your own book at the end of the day. Don't be copying me. You want to make sure that you could give the stocks the wiggle room the way I am if you are copying me.
I just checked on my forward trade. That one I haven't really been giving too much love. I've set up my orders already preemptively, trying to get offers on take profits into these pops above the 80s area. I want to get more long if it dips to the 70s, but it doesn't seem like that's really going to happen. I think, I think Ford's going to continue to hold this support now and just maybe slowly just grind up. That being said, I am participating in this one, so I'm not mad at it, but I wish I had a little bit more size on this one because it seems to be that's the only trade really working for me now. I am slightly worried about CCL just because now, it did give a little bit of a rejection off 980 there, and then, dropped down to like 77, 76, but then it just got bought up immediately. So I'm thinking now there are a little bit more buyers stepping up in CCL. Obviously, it's SSR, guys, so that means it's short sell restricted. You can't cross on the bid to get short. You have to wait passively on the offer to get filled, right? So it's a little bit harder to get short, after being down 10% on the day. Tesla is still creeping below 798. Now the high of day is 798.25 on Tesla. Waiting anxiously for that one.
Sorry, I was not ready for you to throw me over that quick. So let's see what the market's going for over here. I'm going to pick some stocks from the chat here. ADXN stock is up 127% and has 92 million shares. It looks like it is moving around quite a bit, 126% to the north side. Let's see what the catalyst is for ADXN. ADXN over here, wow, relative volume of insanity, 8.53 relative volume. I don't even know what to say about that, honestly. Let's see if I can find a catalyst on this one. ADXN news. Shares tank 19%. That's June 19, though. That's so old. That news does not matter for now. Trying to see if this is an earnings catalyst, maybe. Nope, not an earnings catalyst, but most likely some sort of a FDA catalyst. That as it is a health tech stock overall. So I'm thinking it might just be a health catalyst, FDA approval catalyst, or a drug trial catalyst coming in for these guys, helping them so much to the point where they are up 125%. Never want to reject VWAP. And I'm expecting more bounces off of VWAPs every time we push to the downside for this position. Reloading on a couple of my shorts over here into areas where I think the market is rejecting in.
No, I was just trying to read Neil's comment there in the chat. Apple, someone mentioned Apple. It looks like it's rejected off 155 today. It's having more of an inside day, not really doing too much. It's had a good run up after 150, but I don't really see too much of a reason to be trading this one when there's other names. I feel more in play that have given better moves. Airbnb short. Let's take a quick look at that. Airbnb, that is. I guess you were short this morning. I'm potentially, I guess, like off the 110 area, that was like resistance yesterday, and gave a nice move, a little pop above 108. So you have to be really convicted about this level to kind of step in front of it and get that short, because it never really gave you a second chance, right? It popped up above 108, tested 108.50, and then just plunged off of there, and then it's just been slowly grinding down lower the rest of the day, trading below VWAP now. So not really doing too much anymore. So I'm not really seeing another opportunity to get like more short on Airbnb, but clearly that is the trend today. But if you had that short in the morning, obviously you were specifically planning for it, and that ended up being a good short, but it wasn't really on our radar today. What else are you guys talking about here? Tesla 798. Yeah, I'm still watching Tesla on my side screen. Can I still call Rivian, or I'm assuming you still want to get long Rivian maybe. Let's take a quick look at Rivian. I know Sean was long Rivian in the morning. It seems like this 33 area was very, very clean. After that broke out in the morning, it held so nicely, and then it gave you another chance here. But notice how the bounce is a lot less like Renault night, right? So it it tested this 34 area, broke out above earlier, and then held it as resistance here. So it is running into more trouble here after bouncing off the 33 a second time. It seems like Tesla is pulling back a little bit more now off the 798. There's more sellers and there's a lot of red on the tape here. So maybe people are starting to take profits here in front of the 798 area. I want to see it like, if it does reclaim 798 and test 799, then that 800 is definitely going to be in play.
Thoughts on Twitter earnings? Yeah, I mean, thoughts on any earnings are just going to be the same. I don't know the future. I can't look into the future and predict exactly what's going on over here. Well, if you're looking in the future, you're not predicting. You just know. So sadly, I did tweet that out, and I keep saying that a lot recently. I don't know anything, so I don't know what's going to happen with Twitter. What we can do is create some scenarios for expectations, but keep in mind, Twitter also has a bigger catalyst behind it, which is the buyout catalyst, which we know is going to get canceled, but there is a possibility that Elon Musk could get enforced to buy or go through with the deal too. So a lot of possibilities over here. Not sure if the earnings catalyst is even going to move the stock around, and if it is, I'm pretty sure it's not going to have any meaning behind it. We're most likely just going to pop to these range highs or range lows and then dive right back to the bottom until that final catalyst, which is the buyout catalyst, gets decided. Until then, Twitter is just going to be a no trade for me. It's going to keep on being range bound. For those of you who love trading ranges, that's the type of stock that you go for. You look for these stocks that keep on going up and down. ONEM is going to be one of that very many positions that is going to be range bound as it pushes towards the $18 level. Right now, obviously, the trajectory is straight north side because it's going to get bought out for 18. So the price is going to head towards closer to 18 every single day, and the volume will be going lower and lower, sadly. But once that stock does get closer to 18, you'll start seeing it moving in penny ranges almost. That's how like some of the buyout stocks trade. So when, for example, Activision has done this for so long now, look at Activision on the daily chart, just range. You could have just abused these ranges as much as you wanted. Just wait for the tops, short, wait for the bottoms, go long. So for those of you range trade lovers, yeah, Twitter is great, but I would be avoiding Twitter tomorrow because the earnings plays tomorrow. Most likely not going to be in a range, most likely breaking out of some range, either to the downside or to the upside. But after that, we're expecting it right back into a range.
Yeah, it's just been trading in that range for so long, right back into that range before when the deal was like supposedly solid. And then, I think I'm just going to stay off Twitter until that case kind of gets resolved. The PLTR trade for me it was briefly working there, and I thought it was like going to be starting to work a lot better as I saw more size kind of on the offer into like the high 30s here, like 36, 37, 38. There was more size. I did try to get more short. I've been adding on the way up here, and I have offers out to get more short. But I think now I think if it dips to the 30s, I think I better start taking profits. So I set up my orders here. It's not really doing too much, but if the market just kind of does reject this area and slowly fade, then I think this trade is going to start working a lot better for me. Man, Tesla is in a world of its own. In a world of its own today. It gave that little dip below 795 and got immediately bought up, and now you're seeing more green in the tape up towards 798 again, right? So consolidating higher and higher, like I said earlier, breaks out, consolidates higher and higher, breaks out, consolidates higher and higher. This time it was a 795 breakout and now consolidating above that. What's next, guys? You guys can tell me. But I saw a couple of people in the chat saying Tesla going to 850, going to 1,000 today. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe 850, maybe. That's pretty huge of a move. That would be like a 15% move for Tesla. But we've seen it done before on Tesla. I don't know about today though.
Yeah, I have no clue, man. If it does go to 850, guess what? I'll hold my short all the way to 850, and I'll get short again at 850 again. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep on shorting that stock. I'm telling you, don't follow me on that side. That's how my trade. That's my book. That's how I'm going to keep on trading it. Tesla 811 top, yeah, I do like that number. I have looked back at it. 810 seems more plausible than 850, honestly. It could break 800, push up to 803, 804, burn the stops, and then come back down and then crush all the way to 790, 780. So that's the move that I'm waiting for. That's the trade that I'm looking for. And if until that trade plays out, there's nothing really for me to do besides hold on to it. Michael Burry in the house, really? Okay, that's I guess it's because I'm shorting DHI. So you're calling me Michael Burry because I'm shorting the housing market. I'm looking to short the housing market, really. I want to know where ETFs they are to short on. Some inverse ETF housing market ETFs that I could go maybe long on. So I am looking to go short housing market over here. And I was talking to Greg too on the golf course yesterday. You know, one of my cousins who recently got married bought a house, and the house right next to her sold for a ridiculously lower price than what they paid for. So housing market getting beat up a little bit, without a doubt.
With you shorting that, are you trying to manifest yourself buying a house? Like if the prices drop lower, you can
yeah,
buy.
basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to bully the market to the downside so I can buy a house.
Force it down, right? Yeah, I like that. Maybe put a little bit more size on there so I can get one too. That would be a good idea. But guys, I saw here earlier on the YouTube channel here on the show, we're only at 1.8K likes. I think when the morning show passed to us, we were at 1.7, which is. There was 7,700 people watching, 5,100 people watching now. We got to get that number boosted, guys. Like, we got to get up over 2K. It's been up over 2K all week. And, you know, there's been some fire trades today and some fire opportunities. So no reason why you guys shouldn't be excited, too. I know you guys heard us kind of going off in the background in the morning with some good trades. As I see the like kind of boosting up a bit there. But if you guys haven't already, you know, join, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. You know, we had a handful of members, new members join yesterday, which was super exciting. And, you know, check out the channel and check out all the content that we have to offer. It's great. You know, I try to keep up and watch all the videos as well. And I was just like you guys before. I used to watch all the time, every day at home, trading at home on my own, watching these guys and learning from these guys, day trade live. So, you know, it's a great opportunity to learn and, you know, get better as a trader. But again, guys, always thank you for your big time support.
Yeah, Buddy says we don't want our banks to go bankrupt. You don't have to worry about that. You know, last time the housing market crashed, you bail out, and only one person went to jail. So you don't have to worry about that at all. The economy works in such beautiful ways. The government works in such beautiful ways. So the banks will not go anywhere, thankfully. But, you know, sadly, houses will be going to crap if we keep going down this way. I don't want it to complete to zero, because that means my mom and dad's house is going to go to zero too, and that's not fun at all. I mean, look at what China is doing right now with the banks. They have like the tanks and whatnot for the banks. What's that about?
That was kind of scary.
I've never heard that anywhere before in my life, unless you were like in a war-torn territory, but that's pretty crazy. Not long ago in India, the money ran out of in the ATMs. Money went to garbage in Indian currency or whatever. So money went to poop. People couldn't pull out their money out of the ATMs. The government didn't have enough money to replenish the ATMs and so on. And there were just riots because, you know, you need cash. You need cash. A lot of places in India don't even accept credit cards or debit cards because it's such old school infrastructure and so on. And it really disrupted the economy. It was like how we went to nationwide blackout thanks to Rogers. Right? So our ATMs ran out of money and everything around the board. So if things like that are happening, obviously not good indication for the world right now.
Yeah, it's crazy how, you know, things like that you take for granted all the time because, you know, we're just so used to, you know, everything being so accessible. Like the internet goes out one day and then it's like, what do we do? I
can't use my cards?
Yeah, it's like, what do we do? It's like half the economy was shut down, right? That was quite crazy to experience there. What are you guys talking about here? I see a couple comments here, kind of funny. On algos, on holidays, liquidity fails. I'm not sure what you mean there. Cash is king. I think, you know, cash is a decent position right now. You know, just be careful with that. Obviously, it's a bear market. Recession pending, recession incoming. You know, cash is not a bad position at all, just kind of waiting for better value buys within the market. Although I think like these are some of the money fills on some names. I feel like in crypto, I think these are some of the money fills as well. You know, Bitcoin is kind of holding up above now that 20K, so that's interesting to see.
I'm pretty sure Kramer said that about Netflix 400 also, man. Money fills, and we know what happened with that one.
Yeah, but that was a little bit absurd, I think, right? Like, I mean, look at Netflix today. I was actually looking for a short breakdown on Netflix today. Just because it was rejecting like the highs. It hasn't really broken out those high areas after those wicks and that action after the earnings came out, right? And today is having more of an inside day, not really doing too much. So I just kind of left it and I was focusing more on Tesla. But I was thinking like if it got to 210, maybe, you know, it fails that level and just continues to break down and maybe we get a test back of 200 again. But that never really happened today. 218 seen rejected a couple times, but I mean the move is like a $1, $2 move scalp on Netflix. That's not going to interest me too much, because you got to size appropriately, and you got to risk a little bit more on Netflix, right? It can obviously move and give you some crazy volatility here, but it seems like Netflix has kind of died down after their earnings a bit more, with some other names in the market being a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, that's not wrong at all. So I'm looking at EVTL right now for some reason taking off, and I guess we did say I'm expecting the stock to go back to these range lows over here, not too far after that the original catalyst came out, which was I believe it was 50 electronical aviation crafts sold to Flying Group, I believe, or maybe that was Boeing who sold it to Flying Group. It was just two flight sales happening very recently right next to each other. So I'm drawing a blank right now, but I guess that doesn't matter as long as we know the catalyst is 50 aviation, electrical aviation crafts being sold to some company from EVTL. That catalyst coming in, helping this position to move from the lows of 270 to almost $5 that very same day. So I did mention that I'm expecting the stock to go into these range lows and this range highs. So pushing towards that range highs right now is EVTL itself, going right above $8, and now sadly back below 8. Wait, we didn't even go above 8. I thought we did. We tickled 8 and now coming back down a little bit. Let's see if the stock can find some volume to be really push through the $8 barrier and really get up there at the later on in the day. Look at this daily chart consolidation, though. I think we could see this barriers coming in at $9 or $10 at some point later next week.
I'm just watching Tesla. It's becoming very interesting around this 798 area, and I see a couple people saying Tesla's short. Honestly, I don't even mind that idea, just because every time it tests 798, you just see a lot of red flow in on the tape, and it can't really, there's not many buyers above there, so I don't hate that idea. That being said, I've had more success on the long side on Tesla today, and I don't want to flip short just yet, right? I want to see this 800 level come to fruition and test it. If it gives like a fake out breakout, breakout, hunts the liquidity, hunts stops and whatnot, and just flushes off of there, then I think that's a good short idea, and you can get more of an accelerated move to the downside. I think if you're going to short in front of 798 here, it has to be more of a scalp, taking some out in front of like 795, because it struggled to get below there as well. And you see here now, yeah, you guys saw it there live. It got up to 798 in an offer, and then what happened? A stream of red poured in, right? So really struggling now with 798, but the pullbacks off of it aren't that harsh, right? So we'll see. I think it's still, I'm still liking it to the long side overall, but definitely struggling here at the high of day for Tesla on that one. EVFM, a solid play today with house discussions on birth control rights. Yeah, sure. Let's take a quick look at EVTL, was it?
EVFM. EVTL is the aviation one.
Oh, okay. EVFM.
That's the contraceptor pill, whatever.
Gotcha. Yeah, EVFM up 18%. I know we were trading it back in June there when all the news kind of came out there, and it is bouncing off these levels, interestingly enough, off this like 80 cents area, and giving a huge move today. Honestly, I want to see it more above $1 here and showing more strength above that, and then maybe I can start to get involved. I know fees start to add up below $1 there, so probably going to stay away from this one. I missed that move today. It wasn't really on our radar, but this 80 cent area seemed like a pretty decent level on it to kind of build a position, get long in front of this pop. Obviously, who knew what this pop or when this pop was going to happen, or if it was ever going to happen, right? But if you're positioning yourself long on that one, that's a solid trade. You made 20 cents on a dollar name. That's amazing.
I love how Palantir is positive on the day and does not want to break the lows at all. Just keeps on hanging out actually near those 1030 markers that I mentioned yesterday. Remember I said I should have just held on to my long near the 990 that I had for that move to 1030 that I was expecting, and we went up to 1022, but looks like we opened up higher than 1030 today and just kept holding on to that 1020, 1010 bottom, not giving that bottom out, which was previous resistance. and now support on the downside. So Palantir, let's see if we can hold on to these ranges for the rest of the day and continuing into tomorrow, not really get below this range. As long as the market stays green today, we could most likely see a green market tomorrow too. Maybe a Tesla 4K finally coming into play, which is what I've been waiting for a while now. If that 4K test comes in, then I guess we could see some cleaner moves to the long side into the market as people will start believing in the longs once again, or we see more shorts piling in as the people who wanted to go short are looking to just reload on their shorts more and more on that 4K barrier for S&P 500's north trajectory. Markets are currently green slightly. S&P 500 up 0.17%. NASDAQ up about 0.5%. What is IWM Russell looking like? IWM Russell most likely also positive, but actually negative. Sorry, the small cap sector negative by about 0.5%, and Dow Jones by I'd say flat most likely. Dow Jones is. I was watching Tesla's at flat pretty much, and Tesla.
Yeah, it was weird because I was watching it and it got up to 799 and size flashed at 799. A couple hundred lots flashed at 799, and then it rejected it. And then when it came back, there was nothing there. It's like they flashed their size, got the little rejection, and then just like when it came back to 799, they just removed their size, right? So kind of strange there. I'm still watching it to see if there's more buying above 799 for the bigger push to 800. We haven't seen the size at 800 coming yet. It hasn't gotten up close enough yet to see that size flash. But I think I'm just watching this one like a hawk now because it's getting very, very close to that 800 level on Tesla. It's weird though because that size at 799, it gave the rejection there, and then nothing happened after that. It didn't even pull back that far. It pulled back to like 798, low 798s maybe, and that was it. Came back to 79 and it was gone, right? So some strange things going on here with Tesla. I think up closer to 800. I think a lot of interest is around this $800 level right now in the market on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, most likely just going to burn it, go up, burn the stops, come back down. So just got to give it time to play around over there. I for sure have lots of time to give it on that position. Look at that, and it's now coming back down. It's not. We'll just have to wait and see. I do expect the $800 to break, and if it doesn't, I'll be very happy with that move also. Want some more size. Okay, not sure what that means. Nice squeeze on Tesla, but short off of 800. That's my idea too. So just got to let the stock play out, obviously. Let's go look at some of the stocks that you guys are looking at in the chat. AEHR being mentioned. 1.3 million shares traded on a $13 stock. Well, $12.85 right now, but looks like it wants to head towards that $13 level. Let me pull up my my trusty tool here, AEHR. This is your trade ideas tool to find out what the relative volume is. Aher Test System, never heard of them before. 11 times volume that it usually brings in onto the stock market. I'm guessing this is a catalyst, is also earnings catalyst. Let's go check it out, AEHR. It is an earnings catalyst, so zero beat on the surprise, but looks like they beat about 1.3% on the revenue side for this position. So launching off of earnings catalyst to the north side is AEHR up 9% almost on the day.
AMC giving a little bit of a bump here to 1770, and I know I said I want to kind of take it short into this pot, but I haven't been watching it enough to kind of read the tape and see if there's sellers actually in the 70s. So I'm just going to be patient with this one and see if there are actually sellers. More red on the tape into the 70s, and then it's going to make me want to get a little bit more short in front of 1780, 18 area again on AMC. I told you guys how I liked how it just rejected that 18 area so nicely in the morning. And so, I'm kind of basing the thesis off that we don't really test there again, or at the very least, we don't really break out there again, right? So, I think I want to get this trade a little bit better R&R closer to that 18 area, as I am seeing like a handful of sellers now step up into the 70s, but not enough for my liking there yet. You are seeing a little bit more green, so I do want to get more short bias on this one. I'm going to be patient with that one. Tesla is really struggling with 799 still. It seems like it'll break out $1 and then just kind of consolidate. It'll break out like 798, just consolidate between 798 and 799. So who knows what's going to happen now that if it actually breaks out 799 and starts actually just consolidating in that area. I think we get the breakout. Here we go again now above 799, but again just flush right below again, right? So I actually, the more and more this trade goes on here, the more and more I want to take less size even on the break because maybe now the break might not be as good because it seems like there's more sellers coming up here to take profits in front of 800, right? So I'm kind of clashing with my trade thesis now. I am more long bias on Tesla here, but I think the short might be a little bit better, especially if the market rejects this area as well.
Plenty of crypto tulips are making high days and breaking out from yesterday's high. So I'm not sure what crypto tulips means, but I'll check the crypto sector or crypto market real quick. They're all red for me, so they're basically doing the exact same thing that we're doing earlier. Opinions on TBLT, possible short squeeze play. TBLT on NASDAQ, I believe. So short squeeze play, I mean, depends if the volume comes in and they are squeezing, yeah, maybe. But how do you know it's going to happen, though? Right now, we're not really seeing it. It's up 13% on the day. It's at the low of the day's range. I'm not sure if any shorts are even being squeezed at the moment right now. So lots of question marks on TBLT. Maybe once we get to these high ranges and we start breaking out from the high ranges, I'd say the shorts are being squeezed or something. But right now, not seeing that move at all. And I can't predict the future, sadly, so I can't tell you if the shorts will be squeezed at some point. ATOMDYDX CRV, for example. CRV is a coin. Oh, you're talking about other crypto coins? Yeah, I only track, we don't trade those coins, so there's no point in me talking about them. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the size briefly flashed. Oh, there it is. About 700 lots there I saw quickly. Oh, that's more. That's like 1,000 lots at 800 there. So that's pretty big for Tesla. It's creeping closer to that 800 now. Is it going to break? I feel like this has been the most like drawn out trade here because it's been slowly touched 800 there. Wow. So this is the top watch, I think, right now. Is this actually going to break or is it going to reject, man? I don't know. There it goes. It's flushing again. I see Neil like slapping his desk. I think he was ready for that break too. But man, what's it gonna do? Like that was a fair amount of size, I think, on Tesla. That's the most size I've seen on Tesla in a long time there. So that was very interesting to see. Is it gonna test back again? Is that size gonna be less, like at 799 there? We'll see. But now it's like
it's $80 million worth of shares, right?
Yeah, isn't that a lot? That's a lot. Yeah, that's a ton, right? So I guess, that's why you're banking on the short, and it gave, okay, we're right back again here. We're right back again. Is it going to test one more time? It looks like people are, getting short maybe.
The setup that I told you about this earlier, I don't know if you remember, like levels like these should always be played both direction. You should be short in front of it, keep on scalping it, and then you should have an order to break you out long in case it does break you long. That way you're trading both directions. These levels are way too important to just be one directional minded. Just way too important to be one direction minded. You got to be ready to front run that size. That's $80 million on the level 2, guys. $80 million is not a joke. That's a lot of money sitting there. You got to be ready to scalp the crap out of the stock for a couple cents, 10, 15 cents a dollar, 10, 15 cents a dollar. Well, it's Tesla. You're not getting, the spread itself is 10, 15 cents. So bid in, bid out, bid in, bid out, ask in, bid out, ask in, bid out. Have your stop out to break you long on the possible breakout. And if that breakout happens, you have some shares to go long. You'll take a little bit of a hit on your short, and you'll make money on both directions. That's just my opinion on it. Here's Tesla breaking out to the north side. Anyone who had that long on it is now absolutely cashing out. $2 in the money for the breakout.
Yeah,
I think Ian had that. Ian's now riding it to the north side. Let's push it to Ian.
Yeah, let's go, guys. I got long at that 800. I'm scalping it out in front of 802 here. I'm still holding a piece, so let me just adjust my stop quickly. Wait a second. Let me just I might have to manually do this one. I'm out. Oh, okay. I accidentally flattened my position there. But that's not bad though. That's not bad. I got filled. I got fills here. 801.68, 801. And then my last fill was 801 as well. So that's actually not too bad. I'll live with that. That was a decent trade there. Got about $2, some of my best fills on that breakout, right? So it ran those stops. It ran that size, that $80 million that Pratt was talking about. And honestly, for midday like that at 12 noon, that's a decent break. That gave you $2. I think that's a pretty good break. 770 was obviously the break of the day. I think that gave you like $6 on the play. Man, that was exciting to see. It finally broke out. I felt like that was so drawn out, just waiting for that $800 level to come into play, and then eventually just broke out. But you see now how it's holding above 800. It breaks out a level, consolidates above, breaks out a level, consolidates above, and now it's doing the exact same kind of action above 800. So this can slowly maybe just keep grinding up and up and up, and maybe test that 810 area that a couple of you guys have mentioned in the chat. But regardless, that was a good trade, and that was exciting to see.
Yeah, so now that the stops have been burnt, now the question is how high can this one go, or do buyers keep on piling in over here? Are we going to see Tesla going back to $1,000 very soon? There's so many questions here now that we can ask for the stock in specific. So gotta love seeing Tesla back up there. I'm sure Miss V is somewhere watching Tesla push back to these wonderful, wonderful levels. To the north side. So I see some people in the chat talking about Elon Musk without a shirt and so on. I don't understand the memes and so. There's so many memes out there. I mean, let the guy have fun, man. Let him have fun. He has millions and millions of dollars. Let him go have fun on a yacht.
I was just trying to look at my fills here and see what I got on Tesla. It seems like CCL is not going to work for me. I told you guys how, I was more concerned about this short out of any of them right now, and it seems like this one's going to be a loser for me on CCL, which is okay. I gave it a shot. I think I was a little bit late to the party. I think the flush move, or maybe even getting short in the pre-market as it was in SSR, it was a little bit easier to get short then, so you could have crossed then and got short that way. But it seems like that move off the open was a little bit better. I guess, with the news catalyst coming in, I guess a lot of people just offloaded their long positions or, sold or shorted in the morning, and it seems like that was the better move there. That's okay. It's imminent now that I'm going to get stopped out on CCL there. Ford is working very, very nicely for me, and I'm glad that I put these orders out to get my fills, because it's just slowly kind of filling me on these little pops here, and it's like I've been giving it the least amount of love, and it's the one that's working probably the best for me now on Ford, that is. I haven't really added to it. I wanted to get more size. Maybe I should have got this dip below VWAP here and added to it, but it's held this support really, really nicely, so I do like Ford, or continue to like Ford to the upside on that name. PLTR is not doing anything for me, really. Did I just get more filled there? Oh, I guess I did. I got just a fill there on PLTR to get more short into like the 38, 39 area. And I guess I'm just going to keep scalping it out into the low 30s. It doesn't seem like it wants to break that level. You see how Tesla now, Tesla is kind of stalling out in front of like 802. The high is 802.92. So, a decent short idea is to get the flush back down and risk off that high a day, but you got to give it that room. You got to give it that leeway and size appropriately on Tesla. But for now, it seems like the breakout is still holding, and I wish I didn't accidentally flatten my position. I tried to set up my stop, but I accidentally flattened my position. I guess I should switch those keys off there. But now look, it continues to push higher and maybe break out 803 and upwards.
803 and upwards. Yeah, it looks like it clearly wants to, man. Buying pressure is there. Market has been booming to the north side so far. S&P 500 now up 0.36%. NASDAQ almost up 1 full percent on the day. So we like seeing these positions move up the way they are, right? If you are long, you are having fun with any stock across the board. Everything's just launching to the north side right now. Apple also up almost 1 full percent. Let's go see some of the stocks that you guys are talking about. Tesla is up. ER was not good. Let's go see what the numbers actually are. It looks like ERs are up, man. ERs beat the surprise over here by 25% for Tesla. Even the revenue was beat by 2.39%. This is based on the estimates, so the actual numbers did come out good. And also, I think the number one key point in my mind, at least, is the fact that how Tesla decided to dump a big chunk of their position on cryptocurrency market. I think that alone is saving them a ton of losses from being incurred, but I think the losses have already been taken because they bought it at a higher price and they sold it at lower.
From what I read, I guess the losses would be incurred if they buy higher and sold lower. But from what I read and understood, is they sold it into like the 40K range. So they're not selling it at like these lows into the 20K area, but regardless, they probably lost a ton of money off of that one. Someone said Mara. Mara is giving more of a bounce today off this 12 area. It did pull back. Oh yeah, okay. So it is continued SSR. It got SSR yesterday on the rejection of 14. I took that breakout on 14 and that was decent, but it looks like the rejection short off of that would have been a lot better for Mara because the pullback was quite vicious and it tested back $12 again. I think it tested $12 yesterday, right? So that was pretty huge to the short side on Mara there. But it's going to be interesting to see if it could actually continue this rally upwards on Mara there. Tesla is grinding up now even more. Size flashed at 805 there briefly. I think I saw 128, 150 lots there at 805 on Tesla. So it is getting less and less. But man, it just seems like there's so much buying in Tesla right now. Where is it going to stop? I really don't know. Like maybe 810. I think is a decent area to stop, but now it just looks like it's just holding this position here. I really wish I held some size there and I didn't accidentally fly my position, but it is what it is. I'll take the win on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Tesla, I mean, look at this, 804 right now. I really want to see the stock move to those 1,000 levels again. You expect this to happen sometime this month?
This month? I don't know about that.
No?
I don't know about that this month. Maybe in the future. I don't know, actually. Like, I don't know if it ever gets up to 1,300 again. It is going to split,
What's the all-time high?
All-time high is
1,300.
1,300, right? So I don't know if it ever gets there again. Like, I know they're planning. It hasn't been approved or anything like that, but they're talking about like doing another split again. So
it's in the voting, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
so it seems like it will happen. That's kind of the theme of this year. Is like every company just wants to do a split and like introduce new investors and whatnot. But it hasn't really been working too much or as much as in the past. But yeah, it seems like that Tesla split is imminent, and it's going to be a long ways away from 1,300 at that point. I don't know if we ever get there again. It's going to be interesting to see. But regardless, Tesla's up 8.5% today. Wow, what a move.
Yeah, this market now might just be able to test that 4K today, and people want to take a look at Shopify. So let's go take a look at Shopify here. Pushing to the north side is Shopify with 19 million shares traded. Ooh-wee. Looks like the split for Shopify actually helping it with the liquidity side over there. But we are stuck in a good little range over here on Shopify ever since, before the split, we were stuck in that range. And then after the split, we're just still stuck in that range over here. Let's see if anything can happen with these long moves in the market. 4K most likely coming into play very soon, very, very soon on the S&P 500. I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, but we're only like, 20 points away from 4K? Is that even right? Yeah, so maybe it is possible that we see 4K coming into play today, at which point, ooh-wee, I really want to be short 4K today without a doubt. So as the market is now, NASDAQ is up 0.9%, almost 1% over there, and S&P 500 up 0.5%. So it looks like the bears are not here today at all.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like now the top end of this range is breaking out. What's the high here? 39.80 on the ES. So we are breaking out of that area now and pushing higher. Like Prad said, I think the next stop is $4,000 on the ES here, and it's going to be interesting to see if it can continue grinding upwards there. Up 0.5% on the day, so not up that much. But look at where we've come from, right? It tested 39.30, which were like kind of the consolidation lows from yesterday, right? So big move up. Again today for the ES as it keeps grinding higher. I punched out a CCL. That's a loser. That was a bad trade, I think, on my part there. Trying to short. I was too late to the party, I think. You gave some good moves off of this 975 area, but as I was kind of building my position short here, 975, there kept being more buyers around that area, and the range was getting tighter and tighter, right? So I think that was a mistake on my part, and especially this ad up here, that's probably where I should have just been stopping out on this volume burst, above 975 in that breakout there, and now it looks like I've punched a high a day, which is really, really bad. But it is what it is. That's part of day trading. There's going to be losses. There's going to be wins. It's about keeping your winners bigger and your losses smaller, and managing your risk accordingly. But yeah, CCL going to be a loser for me today.
How are you sitting there with the shorts just killing you? I don't have any size, my friend. I have 0 size on the board. I know this was a kangaroo market. I came in with 0 intentions to even make an execution today. So I'm just here hanging out, chilling, looking for this market to really decide. I want this 4K Tesla in the market before I really put size on any trade. I want some actual levels to be tested. I can't be trading the market in these ranges that we have, that we've been stuck in for a while now. So I want to see some actual levels come into play before I can actually put in some good size on some of my trades over here. For example, if we go back to these 37.50, 37.40 bottoms, I'll be looking to go heavy long on positions. If we go back to that 4K barrier, I'll be looking to put heavy short on positions. Right now, in these middle ranges, we're diddling in the middle. There's no point for me to take the blows and the risks and the shots that I plan to take and then give back all the money that I've made or lose a ton of money that I haven't even made. So there's a lot of reasons as to why I'm doing what I'm doing today. And it's, you know, like I said, trade your own book. This is a great example to trade your own book. If you're copying me, you probably can't handle these losses and you're getting beat up. Great example to trade your own book.
I just got back long in front of 802 here on Tesla. I saw size pop up at 802. So I'm just trying to front run that size and just risk off of that. And it seems to be working for me now. About 40 cents in the money right away, but I really want to see it creep up over 803 again and 804 and test the highs of 805. The high of day is 805.98, and this Tesla long has been working so far, right? It keeps consolidating higher and higher and higher. Now I'm $1.50 in the money, so I got to take some of these profits out as I do there. That was a good winner there in front of that 802 size. Again, just front running that size, pretty basic, right? You see the size pop up on the tape, and now it's even more in the money, $2.50 in this one. Let's go. That was a really solid trade for me on there. You know, just front running that size. That's all tape reading, man. We give you these tape reading trades all the time on the show, and hopefully you guys are taking some of them, but that was a good one there as well.
Yeah, ADXN once again being talked about in chat. Looks like the stock is slightly pushed down to VWAP. But once again, that idea of holding VWAP all day is working out for ADXN, not allowing the stock to go too much to the downside. Keep in mind, though, it is officially lunchtime now. We're at 12:14 Eastern Standard Time, looking for the market to lose some volume across the board and bring down some of these positions that have been elevated to the north side, along with the overall market. But the fact that the market is in resistance areas compared to what we saw not too long ago, I think we could see some overextension longs or some final drops to the downside before we see our third leg long or fourth leg long to the north side. Pretty clean moves to the north side so far, though, after some breakouts over here, especially on Tesla. Tesla pushing to 806 now, 805.83 or so. So, man, that Tesla long 800. Yeah, buddy. I guess Tesla long, just in general, what did we open today at? Around 760. That's all you had to go for.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard now to hold a piece on Tesla longer. I haven't done that all day. I've just been taking the breakouts on it and taking the quick scalps on it. This was more of a front run trade with similar size, but you know, scalping out as it goes here above 805, right? So I offered out at 806.18 and that got hit. I think, you know, when you offer out right away and it gets hit, that seems like to be a good trade to me. And now it's testing even higher, 807. So I think the 810 test is coming up soon, right? It just keeps consolidating higher and higher and higher now. It just seems like buyers are just like relentless on this name right now, and it just keeps going higher. Like, why? You have to get long this name. You have to find a way to get long this name. There's size as well at 806. I had the tick filter on mine, so maybe okay. There you go, 121. Let me just so you guys can see it there. 121 or 120 at 806, right? So you can front run that trade as well. It is a little bit higher. So risk that appropriately, but it looks like that is not even breaking down either, right? So I'll be more comfortable in this trade if that continues to reject that area and keep pushing up higher, which for now, it seems to be doing that. But okay, now it just broke down again. So it just took that size again. As I was talking about, that's okay. I'm still $3 in the money. That's only 10% of my position. Now I want to hold this for a bigger move and see where it can go.
Bears versus Bull, man. You don't even have to type in all those shorts that I am there. You're going to take forever to be typing those shorts in. Most likely going to close all of these shorts in the next few seconds here for absolute no profits at all, because the market does not want to come back down. I might just hold my future shorts here as I believe in that still. But yeah, some of these moves just are dead. They're completely stale. They're dead. Apple is just like stuck at the high day, does not want to do anything, doesn't want to go higher, doesn't want to go lower. Amazon's kind of doing the same thing. So maybe I could get into these positions later on around 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock when the volume actually picks back up. And one of the good questions that came in from the chat right now was, when do they officially come back? There's no officially coming back or officially leaving. I mean, the time slot awarded to lunchtime is from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. So the idea is from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, people leave their seats to go get lunches and so on. That's why volume is evaporating from the market. But it's up to traders, it's up to people, it's what they want to do. There is no set in stone rule that like they officially come back or whatever, right? Unless there's probably some hedge funds that say, oh, lunchtime is 12 to 1, you got to be back in your seat by 1 o'clock. You never know. You could have those things over there.
There's actually a lunch bell here. I don't know if you ever heard it.
I think I've heard it a couple
rings like
times.
very, very faintly.
Yeah.
But it's funny. The lunch comes, I don't think it's like determined off of that bell though. It just comes kind of randomly. Excuse me there. Someone said Snapchat earnings tonight. Any ideas? Yes. So, we've been talking about this all week. How playing or building a position like right before earnings is a lot of a gamble just because you don't know what's going to happen after that earnings report comes out. A lot of times too, like something that they say in the conference call can change the look of the name as well, or change the look of the stock or whatever, the price action. So just be careful if you are in a position ahead of the earnings play. More so, we like to see the earnings come out, maybe take a play after hours, but more so the next day once levels have kind of been cemented and you can kind of create trade ideas off of those, depending if it was like a positive earnings or a negative one, obviously. Man, Tesla is just going and going. That's crazy. Yeah, I think the 16 level on Snapchat is very key. I know we're above it today and we're kind of breaking out above it now. But it's been holding as resistance since end of May, basically, right? So I think if the earnings sways it one way or another around this 16 area, much like Tesla around 750 yesterday, maybe we can build a trade idea off of that. But for now, just going to be hands off on Snapchat.
Prad's 5'11", Ian 7'6". Yes, that's exactly what it is. Lunchtime on the East Coast only. That is true. Lunchtime on the East Coast only. You are right. I do always say lunchtime East Coast, or at least in the New York where Wall Street is and so on. Lunchtime, East Coast lunchtime. So that's part of I guess it's not like how many traders are from the East Coast, you think? That's probably a good statistic to see as to how much volume depreciates from the market and so on.
It's interesting because I think
traders are all over the world.
They're obviously all over the world, and that's the beauty of the market is you could trade from anywhere technically, right? But I would assume there's more traders on the East Coast because it's like the same time zone. Like it's easier to wake up and have like a regular work day, trade the markets from let's say 8 a.m.
But if
to
you're
4.
like me who like hates waking up in the morning and physically can't go to bed at night, and you like, okay, I need to go live in Europe.
Yeah, or do something like that, right? Like even more east or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's crazy when I hear about traders on the West Coast and the lifestyle that they kind of live, because they'll wake up like obviously super early in the morning, get ready to trade the markets at like 6 a.m., trade the open. They'll be done their like work day by like 10 o'clock. Like at 10 o'clock a.m. Like imagine living that lifestyle. That must be amazing. But it's totally different for sure. I don't know. It's like that would be a good statistic to kind of look up where traders are more located. Tesla is still working for me. That's like that's now almost $4 in the money. I think this 810 test is kind of coming. I think I'm just kind of holding it for that. I have my stop in place. I'm just gonna let it ride to see if we actually test 810. Maybe use that little pop to get out of the trade if that's where sellers really start to step up, or if there's like way more size on the offer there at 810. But man, it just continues to consolidate higher and higher now. I'm not really seeing too many threats to close my position here on Tesla. There's still a lot of green on the tape, and it's not really giving extended flush moves to the downside, breaking below like 804 and 803 yet. So I'm still really loving this trade.
West Coast has its perks. Yeah, I mean, sure, let's go with that. As long as you love where you guys are staying at, let's just leave it at that. We don't need West Coast, East Coast wars, Tupac and the Nas wars in the chat right now, So So let's leave that topic alone. These conversations never go anywhere. If you are happy with where you are alive and you know, present at the moment, more power to you. And if you're not, let's figure that answer out and let's get the smile on your face over there, right? Looks like I did close my shorts, but now the market wants to push down. So ha 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 ha! They just waited for me to close my shorts. I could get back in if I want to. So we'll see if the market can really push back down. I still have my future shorts going on still. So I do, like I said, I do believe in the futures shorts more than any other stocks shorts that I had today. That's why the size on those were absolutely zilch. Didn't even have any size on those trades. Was just holding on to few shares and giving it that ridiculous wiggle room on those, you know, kind of bringing in that Arun trading setup. Let these stocks move around a little bit until you know that you're really wrong. And once it tells you you're wrong, you know it. It tells you you're wrong right away. And that's the wiggle room I was giving into. Thankfully, though, no size, no damage.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to work on a little bit more.
Giving that wiggle room?
Well,
wiggle.
Giving wiggle room as well on some of these momentum trades, but also, you know, letting the market tell me more so what to do, right? You know, instead of trying to anticipate around certain levels, like if the level comes and there's size there, make a decision, right? The market is telling you what to do, and I made the decision off of the 802 size, right? And then, you know, gave me a good, decent long here on Tesla. So that's what I'm kind of working on in my trading. I want to welcome a new member here, Gordon. It's a lot easier name to pronounce here. Gordon, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. You know, welcome to the green side. Thank you for your continued support, or thank you for your new, or maybe you found us today and you're joining the team for the first time. You're watching us for the first time. Check out the channel. You know, we have obviously so much to kind of offer and so much content to give. But thank you again for joining the team. I'm Mark Bleakley here. Patience pays. Just don't get in early. Trust the tape. Yeah, exactly, right. You know, you saw it there. I had the tape read on Tesla. Just risk off that. Easy enough. Simple enough, rather. If it breaks down, you're out. Clean area to to know exactly when you're wrong. And if it works, it keeps working like it is for me right now. About $5.50 in the money on that one. Sean says I may never get out of Tesla. Yeah, exactly. Like this one, there's so much buying.
Taking it to all-time high, Sean.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like every level, it will kind of consolidate right under. So like 808 will consolidate right under, but then it won't flush. It won't flush. There's just so many buyers just keep on stepping up and up and up, and it's just crazy. It just keeps grinding higher and higher. Like I haven't seen this in a name for a long time. It's just there's so much strength in Tesla today. That 810 test is coming up very, very soon. There's not much size there on 809, but you know, maybe at 810 there will be more size, and I think that's going to be another tape read opportunity as well to, you know, manage your position. If you're already long, maybe scalp some out in front of that in case it doesn't break or something like that, or, you know, position yourself to take another breakout potentially. We'll see, but man, Tesla is a beast today.
Tesla is a beast. 9% almost in the profit. My earphones are dead. You might as well put it to charge at this point. Yeah, S&P 500 up 50%, 50.5%. NASDAQ, imagine up 50% on the day. That would be insanity. I don't think I've ever seen the market ever be something more than like what, maybe 7%, 6% to the north side. So that would be a crazy day to watch. Cool. Market clearly still deciding which way it wants to go. I mean, it is green without a doubt, but in my opinion, we're not in any levels that tells me we're gonna go back to the north side just yet. That 4K level break to the north side is what I'm waiting for. Then I can look for actual trades off those levels. Until then, it's just wait and see. Every day is not a trading type of day, but there are opportunities every single day. For example, look at Tesla today. That earnings catalyst coming in, elevating the stock to the north side, burning those shorts up. Michael Burry probably shaking in his boots right now and deleting his Twitter account for the 11th time.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Excuse me there. Yeah, 810 is coming, man. Like it seems like there's more. There's a little bit of red there, so you are getting flashes of red now on Tesla in front of that A10 area. That being said, though, like I'm not too worried about this still because more buyers are going to step up in the 808s. I hate to be talking about Tesla over and over again, but it's just like the one position that's really working for me right now. And you know, I'm just talking you through my thoughts on it. It just seems like it's just so strong today. It's insane. Meta seems the weakest tech today. Let's take a quick look at Meta. I haven't looked at it all today yet. It's having a flat day, so not really making a move. It had this breakout of 175 a couple days ago, and you know it showed some strength yesterday as well. So nice moves on Meta overall.
850.
But man, okay, their size on Tesla. 300 lots, I want to say, at 810, so not as much as before. But yeah, it looks like that's probably going to get tested and taken out anytime now.
Ethereum is now positive on the day, 2% to the north side. Same with Solana. For some reason, looks like crypto market is turning around right now. So obviously that's a good thing. Even Shiba up 0.76. Dogecoin trying to pop up over here. Solana about to turn break even on the day to 0. Bitcoin popping up also to 23,000. So crypto market waking up right now, giving us some green moves. So you gotta love watching these green, lean, mean machine moves on the crypto market. For the third day today in a row, we're watching crypto trying to get green. And I think we saw yesterday 24, right? Was it 24 yesterday on Bitcoin? Yeah, we saw 24 on Bitcoin yesterday. Maybe we see that again. And as we see cryptocurrencies turning positive, here goes Coinbase.
Man.
Go ahead.
No, Tesla is just relentless. I saw that 810. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take the profits in front of 810. And it just took out 810 like crazy. I know some of the traders in the background have it as well because they're going wow as well. Sean's clapping. This is the trade of the day for sure, I think, on Tesla. Yeah, damn right is what Sean's saying. 813, are you kidding me? This is insane, man. This is insane. Like, Branko's like, let's go, baby, in the background, let's go. This is like, yeah. We've got momentum, $13 winner here on Tesla. This is incredible, man. This is what a move. What a move.
That was a funny little inside joke over there. We've got momentum. Oh man, that kid is a pure at heart soul kid. Lord bless his soul wherever he is. But yeah, here's Coinbase right now, which is what I was talking about. Tesla clearly launching off, and Coinbase wants to join the party along with the rest of the market. Only up 0.5% though, so we'll see maybe if cryptocurrencies can save Coinbase over here and also allow it to launch with the rest of the market.
Yeah, I'm still looking at this Tesla trade.
Go for it.
That's what's that? Okay, yeah. So yeah, you saw a few sellers come out there, and I'll make it the 1 minute chart so you guys can kind of see here. There was a handful of red there in front of like 813, 814 area. So, you know, this is a decent out here, you know, being $10, $12 in the money. That's obviously a massive winner. But hopefully some people were holding these longs from way back here. I mean, like, this is crazy because you could have literally just taken any of these breaks here on Tesla today and just been holding at least a small piece for a bigger move. You know, just looking back at the chart, I'll consolidate back again. 770 break was obviously money. 780 break was money as well. 790, that was decent, but you could have got chopped up a bit, but you got to give that one a little bit more room. But 800 break I think is the one. That's a $12, $13 winner now. Just keep holding. I think if you're in a long, you know, obviously scalp out the most of your profits, but yeah, try holding a little piece. I think for, you know, where can this go? Who knows? It just seems to be just keep going. Maybe that 850 now that you guys are talking about in the chat, maybe that becomes a thing. But yeah, I don't know, man. What
does copying trades from level 2 order book mean?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you if you know what that means.
Copying trades from level 2 order book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means. Like, maybe if you can help me. If you
we're using the level 2 to trade, like to trade, right? Like, I don't know if that's necessarily like, oh my God, man. Like now it's just like, did you see that? We weren't looking at it, but like there was just so much buying that just poured in there through 814 and like, yeah, oh my God, like this is insane. Like 815 maybe is where it stalls out. I don't even want to say where it's going to stall out anymore because it looks like it's just going to keep breaking out and keep going. There's about 100, and that just broke out. I was going to say there was about 140 lots at 815. That just got taken out super quick, and it just continues to grind higher. I don't even know what to say at this point.
People are losing their words over here and their minds. But yeah, these guys are not trading. They're just copying from level 2 order book. I don't know what that means. If you're saying that we're reading the book and we're trading off the level 2, then yes, we are doing that. And you know, that's the right way to go about too. You want to be able to read the level 2 and you want to be able to trade the time of sales. And if you're not doing that, then nothing wrong with it. But I would urge you to learn how to do that, incorporate into your trading style. Sean's on Live Money. Whoa, Apple 155 has what the size? WTF size? WTF size on Apple 155 gets taken out. I am losing my mind right now. That was
What size was that?
That was like 2 orders of 100,000 each. There was a tons of size. So this market clearly taking up to the north side right now. Apple 155 getting cleared. There was a big order that just got cleared on Apple, or they just removed the orders. Either they removed the orders or someone just got wicked out on a big size.
But the pop wasn't that big off of Apple. The high was like 11. So, yeah, not too big there on Apple. But, yeah, that was crazy. I didn't actually catch that. Ford, I read just now Ford is grinding up in the chat. And I was like, wait a second, I'm long Ford. I got to take profits on that one because I didn't have any offers. So I was so into Tesla there. But, yeah, taking continued profits on Ford on that one. But I think that's it for me, guys. We're going to hand it off to Luca for the rest of the midday show. And we can't hear in our earpiece, but...
Yeah, our earpiece.
Not yet. Okay, yeah, not yet. But as always, guys, thank you always for having me on the show. And I'm happy to share some trades with you. Obviously, Tesla has been such a banger today. So I'm going to assume that's going to continue to be a banger the rest of the day. And we're going to be trading it all day. But as always, guys, it's been a pleasure. Stay profitable the rest of the day. And we'll catch you next time.
All right, we are looking for what are you guys looking at in the chat? DKNG, anyone holding? Yeah, you know I'm holding in my long term, which is, we'll talk about that later. 0.6% to the upside now is DraftKings, or 0.5%. And but you know, we can come back to DraftKings in a minute. Let's head over to Brando at the big screen for Sector Watch.
Guys, yeah, we'll get you updated on how the overall market is shaping up here as we head through lunch hour. 0.65 right now for the S&P. Nice bounce off the lows, continuing to the upside here. Obviously, tech and Tesla specifically leading. But let's talk about what's not positive right now. That is energy. You can see the entire group pretty much outside of KMI was an earnings name, beat higher on the day. Everything else, though, getting crushed with oil to the downside in a big way so far today. There is a few names in the banking sector or financial sector that are also in negative territory. All of them coming off of earnings reports, communication services, AT&T, we mentioned 7%, LUMN as well off earnings to the downside in a big way. There's CCL, 11%. That means all of the cruise lines going to be under significant pressure off of that $1 billion offering. LVS to the upside today. They beat. DHI, Lennar's here, home builders back to the upside. That's Tesla, obviously 8%. Higher on the day, it's healthcare stocks actually right now leading this rally back to the upside, along with the tech sector, software names specifically outside of IBM standing out there 2 days in a row now, back to the downside for IBM off of strength earlier in the week. Semiconductors here, SEDG, the only one standing out to the downside. So a bit of a mixed board, but hey, we're positive, guys. Back over to you.
Let's go. Yeah, market green. The board's looking green, but we do have a little specks of red in there, which I am trying to find out if I can quickly get a glance of what sector those are. It's a little too far over there. Sorry? Energy, okay, XLE beating up today, or getting beating up. What am I even saying? Getting beat up today is XLE down 2%. Maybe XLF is also down? Not sure. Let's check if XLF. Ooh, XLF flat on the day actually today. Financials flat. I want to check EWI. That's the one. That's the Italian one. EWI on Amex. Yeah. So EWI after I can't say the name. I think Draghi was his name. Yeah, Draghi resigning last night. So I was expecting to short Milan market today, but you know, market we're pretty strong overall. So I just stayed away from doing that. And by shorting Milan market, I mean going on the ETF side over here and going short. But lack of volume really, and the lack of a move kept me away from this trade. I guess that was a good thing overall, because shorting anything today basically was not going to work out for you. The only thing that you know, you guys are saying in the chat, these guys are stuck by Tesla today. I mean, Tesla is the name of the game today. You want stocks that are such directional into trajectory mode where you can take advantage of almost every single even dollar break and have $30, $40 in the money to the north side if you believe it at 750. I'm not sure if 750 even gave you an opportunity off the long, but looks like in pre-market you could have gone long 750, which was a level yesterday that Ian and I and Luca and Sean and everybody were shorting that 750 level. So in pre-market, if we're going to open above 750, the market conditions or the earnings report is telling you that we want to be launching higher. All factors considered, ooh-wee, Tesla just pushing to that 815 marker. So I guess the people who are expecting 850, we've yet to see that number come into play. But man, what is $30 from here?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. You know, that 800 break to the upside, and now what was the high here? Like 816, like insane. And I see, I think it was Paul Wilson in the chat. I bought Tesla at 670. Congratulations. Oof. If you're still holding full position, my God, you know, ride that. Where's the top? We don't know, but you know, like, are we gonna see 1,000 again? That'll be interesting. You know, this market's making a run for that 4,000 level. So yeah, definitely interesting. You know, still holding a piece here. Just kind of scalping this and then kind of like scalping it out, you know, and then now holding a piece for the dream. And, you know, we joke around with each other saying like, yeah, hold a piece for the dream. What is the dream? I don't know. Maybe we hit 1,000, but, you know, like that would be insane. But, you know, at this point, anything's possible. Hopefully you guys are having a great day and, you know, lots of things moving. Definitely an exciting market to be a part of.
Yeah, tons of fun over here to be had as the NASDAQ. I guess you're talking to some other viewer, Tyrone, because I know you know the answer for that one already. 4,000 ES has a lot of sell limit orders. It's going to take a lot. Well, you saw Tesla had a lot of sell orders at the 800 level, basically $80 million worth of it. And now Tesla's basically $13 above that level. So if someone wants to wipe that level, and if there's enough buyers that clearly there are today, we can clearly wipe that level out. And you'll also see a lot of people pulling their orders. When that level starts getting wiped out, a good 20% of orders are most likely going to get pulled out of it. And yeah, I'm just throwing out a random number out of the air right now. But if we were to do a study on it, it would probably be closer to 20% of the orders on significant levels like that. The people who actually intend to take the short see that level getting wiped out. They pull that order and try to not take that short anymore. So that also makes the stock pop up as the orders are getting taken out. Less and less buyers required. We just keep on popping to the north side and take out multiple levels on the high side. So that the 4K level, even though there's orders there, you want to wait for it when the stock actually goes to that level, starts testing those prices, and then if you'll see if the rejection is coming in around there or not. Stream is cutting. Could be on your end. Might be on your end. You know, hopefully it's not on our end. Our internet looks good. Luca is throwing up a plus sign over there for me. So I mean plus sign, a thumbs up for me. So it looks like it could be on your end. Maybe just refresh it for yourself on that side. Sure, yeah, refresh it for yourself on your side. Okay, going to the chart here. Luca is taking a washroom break. I believe it just disappeared. Oh, okay, it just disappeared. No, Luca, not Lucas. Oh. Luca. Okay, but your end stream laggy here as well. Oh, okay, we'll see what's going on that one. Let's go on to the chart market back real quick. The silver SLV maybe, SLV on Amex. Here's silver on Amex. I believe it is SLV. Yeah, there we go. Silver Trust. Currently, that's Bitcoin. That's not silver, Pred. Come on. Where's my chart? Let me just quickly find my chart here. There it is. Sweet. Silver on Amex currently trading at $17.36. Okay, silver taking off a little bit. Maybe we can also take a look at GLD on Amex to see if GLD is doing something similar. Yeah, it looks like precious metals over here are strong today. 1% to the north side for either of them, and holding VWAP all the way through. Good move coming in. I know not too long ago, I think sometime last year or 2 years ago, Palladium was in play a lot. Let me see if I can even remember how to pull that one up. Those are Palladium futures, yeah, PA on, and now Palladium basically only up 0.5% today, but did give back quite a bit of a move from those 2 years ago peaks or a year ago peak. Looks like I was remembering this peak here actually, not even a year ago. It was pretty recent. All right. Snap gonna break out now. Sorry, I need to grab a glass of water, but we'll get that in a second. Snap is about to break out to the north side. Apparently, and obviously with the market moving north, I could easily see that happening on Snapchat too. Snapchat up 4.5% today with 29 million shares. Let's go see if we can quickly identify any levels that I might want to be part of off this trade. Ooh, look at that. Snapchat actually breaking a good consolidation range on the daily chart over here. So that would have been my trigger to get long on the 1550 break, or even the $16 break on Snapchat would have been my trigger long. Looks like I think the 1550 bottom picking would have been my go-to trade there. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. I did not have Snapchat on my radar today. Did not have it on my watch list, so for sure would have missed this. But if the chart looks something like this, and I was waiting for it to come down to 1550, most likely would be something that I would be doing for a possible long. And right now, you would already be somewhat $1 in the money, or close to $1 in the money.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just quickly glancing over, not to mention, everybo's always going to bring up Tesla on a day like today every 2 seconds. Somebody in the chat saying this is going to 860. I would love that. I would love that. A lot of traders here would love that. That would be absolutely insane. It kind of feels like it's not going to stop, right? Any kind of dip down, you're not really seeing, a lot of aggressive selling. It sort of just kind of sells off, people maybe taking profits, and then it kind of balances out. But, holding the moving average, right? So, like, when you get a strong trend like something like this, you could kind of it's like you take it, you kind of sell the strength and then just reload, and then sell the strength and then reload, sell the strength. So it's like the common theme. At this point now, maybe we get a little bit of a slowdown. Maybe we dip back down and kind of find some support at like maybe 805, 807. I think my average, just above 805. So I want to believe that I'm good. Like, don't put me out of the money on this one. So hopefully, if it does run to like, let's see, say I don't know, like 824, like just kind of me guessing off the top of my head. That would be great. That would be awesome. Have an AMD long here as well. Just kind of the overall market. It's kind of the theme that it kind of is giving me right now is we're going for that 4,000 push. So I guess it doesn't really matter what you're long. Just kind of hold on to your longs and see what happens. And somebody in the chat saying Apple. Yeah, Apple went for that push too. I think I had a quick scalp there as well for the 155 test. I think I heard, actually I wasn't even watching this at the time, but like that push into 155, you know the deal, right? Like we didn't come all this way to not take the level, and like the size there kind of exchanged. Now we're at like 155.20. So, at this point, it looks like, let me just show you here, bring up the kind of, you got NASDAQ, ES, and holding trend very, very clean. Very, very clean on the 5 minutes. So if I bring up here on the 5 minute, so look at these bounces off the moving average, right? So it's like continuations right from the bottom. And I think it was Arun who mentioned the 39, I think he said 39.35. Like, we had that sell-off into 39.35, and this was kind of like overall support on the ES. I'm not sure if any of you guys had that, but that bounce was super clean, like kind of sold off, stalled, and then strong bounce, and like it never looked back, right? And then we kind of broke trend to the upside, broke VWAP, and just straight to the upside. So, at this point, very strong market, very strong, and it kind of feels like we're testing 4,000 either today. Given that the fact it's only up 60 basis points, maybe 4,000 brings us to like 1.4%. I'm just kind of guessing off the top of my head, but I would be surprised if we don't test it today. But if not, like it kind of feels like it's coming. It could be coming tomorrow, right? So free fall Friday off the table for now. We're definitely going to the high side here, and definitely looking long. And these long pops are super sharp, super sharp. We also had AT&T earnings right off the open, and I think it was Brankos who had a crazy short on this. This just straight flush, straight down right off the open, broke 19. If you had that break, that was extra clean. Kind of broke below 20, down like I think it was like 4% at this point, or maybe 5%. Now down 7%. or maybe over here I was looking at it. And yeah, that 19 break. Guys, I don't know if you guys trade a lot of AT&T or if you focus on small caps, but from a large cap perspective, when you get like trades like this where it's like a lot of size, a lot of liquidity on the book, these are great setups because you could take a lot of size and then you got to move like this, right? Like this gave you almost like a dollar move. And I almost want to say like a dollar move on like AT&T is not the same as a dollar move on Apple. Apple will move a dollar every day. The range is huge. AT&T not every day gives you a clean flush like this. Like this looks like a Neo flush right off the open, but it's AT&T, so you could take way more size. Just straight down. You're never out of the money. There was no reason to cover, but obviously you're paying yourself, so you're covering along the way. And I'm not sure Brankos wants to share his trade, but if he did show you, it was picture perfect, absolutely insane. That was super clean there. And there was something else I wanted to mention as well. Oh yeah, a couple small caps on the table that I was looking at. I'm sure you guys saw TBLT today. Broke 5 yesterday, but not extra strong. I think you get TBLT, it's kind of giving me the vibe of like now maybe the run is done. It was extra strong yesterday. It ran up. It couldn't break 6, and then you got that kind of rejection, and you got that kind of volume spike here. And let me just show you guys the kind of volume there. I'm not sure if anybody was in this or trading this, but look at this, right? Went for the high, sort of a little bit of a consolidation, had that high push, lots of volume, and then flushed down and essentially like this kind of feels like the death candle, right? So this is probably dead for now. I think there was there another one? Oh yeah, also CCL today, with a $1 billion offering. I'm going to reiterate this. I think I said it last time. Me and Ian were having this discussion, and it's on New York, not NASDAQ. Me and Ian were having this discussion about CCL. This is before the flush through 10, and then it was lower, and obviously right now, it's down 10% today, but it's not like below 9 or anything. But, we're talking, and, I'm like, CCL, I wouldn't be surprised if this hits $5. And now seeing the $1 billion offering, like pretty big offering, but I'm surprised that we didn't really, sell off and kind of stay below VWAP. So I guess maybe the market's sort of sold all it has to sell into CCL, and now it's sort of like, okay, like they did the offering, they're raising money, so, they're not going bankrupt. They're not going bankrupt because they got the cash. And I don't know if the deal closed per se or what the kind of details are. I just kind of glanced at it. But, I think... I'm surprised that it didn't stay below VWAP, but I guess that's a kind of clean tell. If you had the short on this, it wasn't really kind of selling off. There was no continuation. So, it is what it is. It's SSR, so I guess there's kind of less aggressive shorts into it. And, on a day like today with everything up, kind of carrying this up as well.
That's right. CCL should be down technically, but it's still down 11%. So guess what? I went to the washroom. I fill a water bottle. You see this nice little Trader TV live water bottle that Sean just gives away to people every time people come over. These bottles are diminishing in count, but we can just make more. Anyways, I fill up this bottle, leave it at the table, go to the washroom, come back, the bottle's missing.
No.
Why do people just love stealing my stuff? My juice boxes, my water bottles, I can't leave anything anywhere. It just disappears all the time. But whoever has that bottle now, you might want to go get tested.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm just quickly glancing over at Tesla. I was $4 in the money, and now I'm slowly coming back to my break even. The move is strong. It's up 9%. Like, where are we going? I think last time Tesla had a very strong move, it was up like 11%. So it's not like unrealistic to say that this can't get to the 20 area. That was kind of my initial plan on holding this. It's kind of the theme of when you have a winner and you're sort of scaling out and you're kind of riding it, you're up on the name, then you're kind of more inclined to hold and see, maybe it does go, maybe it keeps going. There's not a lot of selling. But at the same time, if this goes back through 800, which is possible, then I think I'm going to cover the rest of my position. But, we're $10 away from that. So, things must go down before they go back up. Nothing can go straight up forever, unfortunately, although every long bias trader would love that and, kind of flip for the short side. But, whatever is what it is. And kind of nursing that AMD trade here as well. I got long here for a push into what I think is 92. I just actually missed my order. Where was it? Oh, you know what? And that's kind of funny too. I think I had an order to get out I'm basically, when I got long here, I was like, oh, maybe we got to push into 92, but we kind of sold off. But I'm holding this. It doesn't really feel too weak. It doesn't feel like we're going to really sell off back to 90. We could probably get back up here, and then I'll reevaluate this one.
My friend Douglas is talking about where is my BABA? Yeah, good question. I actually did forget about BABA completely today. BABA is giving you the same ranges as a couple days now. So 107 to 104. We've been watching this range play out for a couple days now. Even today, 107 to 104. And if you see me shaking and doing this, that's because the AC just kicked in, I believe. You feel that?
Yeah, you know, guys, it's absolutely hot. Maybe not as hot today, but you know,
freezing.
yesterday super hot. This
Right?
whole week. It's nice. I
Yo,
like
put your
it.
guns away, man.
You know what somebody said? Hey,
Yeah,
did anybody tell
yeah,
them?
I told them.
Oh,
I
you told them. Yeah. You guys are hilarious.
Yeah, guns
man.
are
Like,
illegal in Canada. You need a permit for those guns, bud. All right, let's
Oh,
get
man,
back to
that's
the
hilarious.
market because BABA is what I wanted to talk about. BABA forming a nice little base at 104 for a couple of days now, and even the 100 level bottom on BABA holding up pretty strong. So we love seeing the fact that BABA, after having a little bit of a weakness in it, but keep in mind though, I am scared to trade these Chinese stocks for like an investment or a swing trade because the news keeps on changing on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. So that does scare me for a swing or an investment. But for a day trade, man, these stocks, as long as they're in a range like these, you can keep on taking advantage of these ranges. And then if that news comes, if you're in the right side of that news, obviously you're loving that. If you're on the wrong side of the news, you just get stopped at and hopefully you make some money while you're scalping on that range. So BABA giving you that opportunity.
Yeah, I see somebody here asking, can you give a quick, or where is it? Give us a few thoughts on how you read level 2 in time of sales. So it's gonna, you know, this is sort of like a vague topic because it really comes down to like what your strategy is, what you're looking for. But just from a general sense, you know, like identify certain levels that you think are going to be levels of interest. So for example, you have the 800 level on Tesla, like a good significant level. As it's coming to 800, and I'll remove the fills just to kind of show you guys like a more clean. All right, here we are. A more clean look on this. It's like, so, you know, like obviously like very strong. So like for the first part of the day, you know, ran up and now we're coming back to VWAP, right? So it's like a tape read like over here, like when price is like kind of far away from VWAP, like in this random area, is not really going to tell you too much because, you know, it's a random price. As we get back down to VWAP, what you're looking for is our buyers stepping up in front of VWAP, right? What does the tape look like? Is there a change in the velocity of the tape? Is it kind of selling off and reclaiming, selling off and reclaiming? Are you seeing aggressive selling at VWAP, or is it just kind of going to VWAP, like, and you're not really seeing red on the tape? Red meaning people punching into the bids, right? So then it holds VWAP and it breaks back above. Are bids stepping up and chasing it? How much? And kind of like the velocity of the tape, like, is it a very strong move up, or is it just kind of like a slow move and then it kind of comes back down? Right? So then, and then, you know, like, let's say you're kind of like long bias on the name and it holds VWAP and you're like reloading and you're like, okay, now I'm long here and now you want to hold. What you want to do is, you know, like if your plan is to like sell the strength and then reload, sell the strength and reload, like watch the tape as it approaches back to the mean, right? So like moving averages are just essentially like the mean of the data that's being shown, which is like the candles, right? And so as we revert back to the mean, how is the tape looking at the mean? Are people reloading and is it kind of bouncing up? Is there a lot of selling over there? You know, so there's these little things. And then kind of playing off a level, you know, like we go to the 800 level and like everybody was probably watching the same thing. And it was sort of like dancing around, going very, very slow, very slow. It hasn't been to 800 in a while, right? And you have the catalyst of earnings. And so like even though it kind of gives the feel like maybe the short might be good, you know, you watch the tape and it's like there's not really that much aggressive selling at the 800 level. It's more so everybody thinks the 800 level is going to break and they're just preparing for it. So, you know, whether people are getting long into the level or getting long on the break of the level or just taking the size at the level, you know, there's all types of traders making decisions. You know, probably institutional money is buying that 800 level because it's a big size, whereas like day traders are just taking the break of the level. So, you know, you're watching the tape and you're watching the level and you're saying, what am I seeing on the tape? Is it confirming what I think could happen, right? And it's like, so you say to yourself, like, I think it's going to break 800. The long might be good. There's really no selling there. There's size. The size gets taken. I'm going to take the break long. I'm in the money right away. Okay, and now it's just trade management, right? And then you kind of like, so, you know, like every trader here probably manage the trade a little bit differently, and it doesn't really matter how you manage the trade as long as you're kind of like doing well. And, you know, so like whether you're like getting long before, whether you're getting long on the break, whether you're scalping the strength, reloading, scalping the strength, or kind of selling the strength, reloading. But these are all just little tape reads that you're doing along the way. At this point now, as Tesla kind of, you know, goes a little bit sideways and now it's down, maybe it goes back up again. Tape reads, like reading the tape, looking at the level 2 is probably not as valuable. Most people are probably not making decisions right now. It's just probably bots that are like floating price around up and down. They're going to stop a lot of people out. But, you know, if the line of least resistance is up, then that's where these bots play games where they try to kind of dip down, stop people out, get cheap shares, pop it back, and then kind of cover. And, you know, that's them probably adding liquidity, providing liquidity to markets. But, you know, yeah, there's no telling where this kind of stops. There's no real like kind of way that you could read the tape at this point to say like, oh, where's it going to stop? Where's the top? You know, what's the next level? I think safe to say like, you know, like 820 will probably be next level of like resistance. I just think in terms of 5 points on Tesla. So like 815, 820, 825, so on and so forth. Somebody mentioned 860. I don't know if that's a specific level. Would love for it to get there, but you know, hopefully everybody's holding on.
ATUS being called out in the chat because it's halted. Looks like it actually halted on the way down. If I was to guess, I'm seeing a red candle. It pushed down and it's halted at 1204 or so. So it looks like it halted on the way down so far. Yeah, look, the numbers are to the downside over here. But before that, ATUS was halted already earlier. So it halted once at around 12:45, reopened, and then halted back at 12:53. So just waiting to see where this one reopens at. And the news for it is it jumps 27% on report. It's exploring sudden link sale. So exploring a sale of a part of its business, I'm guessing, and trying to capitalize on that move over here. Our traders are trying to capitalize on that catalyst. Are here traders pushing along on ATUS. We'll wait to see where this one will open up at and move around at. And real quick, some of you in the chat just are saying, you know, I feel like a Gucci Mane ad lib right now, burr, and yeah, it's pretty cold, but you know, it's okay. At least it's not stupid hot like yesterday, like outside. What was it, 31, 32 degrees?
Yeah.
We were golfing and we were just like sweating buckets. At least I was. Was a good exercise at the end of the day, but man, was it hot. I think I had one of my worst rounds ever, but still under 100 on a par 3 course, so I'll take it. Max killed it. Max had like a 66 or something yesterday. He killed it. Greg did pretty decent too. Greg did just his whatever run he always gets. I don't want to mention it. He'll probably doesn't want me to mention his score. And who else came with us? Billy. Billy did pretty good too. So pretty good round, but no improvement for me, sadly. Greg did say though my swing was getting better, so I guess I'll take that. I'll take the dub in that. Coming back to the market right now, I see a viewer who was trolling us earlier is talking about how do you use a level 2. Yeah, I think you know, there's many ways to use a level 2, but for the most part, a level 2 is just a sum of all the buys and the sells being put on the actual live market. So let me just filter out all the 100 shares here. You'll see every time you see a number more than 2 or so, that means 200 shares or more are trying to get bought up over here. So just put a 2 zeros beside the number that you see. This is a live book of how buyers and sellers are trying to compete for price and for a fill on the market. Sometimes you'll see big orders, such as that Tesla level 800 had about $80 million worth of size over there. You could keep on scalping the shorts before that 80 million size, and once that 80 million size starts decreasing, you start lowering your size on that level over there, and then get ready to take the breakout long. There's so many other ways over there. You want to keep on focusing if the orders are chasing the level up, or are they running away from the stock as the stock is going down. For example, some of these orders that you saw over here started coming in as the stock was pushing down. This is ATUS that recently halted. Look at those orders piling in at 1150. Clearly, they don't want the stock to go much lower than 1150. I think that would be a great point for us to think about a long on this position, as it happens to be also around VWAP. If all that size at 1150 gets cleaned out, then that's a problem clearly, as the stock, which just recently halted on a positive catalyst, does not want to hold up where size is. Now, you also want to focus on like a bunch of other variables over there. You slowly develop these as orders are being put in and orders are being pulled. Are the orders even real? Are the orders fake? And you'll see that slowly. Like right now, that 1150 order could have been fake, and the only way we know that is if they go down and test it. They tested that 1150 order. They all filled, so we know that that's a legitimate size. So someone legitimately took size over there 1150, trying to prop up the stock, and now we'll see if that bottom or base can form around those prices.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. The wick off bottoms is kind of tempting, but at the same time, I'm gonna
On ATUS?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I think that's a dark pull.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah,
Let me
not that one, but
verify
just
it.
in general, like
Okay,
kind of
okay.
wicks and kind of holding that area. Yeah, I think it was Lone in the chat saying, AMD going to 94. Yeah, like maybe it's going to 100, but then I see you saying not referring to today because I'm like I'm going to 94. I was like, where is this? Okay, yeah, still at 91 over here. So yeah, but patience is key. Patience is key. And I see Ben C, Google turning green. Yeah, let's have a look at Google. I'm actually surprised at how Google's price action's been. It's not really what I thought it could be. Not really what I thought it could be. But again, it took Amazon a few days after the split to sort of kind of pick up and become a little better in terms of price action from a day trading perspective. So maybe Google kind of catches that kind of vibe. Maybe on earnings. I mean, it's going to be super exciting on earnings. We'll see. I have high expectations, but I guess in this business, it's better to have low expectations and then kind of just be surprised. That's the kind of best way to go about it. Manage expectations. And what else are we looking at? I'm not sure if, or what are you guys saying? ETC hit 25 bones. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe Ethereum. Oh, Ethereum. Yeah, the run in Bitcoin's insane. I wonder
Well, Luca pulls up Ethereum over here. I'm going to talk about this question real quick because it pertains to the topic I just spoke about. How do you put in a fake order? So putting in a fake order is actually an illegal mechanic. You can't just there is no fake order. You throw in an order, but you don't intend to take the fill. So when the stock comes down, you pull the order. So this is called spoofing. It's an illegal mechanic. If you get caught, the SEC will come after you and they will persecute you. So you want to be careful with that. You don't want to be doing that in the first place. Any order you send to the market, you intend to take that order. So they throw the order out, let's say 1140. Someone throws in $100 million buy order at 1140, but as soon as the market sees that buy order, they start pushing towards it. And then if that was a fake order or they just wanted to spoof that level, they would be pulling away that order, not letting the stock get any fills, and that would be considered as a fake order or a spoofing order. Very illegal. Never do that.
Yeah, and there's a difference between obviously spoofing and changing your mind. You're allowed to change your mind, obviously. You kind of put an order, new information comes to light. Obviously, you guys know, trading is, it's a mental sport. It's very difficult, and a lot of information comes at you very quickly, so you're changing your mind a lot. I think the general consensus, just to add to what Prad said, is you should not be, and this is more of a big money, to me, this is more of a big money thing. It's you should not be flashing hundreds of millions, flashing and then pulling and then flashing and then pulling, trying to manipulate. I think for the most part, as long as you're following kind of the spirit of the law, you're have a good faith type thing, then everything's fine. But it's sometimes you see things in the market, you see an order, it's not really there. A lot of traders complain about that, and it's just. It is what it is. Who knows? Who knows what really happens? But for the most part, you tend to see that orders that are on the market get filled. But it's kind of funny that the phrase of that, what is a fake order?
Yeah.
All orders are real orders. They're, you know what I mean? But yeah, no. It's but yeah, for the most part, just be careful. And that's why we preach you have that size that you see that comes up on the book. In this market, all the size is being taken, right? So it's you have the 800 level, on Tesla as an example, very significant level, fresh size, like Prad mentioned, you can scalp in front of it, what are the odds that it get taken right away? But for the most part, what I think most traders are seeing is, all size that is on lick gateways is getting taken. Very rarely are you seeing, size not getting taken and then kind of the reversal off the size.
Yeah, we're going to head over to Brandon at the big screen over here for volume leaderboard. Can't wait to see what stock is doing, 100 million shares.
Hey guys, yeah, big busy afternoon once again for all U.S. listed stocks here. 10,761 on this board. You can see a bit of a flat session typically when you get an even distribution between stocks that are higher, stocks that are lower. And 1,120 here, not really doing a heck of a lot. 5,300 positive, 4,300 to the downside so far today. 923 new lows, 61 new highs currently on the market. Top of the list 2 days in a row here. It's Zila once again. 250 million shares traded for Zila. I remember 2 days ago now, it was 650 at this time of day as well, which is crazy. 110 million here for ADXN, big mover today as well. They increased their guidance, full year guidance going forward. If you missed that one this morning, 106 million for TQs. CCL on the offering just cleared 100 million shares. AT&T on here off earnings. There's AMD. Big one this week as far as volume traded so far. It's been on this board 2 or 3 days in a row. 58 million shares. There's that 1M buyout today. So that one obviously doing a ton of volume as well now. 51 million. VRAX, ADXN, and that 1M up big time, obviously, guys, after being purchased by Amazon. Back over to you.
Purchased by Amazon, indeed. One Medical. So can't wait to see how that deal goes through. And you guys know how I love trading buyout stocks. So those are for sure something that I'll have on my blotter. I want to go back to a funny comment in the chat from, I believe you said Garrett. Who said, so. Tell that to Citadel about the whole spoofing and the faking. Yeah, you know, it's a funny comment. That's hilarious for sure. Citadel, listen, I'll put it this way. Citadel is the casino in a way, right? So it's like going to the casino and then blaming the casino for changing the rules or playing the game how they want to. The casino can make the rules and change the rules however they want on any given day, and they can kick you out too. And that's basically what Citadel has done. It's bullied people for the most part, so everyone hates Citadel. I hate Citadel. Citadel is the enemy. The ops, as the kids call these days, the ops is Citadel. Where's Dominic? Who's that? Oh, Famularo? Yeah, no clue. No clue where Dominic Famularo is
everyone
anymore.
In the chat's like, where's Dominic? I'm reading that too. That's kind of funny.
Real quick, one more though. NQBot said, maybe you can answer this. What are they spoofing?
Sorry?
What are they spoofing?
I'm not really sure that's...
The idea is like, well, I guess this question is why would they be spoofing is the question. So why would they be spoofing?
Influence price.
Yeah, it's like for the most part, spoofing is essentially to kind of influence price, right? So basically assume that like somebody is like long, right? And they like want to like push the market in a direction. Like they'll try to spoof. They don't intend to take the order, but they believe that if they throw a big buy order on the market, on the bid, then the rest of the market participants will be like, oh, there's a big buyer, so like run the price up. And so they're hoping that like their kind of spoofed order sends the market in the direction that they want to see. And so, you know, I'm assuming that like they're long or they have a vested interest, or else why would you be spoofing for no reason? Like that kind of doesn't make sense, right? But yeah, for the most part, you know, like there's a lot of like kind of regulation around you know, securities trading. But to kind of keep things simple, it's like, you know, just follow the spirit of the law. Like obviously, like, I mean, if you're trading like small size, the spoofing it's not even a thing. So for the most part, most kind of traders don't really have to worry too much about it. But you know, as long as you kind of like you're trading and you're like, oh, I want to go short, you know, you send an order, you take a short, like whatever, right? And again, you can change your mind. There was actually, I think, did we get a super chat here or somebody? Or
super chat.
Oh no,
Ooh,
member
whoa.
for 16 months,
Nice.
Kung Fu Trading. Thank you for the support. And any factors to consider when looking to trade a stock with high institutional ownership. So for the most part, I would say that you know, institutional ownership to me tells me that institutions believe in the company, and you tend to see high institutional ownership on names where you know, like it's an actual company, like they have prospects, they're going to make money. You know, a lot of people who trade sort of like a mean, think of it like this, like you have like a mean reversion strategy on like biotech names, right? And you have biotechs that kind of pop and they're up like 80%. And you're saying to yourself, okay, like it went up this amount. I want to like have like a mean reversion strategy. If it kind of goes outside like 2 standard deviations this way, then I'm going to kind of fade it back for the other way. I would say that like, you know, read the news, like look at the catalyst. Does it sound really good? If the institutional ownership is very high, then, you know, institutions believe in it. You know, there's going to be a lot more market makers on the name, so there's going to be a lot more games. So, you know, for the most part, I would say that like, you know, if institutional ownership is high, then like you kind of get the feel that like there's more market makers on the name, like kind of dealing with small caps. You know, whereas like if institutional ownership is low and the name is up and the catalyst isn't real, then it's a garbage company. Then, you know, maybe the mean reversion play is kind of better, right? That's kind of the way that I look at it. Other than that, I'm not really too sure.
Just going through over here to see what sticky note did Sean provide today to the viewers and even to all the traders on the floor. If anyone off the floor traders is not following Trader TV Sean, I don't even know what to say anymore after that one. Let me just quickly open his account over here. I don't know why I can't open. What is this? Respondent. Hello? What? Okay, here we go. Bop, 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 bop. Where is the sticky note? Sticky note, here we go. CCL, we already know what happened with that one. Downside, it went to the begin with, but then the market pushed up a little bit. I guess more importantly are just the stocks that are not on the sticky note, which is Tesla. I'm trying to see if Tesla is anywhere over here. Ford EV battery, that was a good call out. A lot of you guys traded that Ford call out today. I know you guys love that call out. So once again, the sticky note reigns supreme, baby. Nope, never fails to give you guys some free winning trades. And all he asks you on that side is smash that follow button. And also on the YouTube side, smash the like, smash the subscribe button. Let me quickly open up that YouTube account. Oh, that's not it. Hide that. Where's there should be this one, YouTube. So yeah, smash that like, smash that subscribe, ring that notification bell, click on any buttons that you can really click on except for that button right there. Don't click on that button, click on every single button besides that. Even the join button, if you're willing to, you know, drop $5 a month to support us, get custom badges over here to show you how long of a supporter you have been with us, and also custom emojis. Your name shows up in green in the chat, and you know, we're not saying that we hunt for the green names more, but they just stand out more. They literally stand out more. So when you do type in any messages, it's almost like, you know, staring at here. I'll show you why they stand out more, really. When you, here we go. So as on a black on black screen, the names kind of blend in, but the green names just stand out. So not saying that we pick on those names more or anything. We love talking to all of our viewers. I mean, you see Tyrone's talking all the time, and his name's not green, and we like to see those messages too. But if you do plan on supporting us, you can do that. And what is this now?
One by one, they slowly disappear.
What is this? Teesprings needs to go. Teesprings actually needs to go. Now there's only a hat, no shirt, no hoodie, nothing. Teesprings, what's going on, man? Looks like even Teesprings is coming into those supply chain constraints over here for hoodies. Come on.
That's funny. I see someone in the chat, Carlos. Thanks for all the knowledge. Really like the show. Yeah, much love and good luck, everybody from Tenerife. For anybody that hasn't been there, Tenerife, a beautiful island off the coast of Morocco. You know, everybody should visit there at least one time. You know, they got a huge volcano and beautiful beaches, you know, solid place to visit.
Where?
Tenerife.
What is that?
The Canary Islands. So it's like off the coast of Morocco, just to the left.
Okay.
And I just had to shout that out because like awesome island. I've been there one time. I was the only Canadian on the island, and everybody just approached me and started speaking Spanish. I was like, no, sorry, I speak English. And they're like, what do you mean? You're not from Britain? What's going on? And I was like, no, I'm from Canada. They're like, where? They're like, I think you might be the only Canadian on this island. So yeah, it was actually a really good time.
Spain or
everybody.
Morocco?
Yeah, it's off the coast of, well, Spain. I think Morocco's like top left north Africa. So basically to the left, like down low. Like it's like very, very small. But yeah, you guys can Google it. It's you know, it's an awesome island. I'd recommend you know, for anybody kind of in the area to get there. It's relatively cheap. I think my flight was like extra cheap when I went. But yeah, it was super nice over there.
Yeah, the dump might be incoming right now as Cameron H is calling it out. The markets did top off at pretty much the same levels, 39.90, not that far away from 4K. We're still waiting for 4K to come into play at some point today, but a rejection 10 points away from that on the S&P 500 does seem like something that I might want to be a part of. So here's the futures chart. Come on, futures, load up. There we go. Coming back down over here, 39.90 being the high of day, where we're moving to see if a 10-point move can be extended for a little bit more. VWAP being at 39.50, that's a good support area coming in from yesterday too. We know 39.40 has a good base, and we know 39.20 also has a good base from the last few weeks of action that we saw on the futures market, that is. So let's see if 4K can come into play today. I believe 10 points of a move should be able to come in. Let's see if we can find some buyers at 39.75 areas, and then we have our leg number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth leg to the north side, I guess. that would be the Elliott wave way, right? 5 things and then it changes direction, and then 5 things and then it changes direction.
Yeah, so like the general, for anybody that doesn't know, I'll Google this right now for you guys. So Elliott wave theory, this is just, to my understanding, Elliott wave theory is a very broad kind of like, this is how human behavior shows itself in the stock market via prices over and over again. So you go Elliott wave theory, and this was one of the first things. This is very prominent in, I think, the cannabis run-up. So kind of every very strong bull market has this kind of like overall feel. And it's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. First, you get the lightning bolt. Then you get some sort of, it's missing it here, but then you get some sort of triangle action. Then you get the head and shoulders top. And then when it breaks, that's kind of the reversal. So it's like, you know, if you pull up like any of the cannabis names from like back in the day, what you'll see is like you get that initial lightning bolt, which is the start of the trend. Then you get the consolidation, whether it's like a bull flag or like a, kind of like a triangle. And then you get that like pop into a head and shoulders where it just kind of, you know, it's just human. Everybody's like very like fearful. People are greedy, and it kind of like does the same pattern over and over again. This isn't something that like you would see on the 1 minute. This is more of like a broader perspective. So like you're gonna want, like if you see it playing out on the daily, it'll be like a multi-day thing, like a multi-week thing. You know, you can convince yourself that, like, for example, look, this AMD run, first it ran, you had the little lightning bolt, which wasn't really a lightning bolt, but, you know, little lightning bolt here, then some sort of triangle action, then it ran up into a head and shoulders, and now we're breaking, so maybe we get the reversal. But the thing is on the 1 minute, it's not very, like, indicative of where we're going, whereas, like, you know, like on the daily, it's very obvious, like, top head and shoulders, we break trend, and now it's just kind of multi-day like move down and like very, very big price swings. It's not something necessarily that I would say you make decisions based on, but it's just kind of like, it's kind of funny, you know, it's human behavior depicted in prices, and it creates the same pattern over and over and over again.
Really? Wow, I would have never guessed that an instrument that requires a lot of humans to be a part of all day will be depicting human behavior. No, psychology is a great way to understand the market. If you can understand human psychology, that's basically what the market is at the end of the day, but it's easier said than done, right? I want to move to a question about P-Pro 8, so most of you might get bored on this one, but I'm going to try to be as quick as I can on this question. I cannot find how to make sure my stop orders show up on the chart visually. So there's multiple ways that our software has a stop order. There's an EdgeX stop order that you can send out. That's a direct to market order. So when you throw that order, it goes directly to the market. Or you can use our scripts order systems, which are not directly to the market. They sit on our servers at the headquarters. And once your parameter, for example, let's say Tesla 800, it will sit on the server for 800 to break. And as soon as 800 breaks, it will send out your order, which is a far limit. You're basically sending out an order to, let's say, 805 or 803 or 802 or whatever it is, and from 800 to 802 you get filled. So those script orders are not on the market, so they will not show up on the chart for you. But if you want to you know, make it show up for you and just makes you feel better about that line being there, then you can use a different order, which is called the EdgeX or Edge A ROUX script orders.
There's a whole bunch of it. Doesn't, I mean, it depends what broker you're with. There's
Yeah.
so many factors. There's so many
They're
different kind of venues that you route to. You just got to basically find what works well for you guys, right? And you know, just understand that, like, I like to say from a broad sense, like, understand what you're telling the market or whatever kind of machine that you're using, whatever, understand what you're telling it to do, right? So it's like you have the stop, you have the limit, understand that you're sending this limit, right? So on a name that doesn't have any liquidity, you're sending a limit. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get the fill, right? So like everybody thinks, oh, I'm going to throw out safety stops because it's going to protect me. But, you know, like, it's just understand that what you are telling the market, and, you know, stops are not all created equal in the sense that, like, the amount that you should kind of cross on one name is not the same for another name, so just kind of be very careful. But yeah, just understand that. Just understand what you are sending to the market, and that's why, like, you know, a lot of traders say this. I say this: trade very small in the beginning, trade a lot, use a lot of different order types, and kind of learn like what is doing what, when to use what, where you should use this, where you should use that. You know, like, every trader will tell you, don't use market orders. Like, do not use market orders because it makes no sense. Like, use marketable limit orders where it's like a cross function, but, you know, do not use market orders because, you know, you kind of keystroke into the wrong name and pure destruction.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat saying, what is it? Someone in the chat mentioning TA is just astrology for men. Yeah, I mean, I saw this chart over here and I was just losing my brain cells. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm dealing with insomnia, so I'm going with like, what can I do right now? Smartest thing, open up my phone and go on Twitter. Right? Not sure why, but I do it, and I see these tweets coming in from people. It's just like, what am I looking at over here, man?
It's funny. I remember seeing that meme, but yeah, that was probably written by a girl initially, if I had to guess.
Way.
But yeah, I don't know. I see somebody in the chat also asked anybody on NEO, and shouted me out here. No, I didn't trade NEO today. It's sort of giving that same kind of feel, right? Like NEO has like very, very strong moves up or down off the open, right? It's like it either flushes down or it flushes up. It's kind of giving that same pattern off 20, opening close to 20, and then just kind of running up towards 21. And then it's kind of like a coin flip if this thing is going to stay above VWAP or flush below VWAP. But yeah, it's kind of has that similar pattern, and then it just kind of goes sideways the rest of the day. I mean, after, you want to be safe on this, after 10:30, it's like a no trade. I think Neil in the chat was mentioning something about Boeing, so let's have a look here at Boeing very quickly. And I think he mentioned the wick off tops here. Got a sort of a double top here, some side consolidation. I guess if the market for a second kind of felt like we were gonna turn and maybe head lower, and Boeing has that kind of same setup here. Maybe if we get another wick and it kind of fails here, maybe start a short position. But I'll keep my eye on this one. But it's obviously strong day, things to the upside. Even though we did break trend and we have that kind of flush down here on the ES, it's we quickly kind of came back up, right? And I'm glancing over at the Tesla here, and kind of this was my expectation in terms of we're going sideways. And I think people from before, I'm not sure if they're still tuned in here, but people from before were mentioning oh, Tesla's going sideways, it's down, it's up, I don't know what's happening. So for the most part, from a very broad sense, you have the 800 level, you have the break, you have the strong move up, right? Now it's dead, right? Look at the volume. There's no volume on this thing anymore. So if you are long and you're long from 800, 805, whatever, 810, whatever it is, what it is, it's yeah, you're holding for the dream that maybe this goes and tests 820, because we all don't know where this is going to stop. It could go to 820. It could stop right here. It could hit 817, 818. Nobody knows. Everybody's kind of, everybody's just kind of managing accordingly. For the most part, when you see names that are very, very strong moving up and you're kind of holding that piece, don't get shaken out for don't scale out and then it drops down and you just kind of panic and get out. I do that sometimes, but for the most part, it's very strong. It's gonna kind of go sideways, go back up. But if it sort of starts to make a top here at 815, 816, and it cannot get above this, then maybe we're not going for the 820 test, and then we go back down. But for the most part at this point, it's a very wide range. Probably less people are interacting with it right now. So it's a bunch of robots trying to stop everybody out. Kind of see this wick down. It's wick down and then instantly reclaim up. So my take on this is people. I mean, this is a very, very short-term perspective, and not to say that this is happening right now, but it's maybe there were some stops here because people were long and they're okay, if we break here, I'm just going to get out of my long. And so, it breaks here, it stops people out, and then it kind of continues in the overall trend because, if you zoom out, this thing is going up, right? So, even though we're far away from VWAP, this kind of feels like a magnet to the upside. And unless we get significant amount of selling that's going to come in, at some point, maybe towards the end of the day, then this thing is going to free float probably between 807 and 817. So you're going to have this 10-point range for the short term. And just to quickly show you guys the daily here that I have up, look at this, right? We were channeling for so long, and now we broke. Now this looks very, very strong. You had earnings. They sold Bitcoin. Maybe the market's we love that. Now let's go up. And so, maybe we get a multi-day run. And I don't know the options that are expiring at 850, 900, 1,000. But if you guys look at the option chain and you see significant potential of a gamma squeeze that could take place, then as this gets closer to 850, 900, I don't want to overuse the word gamma squeeze. Everybody uses it nowadays, but it's obviously something that we've been seeing in the market over and over. So it's a possibility of something that could happen, if this continues to run and have 5%, 10% up days for 2-3 days, especially if the overall market wants to run towards 4,000.
How happy do you think Billy Goat was when Tesla came to 600, and how sad do you think Billy Goat is now, the fact that Tesla is pushing back to 1K? Billy Goat crying, man. Billy Goat being Bill Gates, for anyone who's wondering. You know, he has a big short position on there.
Does he still have it is the question.
For sure. Maybe he covered some. Maybe he covered some. If he didn't cover some, then obviously it's what are you doing, Billy Goats? I guess you're not the goats we're thinking about. DWAC being mentioned in the chat a lot because obviously a big volume candle coming into DWAC over here. We're right now taking out the high a day, $33.27. Let's see if we can print 33.29. I'm seeing 33.29 on the ask, 33.32 on the ask right now, and looks like we clearly want to push up. DWACking one more time over here, but market actually pushing to the downside. So as the market's coming down, DWAC is going to the north side. We'll see where this one goes to, as Luca always says. Getting destroyed on this AMD long, then just get out of it. Honestly, if you are even using the word destruction or pain or anything, take that loss, book that loss, get out of it, come back at a different price point, maybe go for a walk, clear your mindset a little bit. Nothing wrong with missing out a couple opportunities right now just to stop yourself from getting more damage, right? Come back fresh and be ready to damage the market later on. Like right now, the market pushing back downside, Apple short 155 is something that you should be maybe considering. Apple 155 right now on the ask and 154.98 on the bid. So Apple short 155, riding it to maybe even 154.50 or even 154, giving you $1 per share short. That should be something maybe I could be thinking about. But market, as I did say, S&P 500 did move down to that 39.75 area, and the buyers started showing up. So it looks like Prastradamus strikes again on the futures market over here, 39.75. I'm expecting that to hold, and we're expecting L8 Wave 5 to come in. Not that I use L8 Waves, not that I use anything of those sorts, but for anyone that uses it, that's what you're expecting. I'm just waiting to see the market environments change around these key levels, such as the 50-period EMA, 100-period EMA, or even VWAP, but I can see the buyers coming in around the pre-market highs, which happens to be at 39.75, 39.80.
Yeah, and to mention, I'm also in that AMD long. I've been slow to kind of add into this, like one ad here, one ad here. I'm very like slow, and I think like, you know, maybe we go down. This is going down more than I want to see, but are we going to kind of trend back up? Like that's a possibility. So, you know, I'm scaled accordingly on this one. You know, meta short working out. It kind of gave that vibe of like, I don't know what was going on here, but it was like sideways and the market was going up, but it couldn't really push. And now we kind of like broke trend, headed lower. So now we're like at VWAP, and seems like volume is increasing around VWAP. Maybe we got to push down towards like that 181 level, but like we'll see, and stay tuned for that one. And yeah, you know, Tesla like looking like it's following the rest of the market or leading the market. But you know, like I'm kind of confident that maybe this one continues, holding for the dream there, and will continue to hold. And let's take a quick look here at AT&T. I think 20 is a sort of a significant level if we get you know back there like next couple of days. But I mean, at this point, I doubt it. I wonder where the 200-period moving average is on this, because I remember it was at, I want to say 1880 if I try to remember off the top of my head. But then it had to kind of run up, and okay, yeah. So I think right here, if I'm not mistaken, you know.
Is that today's?
This is the daily on AT&T.
Is that candle today?
This
the
one?
Red?
Yeah.
Wow.
Insane, right? Like this is like a huge move for AT&T. That's why I was saying, I think you like went to the washroom, but it's like you have AT&T, and it's like, you know, like it doesn't always give you this type of range, right? So when it does, like definitely in play, like extra exciting to trade.
That's a SSR, right?
Yeah. And dipped down, but now like kind of reclaimed, and maybe we're gonna hold that 19 level. And it looks like it is a sort of a support level on the daily. And you know, maybe you know, double check this, but where is the 200-period moving average? Are people reloading this name for the long term as like a value play because, you know, they pay a dividend, and kind of what's happening with rates overall? You know, so like keep an eye on that one for the next few days. But in terms of right now, I'm just kind of staying away.
Going into the chat, Brad feeling free fall Friday. Look, I don't feel anything anymore. My emotions are out of the market. My feelings are out of the market. Only thing I know is nothing. So what I will do is I'll wake up tomorrow morning. If the markets are red, I'll go short. If the markets are green, I'll wait to go short on the pots later on. So just got to be patient, man. Let's trade what we have right now. We still got another 3-4 hours left on the day. Let's not worry about tomorrow. Live in the present, live in the now. Let's enjoy the market the way it is giving us gifts for the current time being. For example, a stock that Brando just mentioned in our work chat, LAC and lithium stocks in general. Elon Musk saying that getting into lithium business is basically a license to print money. He also was mentioned not too long ago saying that lithium is now the new oil. So we'll end up seeing where this one goes to. Obviously a lot of EV, and as if EV is going to be using lithium as its juice instead of oil, then yes, he's not wrong with those words that he mentioned, that lithium is now the new oil. LAC up 4% over here, almost, with pretty close to 2 million shares traded on the day, and moving up in a pretty good fashion so far. Just gotta wait and see where these lithium stocks go to. The other one I believe is LITM or LTHM. LTHM. Isn't LITM another one, Brenda? LITM, I think, is a ETF. Maybe I'm drawing a blank. LITM. LITHM. Okay. LTHM. That was the one. Okay. What's the ETF? Lit? Oh, okay, lit. That's pretty lit. So LTHM is the one that Brando mentioned over here, up 0.82% on the day, holding VWAP pretty well, but looks like most of the move is going to LAC instead, and the ETF that Neil just mentioned to me is doing no volume, honestly, but look at that trajectory, looking like LAC's trajectory to the north side. It's lit, fam.
It's lit. Yeah, that's definitely a lit sector, and lots of opportunity in that sector.
Puked.
Yeah, okay, okay, what the heck just happened here?
Brad, what did you do to the market? Tony stepped in.
Bear market, baby. The market just puked slightly, but I'm still expecting buyers to come in around 39.75 and 39.70 for a fifth leg. So hopefully that ends up happening for the longs.
That was interesting. That was interesting. I don't know what that was, and that was a quick reclaim too. Everything just kind of nuked instantly and quickly reclaimed. Let's see if this area holds now, because if we hold and kind of rocket ship back up, I have no idea what just happened there. But if we maybe Tony did something. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, why are we blaming Tony, man? Poor Tony.
Tony sold everything. That's why.
Tony sold his XBIs and is hurting the markets.
Oh,
wow. Oh, man. Let's not wish that on our kid over there. Poor guy. He's just trying to make a living, trying to put some bread on the table for himself, and we're just wishing poor on this guy. No, I love Tony. Looks like we're going to be very soon heading over to Brando at the big screen.
It is indeed, Fahad. Good one. Yeah, let's talk currencies, guys. The euro in focus still off of that ECB decision this morning, going back to pre-market. 101.5 came into play once again after an initial huge spike all the way up to almost 103 after they raised rates 50 basis points, if you missed that. But back to 101.8, positive on the day for the euro. The dollar about the same to the downside. Canadian dollar as well, back in positive territory, was down around 77.5 early on this morning. Back to the upside we go once again. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, Australia, New Zealand as well was actually positive. And I just noticed back to the downside for New Zealand, Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. Kind of flip-flopping today, 1540 up 1.2 there for Ethereum, but Bitcoin still struggling in negative territory. Guys, back over to you.
Dominic coming in with the 12 months membership, and again, Colleen Martin coming in with the first time membership. So welcome back, Dominic. It's been a while since you've been in the chat for sure, so welcome back. And he says, hey, Sean. So he says, yo, Sean, what's up? That's your boy right there. And Colleen also, welcome to the green side, as Miss V always says that. We do miss Miss V wherever she is. We wish her the best with whatever that she's working on right now. So it was LITM. Snow Lake Resources is also lithium. So I do remember trading LITM back in the day. That's why I wanted to pull up the stock. So LITM, Snow Lake Resources, is also lithium based, and up 5.12%, trading near $2.67 or so.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, like, where are we going from here? And, you had the flash down, and go figure, Tesla didn't actually flash as much as the rest of these names. Like, just to kind of give a reference point here. So my meta short was covered. I had just my bid out here, so I looked over. I was like, oh, I guess I'm not short anymore, and my everything green is kind of moving against me here. So I'm gonna have to reevaluate this AMD trade after that kind of flash down. I think, you know, if 90's probably going to go, and I think I'm just, I'm going to call it a loss on this one. Is what it is. Let that go. And, you know, Tesla's still in the money, so, you know, hold this and see if we get back up. But, you know, definitely, who knows where this market wants to go, right? And I think the prior resistance level was mapped out at 39.70, 39.80 overall on the ES. And you had that kind of rejection at this point. Before the overall market opened, and then we could not get above it, and then we did get above it, and now we kind of went sideways, and now we're in that range again. So is this area going to hold, and are we going to trend back up for the rest of the day? That's a possibility. You know, so if you're looking to reload the longs, you know, just make sure you guys are in the strongest names.
Watch him red wear on Friday. Yeah, maybe, who knows? Not that my wearing red really dictates anything, and if anyone really believes that, then I don't even know what to say anymore. If you think wearing green on a day changes what the market does, or red on a day, then oof, that's not the way to be trading, at least. I know you're just joking around anyways. LITM is too low of volume at the moment, in my opinion. Yeah, all of them are too low of volume. Maybe only LAC has volume. Oops, where am I typing LAC? I don't even know where my cursor is. There it is. LAC has some good ton of volume in it, but the other two lithium stocks are a little bit dead for sure. But why aren't you wearing pants? Because pants are for losers, okay? It's all about being in boxers.
Imagine we both don't have, like, this classic interview. We don't have pants on. We just show up with the, you know, with the dress shirt.
The dress shirt. It's the Zoom Classic, the COVID Zoom Classic.
The Zoom Classic,
where you get up and walk away and you get caught wearing pajamas, but then on top you have a tie and shirt and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And Colin Martin, I'm new here and want to learn the art of trading with you guys. Absolutely. You know, we're coming every single day. News, you know, news updates, live trading, you know, kind of witty banter back and forth, and you know, some jokes here and there, and you know, like overall, you know, we learn from each other, right? And everybody kind of has their ideas, bounce it off each other, so it's really good. Kind of really good. And somebody's saying, Neo, will it go down? Look, I think if Neo's holding above 20, like, there's no trade there. Like, we already dipped below. Neo's done to me. I think there's a 200 period moving average right around this level, and it's holding, So, you know, if we push away from that, then maybe it's showing demand and we go higher. From a day trading perspective, look, is Neo still just in the same area? Let's have a look here. I mean, it's just kind of channeling, right? It just does the same channel over and over again. And, you know, at this point, there's not really that much volume. So if I had to guess, it's going to dip below here and then reclaim, stop everybody out, reclaim, and then back into the range and do nothing. So, you know, it's I'm staying away from it. Not really a name that I'm looking at. It's basically flat on the day. Whereas, you know, Tesla did not flush, right? Did not flush. So you saw I covered my AMD long. That was a loser. My meta short worked out, covered that. I got into a quick Amazon long thinking that we would pop up, and I covered this. That was a small loser as well. But not covering Tesla, because, you know, Tesla showing that it's strong. So, you know, like, hold on to your winners.
Nothing wrong with sweatpant jeans. No, I was just joking about jeans are for losers. I'm wearing jeans right now, my friend. You think I would actually not show up to work without jeans? But, you know, I'm a little bit more casual. Like, I have my normal shirt up top, but then I wear, like, ripped jeans at the bottom. So it's like party at the down and a casual work up top and casual down, right? So it's easier that way for me. That way I don't look like a complete nerd on the subway and whatnot, coming in like I work at BMO or RBC or something. But I also look presentable enough to be on a live show. Maybe presentable enough. Maybe you guys could tell me differently if it's not presentable. I know some people on chat and Friday absolutely hate how we show up to the show. They hate the Ferrari jackets. They hate the hats. They hate the hoodies and everything. So that's something. Those complaints we have heard about. Amrit Bajwa, or is it Bardwaj or Bajwa? I forget what it was. I think it's Bajwa, right? Amrit Barrage, coming in. I think that's my Toronto buddy who follows me on Twitter. I'm pretty sure that's you. If that is you, what's up? And yeah, you're thanking me for that 155 short. A good 50-cent drop on that short. So if you didn't take profits on that, I would be worried already. You know, as the market is now pushing right back to the north side a little bit off of that 50-period EMA, as I said it might just do that. Yeah, we dipped a little bit lower than I wanted it to. I wanted it to hold up at 39.75. We dipped down to 39.70. I'm not complaining about 5 points. Let's see if this market can actually push back to the high of day and take out the high of day. But looks like we actually had a negative catalyst. Did you listen to what Brendan said about the basis points raise or something? What was the catalyst that brought the market down?
I missed it, actually.
I missed it too, Sean. Did you get what Brendo was saying about the market coming down earlier? About some basis point increase or something?
Well, Europe did raise.
Yeah, we know that. So Europe came out with a random hike not too long ago today, actually, after 4 decades. What's your opinions on that?
Sorry?
What are your opinions about the Europe interest rate change?
No opinion.
No opinion?
No, not on that side of the world. No. No opinion. I'm actually quickly looking at Netflix. Neil just called us that 220 level. Didn't break. And look at this. You know, like the break is good when it tests it 1, 2, 3, 4 times on 30. Oh, wow. 30?
You crossed 30 cents? That's on you, bro.
I got a solution.
That's on you, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the market where you get the price that you cross to on stop orders. So understand the order that you are sending to the market and live with the decisions that you make. Is what it is. But you know, yeah, guys. I mean, look at this 220, right? Like obviously Netflix strong with the rest of the market. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then obviously on the 4th time you had the break. It was clean. It's still above 220. If we remember the 200 from a couple days ago, it broke 200 and quickly went back below and then tanked. So like there's kind of a few ways that these kind of breaks will happen, but you know, at a 220 level, it's like it breaks, now it's holding. So you know, it's very possible that like, you know, like we come back below, but for the most part, like we're holding up here, right? We're holding up here. So it's at this point that you guys want to look at the tape. Watch the tape, look what's happening. Are people slamming the bids down? Are people buying the offer? Or is there just a bunch of midpoint dark pools going off? Nothing's really happening, and then you get a second leg up towards 221, 222. You know, traders trade this differently. Some of them get in, get out, scalp, all in, all out. Some of them scale into the break and use liquidity to kind of sell on the break. Others are just kind of getting long, risking the bottom of this channel and looking for like maybe a potential move to 224, 25, like wherever you kind of have your price targets. So, you know, just understand what your plan is, and, you know, this is to the person who was asking you, like, how do you kind of read level 2s? How do you read the tape? It's at this point that you want to read the tape. Like that 220, it had maybe 400 lots there. Not a huge amount of size, but you know, you're watching the tape now for like, is there continuation? Is there selling? To kind of, you know, like hold on to your trade, or maybe add to your trade, or just get out of your trade.
Yeah, who's that guy in the beach shorts and jersey all the time? That's actually our RTTP. You know, we have in Canada RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, with the guns and everything. That's RTTP, Royal Trader TV Police, because he's always out here with the guns, man. Never failing. Actually, that joke from the morning show is too good, and now we're gonna have to just use it all the time. That's Sharif, for anyone who's wondering. He's actually one of you from not too long ago. A viewer turned into a trader on the floor. Sharif, you want to wave to the viewers? Yeah. So they're just asking, who's this guy in the beach shorts and a jersey in the back all the time? So that's one of you viewers. So you know, we have that command going on still. If you do !apply, you can get the email to which you can apply for positions and so on, and maybe land a job such as Sharif did himself. Guns McGee, that's a good one. Guns McGee. He's rocking the Leonard jersey though, so maybe that needs to go. Listen, he's not on the team anymore, and he betrayed us. He's done.
Yo, you know you wear a Harden Rocket.
Yo, listen, he's not. He's a go. He's a go. That's different. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm just seeing somebody here saying Apple. Morgan Stanley says Apple's path to $3 trillion valuation stems from company's user base and increasing shift to subscription model. Bold statement. You know, that kind of reminds me though, you know, a lot of these companies that are growth companies, you know, as they make more money and kind of see less growth, there's a transition from growth to value. And overall, it's like, how does the market digest this kind of shift, this overall shift of like, okay, it's not a growth name anymore, it's a value name. How do we value this name, and where do we go from there? So, you know, everybody kind of has their opinions on that. You know, Apple kind of faced that back in the day. You know, maybe some companies at this point are going to face that in the next kind of few years, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
You know what's actually interesting is the conversation we were having with Greg yesterday. GME is one of the only things that are actually outperforming everything else in his portfolio, apparently. Yeah. And that's the crazy part, right? That's the wonderful part. And now that GME is splitting, he's gonna end up getting more shares of his GME thing, and that's the beauty about it. So I can't wait to see what. I can't wait to see where GME goes from here on out for my boy over there. And now I might want to buy some shares for myself now, just in case these moves happen one more time and we go to those $500 ranges again, right? We'll see what happens on that side.
Hey,
right
Sharif,
now,
the chat's asking, but do you skip leg day? Absolutely not is the
that
answer.
looks a little
Absolutely
skippable.
not.
Okay, never mind. Those are not skippable. Those are not skippable. This man just flexed his leg and I just saw like mountains, volcanoes popping up in his veins. What the holy? What do you squat? 500, he
500.
said. Oh my goodness, that's like 5 of me, man. Holy moly. This guy, what do you eat? Just chicken and beef every day? I do, yeah. This guy makes his own meals, good chicken meals over there. Way better than a catering, that's for sure. But here, let's go back to the market here, as we only have 15 minutes with Luca and myself. So if you guys want any stocks that we want us to talk about, let me know. We will for sure take a look at it. I'm just losing my mind that this guy said 500
pounds, yeah, 500. Someone's saying 500 kilograms?
Oh, no, not kilos. No.
That would be insane. That would be crazy.
Can anyone do 500 kilos? No. That's half a ton, bro.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm just looking at this meta short that I covered. Oh my God, what a cover. What a cover on this. This just absolutely ripped up. And I was like, you know what? Let me check AMD because I guarantee I punched out at the bottom. I just wanted out of this trade. I'm like, I'm done with this. And it's probably now going to hold. But, you know, maybe it goes lower. Like, I don't want this. It's a dead trade. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. Probably held it a little bit too long. But, you know, go figure. It's like you have a winner on the day. Things are working. And you maybe hold that loser too long. You know, just don't get into those bad habits. Jake saying DWAC. Let's have a look again. We were looking at this before. And this was pushing 30, if I'm not mistaken. So where are we at? We're at 32. Oh, yeah, this was up at like 33. Somebody before was actually mentioning maybe there's going to be some sort of catalyst coming into DWAC as we approach the presidential election. So something with Trump, whatever. You know, maybe. Definitely good to keep on the radar. But, you know, it's DWAC is a name that like I kind of stay away from because it sort of chops around, doesn't really do a lot of volume. It's been good for the fade plays. Like every time it has that move up, it retraces the whole move. And go figure, look, has that move up, retraces the whole move. And speaking of GME, just bringing GME up very quickly, holding below VWAP. And, you know, I'm sort of expecting, like, on split day, like, sellers to come in. For some reason, I don't know if that's the right bias, the right approach, but, you know, it kind of ran up into the split. And is it like now the split, sell the news type event? So like kind of buy the rumor, sell the news, even though the rumor of a stock split is not necessarily, I don't know if it's just kind of is what it is. It's not really good or bad. But, you know, so it'll be interesting to see how that splits. And you mentioned, is it tomorrow or is it?
So, yes, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Okay, yeah. So it'll be
tonight, tomorrow.
It'll be interesting to see, you know, maybe we don't get a free fall Friday in the overall market. That's not what I'm expecting. But maybe we get a free fall Friday in GME. And, you know, it's funny, like that inverse correlation for the most part. It's like GME's doing well. The market's kind of down. The market's back up. GME down 4%. So it's got that inverse effect. So, you know, let's see what happens tomorrow.
I predict GME is going to be down tomorrow drastically. Like, I think GME is going to open up at 36 or some odd dollars. It's going to be so bad. Obviously, that's a split happening. I actually Googled real quick over here, what's the most squat? And it happens to be 1,000 pounds. Almost actually 500 kilos. So that's crazy. 489 kilos was the highest squat recorded to date. So maybe Sharif has some competition over there. It could be Ronnie Coleman, honestly, for all we know.
Oh, Ronnie Coleman. Come on, that's got to be a few people's idols over here.
Yeah. How about Shopify? Yeah, a lot of people have been mentioning Shopify recently. Let's go check out Shopify as it is now pushing to $40, up 4%. Very strong recently after the split, that is. So like we do love Shopify, Canadian company, and they are trying to disrupt the business from, I believe, Amazon a little bit by helping out the mom and pop stores more, by helping mom and pop stores create websites and help them with sales and so on. So obviously they're trying to compete on the complete other side of Amazon over here. Eventually, we'll see who ends up being winner. You know, I don't want mom and pop stores to do bad, but at the same time, if you want prices of Costco prices, then you know that only happens by Costco. That doesn't happen at mom and pop stores.
Yeah, you know, obviously very tough to compete with the big chains.
Yeah.
I see somebody else saying fun moving with DWAC. Yep, definitely a sympathy play. Somebody mentioned on the daily, maybe there's the 200 period moving average is just ahead of this. You know, if you are looking at this name and you see an opportunity where, you know, the 200 period, 200 day moving average is sitting right atop and you have the pop up 25%, you know, definitely a solid level to play off. And I'm just seeing very quickly, and let me just bring over my daily chart just very quickly to streamline things for you guys. You know, you had that crazy move up, but like that's an outlier move, right? And now it's down. Look at this. It looks like you're going to get that resistance at 2. And if I had to guess, you got the 200 period, which is probably in and around 192. So whoever called that out, thanks for that. That's a great shout out. There's a great look right now. And if this is going to kind of fade tomorrow, it's a solid setup. You know, obviously strong today. It's up today. So, you know, maybe you're not expecting the fade to come in today. But, you know, definitely a good look. Keep that on your radar.
Mom and pop stores have to provide items the big boys can't. Well, what did Amazon do then, right? They provided mom and pop stores to sell on their website. They took their products, they reverse engineered it, they slapped on the Amazon Basics logo on it, and then they ran down the price of that product to the point where the mom and pop stores that were selling on Amazon can't compete with the prices that Amazon Basics can't compete with, right? So at the end of the day, big tech, big chain, big whatever is kind of the problem on that side, right? But there's so many things over there, lightweight, yeah. There's so many things over there that can be good and bad for Amazon. I'm not saying I'm a hater on Amazon. Listen, I pay Amazon Prime every year, $100 or whatever it is, and I order maybe 3 items a year, and I barely even use their Amazon Prime Video services, right? But I'm a big fan of them. I love Amazon. One thing I do use from Amazon the most is Audible. I love my Audible account.
I'm not a huge consumer of any Amazon products. I probably trade the stock more than I use any of their products or go on their website or buy anything from them. Yeah, kind of funny, just the person I am. Yeah, I see somebody saying coin pushing low of day. This absolutely decimated. You know, you had that double top action at 76 and the fall off. I'm wondering if, I haven't looked at Bitcoin all day today, but if I had to guess, this is probably leading this if we're heading lower today. Not too bad. It's not really selling off. So, you know, maybe just in general kind of coin kind of getting a sell off. But what time was this as well? Because that's at 12 and this is at 12. So go figure, you know, you had the market kind of turned down here. But look at this sell off in coin, right? That's huge from 76 to 72. So, you know, maybe this is a potential you know, short-term top area, like looking quickly here at the daily, you know, potential resistance area at like 72, like to 80 area. You know, if this clears like, I think 83.50 to 84, then it looks like we're going to 90, we're going to 100. But guys, remember this, right? Look at the volume here. Look at the volume, and I apologize for my, my black chart here. But, you know, lots of volume here, like kind of selling off, like, and then we've just been in this channel ever since. So I literally think this is a short at like, you know, 75 to 80 area if we get that opportunity again, you know, sometime this week, just based on the chart here. But, you know, obviously anything can happen. And again, if we do break 80, like look at this day, right? We broke 80 and we popped all the way to 85. So, you know, if we break 80, we could easily get like, who knows, 80, 85, 90. But, you know, if it's continuing to show you the same pattern over and over, you know, maybe a potential kind of, you know, you keep taking it until it shows you that it doesn't want to do it anymore. And somebody mentioning Netflix as well. Sorry, I don't know if you were going to say that. Somebody was saying Netflix 220, and they said it like 3 times. Are we failing? Are we going higher? I mean, we're still like at 220. And like, I guess the real question is, are we now going to hold here, right? Like the overall, like this kind of day, like extra strong, like we could kind of dip. And then like, as we come in towards the close, we get heavy buy volume because people think we're going to go through 4,000. So it looks like we're going to test VWAP. But then all of a sudden, we rip back to 4,000. And, you know, Netflix being strong on the day, post earnings, still kind of holding that level above 200. You know, maybe a little bit less volume today. Maybe the 220 holds, maybe the 219 holds, maybe the 218.50 holds. You know, but if this kind of breaks, then I would say like maybe we're going to 217 area.
The fact that the market bounced off of that 39.70 but did not go back to that day's high kind of has me worried about the possible test of the 4K today. Maybe we don't get that 4K test today, but we still have a lot of time left over here. Sadly, not enough time for Luca and myself. Only 7 minutes left with us. Someone mentioned Chewy. Chewy is up 4%. Does it have more room in it? So what do I usually do for questions like that is I just ignore them. No, I'm joking. I look at the ATR for the stock, which is average true range. The average true range for Chewy, this is Chewy, right? Yeah, CHWI. Average true range for Chewy is $2.72. Now, here's a question for Luca. Luca, does average true range mean from yesterday's close? Or today's open?
So to my understanding, it's just the range. It's the range of the day.
range of
It's
the
the
day.
high and the low. Yeah,
Right,
based
range
on like
of the day.
most likely the rolling 14-day average. So like the past 14 days, whatever like the average of that range was. So if it's been $5
So
range
basically
every
the low
day-
and the open.
Yeah, the
Right,
low
so
and
the
the
low
high.
and the open
The
of
low
the
and the
day.
high.
So low and the high, low
Yeah.
and the high of the day. So
Yeah.
if we were to look at those numbers for Chewy, I think that number would be around around $1.69, right? I think that's what the number is. But if the range is already a $2 range on today, or $2.79 or whatever the ATR says the average true range is on Finviz over here, ATR 272. If we're in that range already for Chewy, then yeah, I think the stock is a little bit exhausted. Probably does not have any move in it, especially if there's no catalyst behind it. But for stocks such as Tesla and so on, where the ATR probably says something lower today, but the stock actually has catalyst, tons of relative volume behind it. What is the ATR? $37. And how much did we move today on this position? What is the daily range on the stock today? Tesla's today's range is 764 to 815. So well over $30 for the ATR. That's because there's a catalyst, there's volume, there's traders behind it. The same thing is not there for Chewy. There's no catalyst for it just yet. So when the catalyst comes, then maybe we can look for those multiples of ATR's moves on that stock, like the way we did on Netflix, or like the way we did on Tesla.
Yeah, for sure. And that reminds me of something else as well. If you guys are trading earnings, there's a way to kind of measure implied volatility, which
implied
essentially
volatility. Good
says
job.
what is the expected move after the earnings report? What is the market anticipating? And the market usually gets it right, give or take, for the most part on average. So if you get an expected move of, let's say, 10%, these are vague numbers. If you get an expected move of 10% on Netflix, it's a $200 stock, you can expect that this stock is going to go up or down 10%. And that's kind of like, so if you get an outsized move, if it goes from like for example with Netflix, if it went from 200 or wherever it was, 200, and it went to 300, the market was not anticipating that, so people are going to be offside and things are going to be wild. That's kind of what we saw earlier this year. This time around, it was within the expected range. So kind of two parts here. If you are trading earnings, understand what the expected range is. It gives you kind of price targets. If you're saying, okay, I want to trade the long, but where am I going to take profits? Maybe a good idea to scale out at the expected range of where kind of it moves. On Netflix, that would have been 200, 225, and that sort of was the top on the earnings move. But if it gets to 250, then you're like, well, I'm going to hold on because everybody's offside here. Like anything could happen. Or you just kind of scale out very aggressively, like depending kind of your approach to the overall situation. Somebody also mentioned, can you look at Boeing? So let's look back here. Neil called the wick-off tops at 6150 area. You got that double top, that flush through break of trend, and then that consolidation. I was thinking maybe the short, but I was like, let me just kind of stay away. Overall market's strong. I'm not going to take the short here. But what a flush. What a flush. That was a $1.20 winner, and it seems that 160 area is holding for now. I guess if we break, maybe we flush down, but it gives the feel that like we could easily break and then reclaim and then hold 160 and then kind of stay in this channel. So like my expectations now is maybe we sort of channel and really probably depends on what the market wants to do. And if my expectations of the market is going to rally into the close, then Boeing is probably going to rally with it. So like this is like a scalp short trade, like probably heading into the 160, and then maybe you hold for a VWAP test, but it kind of feels like that's not coming today.
You know what I like seeing from the chat is WWND is actually sticking along, Neil. Hashtag WWND might just be something we put on a shirt. What would Neil do? WWND. So that's the new setup now that I look for, especially when the market's coming off and there's like for example Apple, Tesla, they kind of sell off with the market, but then there's certain positions that don't really sell off that quick. For example, Affirm yesterday, my mind just went, WWND, what would Neil do? I pulled up Affirm just ready to break the low or just ready to start the descent, shorted it, and I rode it to the downside. So that just might have to be in my playbook now. Hashtag WWND. Loan's loving it. I'm loving it. It's going to stick.
And I'm searching up the ticker initially. I'm like, what ticker is this? Yeah, not a ticker. Somebody quickly asked, how do I check the options implied volatility? Google is a wonderful thing. You can find everything you need on Google. Just make sure you search for it. It doesn't really matter the website. It's going to give you the expected move. You could actually, so you could use the option market. You could use like you know, like as a simple kind of analogy, like let's say a price, like the price of a stock is $10. You can look the week that they have earnings. So like this Friday's options, look at the $11 strike and what is it priced at? And so like then you find the intrinsic value of what the expected move is there. That probably sounds complicated to anybody hearing that for the first time. So what I would say is just Google this, implied volatility, type in the earnings of whatever you know, like you want to look at. So Apple earnings, implied volatility, and move. I think Market Chameleon you probably have to pay for, but there's probably somewhere that'll show you, and it shows it in percentages. If I find this later on today, I'll share this with you guys tomorrow. But for the most part, I think I can't remember where. Maybe Earnings Whisper had it, but I don't want to take up too much time kind of looking for this because I can't remember. But it's somewhere. It's somewhere, and it'll show you on a percentage basis. Some social media websites like provide it as well if you can find them. I haven't been able to find them lately, but it's yeah.
Everything's behind a paywall these days, eh?
Yeah, everything's switching. Yeah.
Pay me or go away from my. Don't even talk to me. If it ain't about money, don't ring my phone. That's the name of the game these days. But Luca, it's time for us to start wrapping up over here. We'll give these guys the mic up for a second. We're good? Okay. So, yeah, guys, same time, same place as always. You know it. We're not going anywhere. As long as the U.S. markets are open, we'll be here, Trader TV Live, 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We will be on from 11 to 2. So until then, see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Yeah, welcome back in. We are dealing with a bit of a choppy afternoon to deal with for the next 2 hours. We'll take you right through to the close. Welcome in. It is going to be an interesting afternoon here in a couple of sense. We're stuck in a bit of a range on the overall market, but individual names showing a ton of strength, Tesla included. That's a look at where we are at currently. 0.44 for the S&P to the upside. The Dow back in the red, 0.18 to the downside.